targets across 7 locations. Emergency crews continued rescue and firefighting operations as authorities assessed the damage and searched affected buildings. The latest attacks comes as Russia maintains its aerial campaign against Ukrainian cities despite ongoing international efforts to end the war.
All right, viewers, it's time to slip into a short commercial break, but don't go anywhere because there's a lot more lined up coming up after the break. POK's final ultimatum to Pakistan, mass protest called by JAAC against the Munir army today.
जीरा सिप असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट, ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े। चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
We cannot say that we will see relief for sure, but yes, definitely messages are being exchanged between Iran and the United States, and both of them have confirmed. Messages are being exchanged and both sides are looking or examining the messages which they are receiving. Marco Rubio has also indicated that, and similarly the Iranian Foreign Ministry has indicated that. As of now, America is definitely hammering Iran, especially the coastal areas and south of Iran, right? The ports, the civil infrastructure also, the bridges, the roads, the towers, the radar system towers and all, so that it can degrade the capabilities of the Iranian forces to impact and influence the Strait of Hormuz. However, whatsoever be the extent of American attacks, it seems
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello and a very warm welcome. You're watching live this morning on Republic TV with me, Gesu Bharadwaj. We have lots lined up for you to get you caught up with all that's happening around you. But first, like usual, a check on your headlines. Republic exposes CJP goons, violence and vandalism caught on camera. Dipke's theatrics fall flat. Questions raised. Is CJP a planned front for violence? Anarchy toolkit repeats. CJP protest follows exact toolkit from Shaheen Bagh and Red Fort violence. Dragging the NEET issue even after successful re-NEET exam is the opposition using CJP to indirectly disrupt the parliamentary proceedings. Pakistan-occupied Kashmir's final ultimatum to Pakistan. Mass protest has been called by the JAAC against the Munir army today. And starting first, the widespread fires in Iraq continue following a drone attack on the bases of separatist groups. And this is the latest that we're getting in from the turbulence in West Asia. Drone strikes now have sparked major fires in Iraq. That's the latest that we're picking up. In fact, this drone attack has been done on the basis of separatist groups across Iraq. And in the latest, drone strikes have hit and have started major fires across Iraq. In fact, bases of separatist groups have been hit in the drone strikes that are coming in. Now, West Asia war taking a new turn. Iraq is also under fire with major drone strikes hitting the territories and fires raging across areas in Iraq after drone attacks were reported overnight. In fact, early morning today as well, large fires were reported across various areas in Iraq. Now, in fact, also shifting focus to other breaking development from the West Asia war, large fires were also reported in Behbahan in Iran following reported US strikes on a military base. 11th day as the West Asia war rages on, Iran and US have now began fresh strikes upon each other. In fact, in Behbahan, in Iran, military bases have been struck by various US strikes. In fact, large blazes have also been reported in Behbahan in Iran. Remember, Iran also continues to say that their civilian infrastructure has come under attack in the second phase of the war that began about 11 days ago between the United States and Iran. And now shifting focus. What began as a protest in the name of students has now snowballed into a major law and order flashpoint. Republic has accessed exclusive testimonies of police personnel who were on duty during the CJP parliamentary march. Their accounts and their painting, chilling picture of what they describe as a pre-planned attack on the police force. Listen in.
The CJP protest near Parliament Street is turning more violent with each passing minute. Delhi police officers said that the march was used as a cover for a planned attack on security personnel. According to Delhi police, more than 118 personnel were injured, while several government vehicles and barricades were vandalized during the violence. Sub-Inspector Srinivas Sharma, who was deployed at the protest site, said that a crowd of nearly 10,000 people turned violent.
अपने डीसीपी साहब की टीम के साथ, रोहित राजवीर साहब की टीम के साथ उनके पास गए कि रास्ता खाली कर दो और जंतर मंतर उसकी तरफ अपना कनाट प्लेस की तरफ चले जाएं जिससे कि रास्ता हो जाए। तो वो भीड़ पूरी उग्र हो चुकी थी और उन्होंने अटैक करने की वो करी। हमने डीसीपी से दोनों डीसीपी साहब को सेफ निकाल दिया वहाँ से। उसके बाद भीड़ ने हमारे साथ, हमारे 2-3 साथी हमारे वहाँ पे हम रह गए, तो भीड़ ने हमारे साथ बर्बरता की, सड़क पे खींचा जिसके साथ हमारी चोट लगी आई है और पब्लिक हमारे साथ मारपीट की और हमारे साथ वो किया जिसकी वजह से मुझे फ्रैक्चर भी आया है।
Additionally, DCP Anand Mishra said the protest was unlawful from the beginning and claimed the mob ignored repeated warnings before attacking police.
उन्होंने अचानक से जो है बैरिकेड तोड़ना शुरू कर दिया, गाड़ियां तोड़ना शुरू कर दिया और पुलिस वालों को अपनी तरफ खींच के पीटा। कुछ लोग फ्लैग्स लाए हुए थे, उसमें जो डंडे यूज़ होते हैं वो डंडे निकाल करके मारने की कोशिश करी, चप्पल फेंका, बॉटल्स फेंकी, खाली बॉटल्स फेंकी और हमारे कई पुलिसकर्मी इस प्रक्रिया में, हाँ, स्टोन पेल्टिंग भी करी कई जगह पर। उस प्रक्रिया में हमारे पुलिसकर्मी 115 के करीब घायल हुए, जो अब तक का भी रिकॉर्ड में आया है। मुझे भी इसी दौरान चोट लगी थी।
Head Constable Lal Singh alleged that anti-social elements had infiltrated the gathering, climbed onto nearby structures and launched a coordinated stone pelting attack targeting police personnel.
कितनी भीड़ थी जिन लोगों ने आपको घेरा? आप क्या अकेले थे या आपके साथ भी टीम थी?
नहीं, हमारे साथ टीम थी, हमारे साथ थे, साथ में थे सारे 10-15 आदमी थे। हम अपने पुलिसकर्मी थे 10-15।
तो कैसे हुआ? क्या भीड़ आपकी तरफ बढ़ी? आप लोग रोक रहे थे? क्या कुछ घटनाक्रम हुआ कल?
हाँ, उनको भीड़ को रोक रहे थे, वो रोक रहे थे, उनको रोक रहे थे, तो एकदम अचानक से उन्होंने हमला किया था। लाठी, डंडे और पत्थरों से हमला। ऊपर से पत्थर, बहुत सारे पत्थर मार रहे थे।
ऊपर कहाँ?
ऊपर उधर वहीं पे संसद मार्ग पे ही।
Another injured officer, Head Constable Naveen Ola, claimed the violence appeared meticulously planned.
नहीं भीड़ काफ़ी थी सर, 5-6 हज़ार पब्लिक थी लगभग और उग्र हो रही थी। स्थिति ये हो गई कि पत्थरबाजी करने लगे उन्होंने कंट्रोल करने की काफ़ी कोशिशें की गई लेकिन वो कंट्रोल नहीं हो पाई और किसी ने भीड़ में से निकलकर मुझ पर पत्थर तेज़ निकला, कोई पत्थर ऐसा ईंट या कुछ ऐसा मेरे सर पे मारा जिससे मेरे सर फट गया और हेड इंजरी आई और मुझे हमारे एसीपी साहब पहाड़गंज एसीपी साहब वो लेके हमें PCR के थ्रू हॉस्पिटल भिजवाया।
Constable Kasana, who sustained serious injuries, was attacked with steel rods, pushed from a rooftop and dragged on the road.
मेरे नीचे टांगों पे भी डंडे मारे गए हैं, स्टील की रॉड जो छपी हुई हैं, जो कि मैं आपको अभी कैमरा पे नहीं दिखा सकता हूँ। बट मैं ये कहना चाहूँगा सर, कल हमारे साथ मतलब बहुत तरीके से ऑर्गेनाइज था ये सर। वो स्टूडेंट्स नहीं थे, वो स्टूडेंट्स के रूप में कोई और ही थे। जैसी पथराव होता है तो मैं ऑब्जर्व करता हूँ कि वो पत्थर नहीं थे, वो टाइलें थी जो कि पहना करके मेरे को मारी गई हैं, जो कि मेरे हाथ पे भी लगी है, जिससे कट गया है मेरा हाथ। ठीक है सर, तो जब वो कटा है उसके बाद मेरे को पता चला वो टाइल है, तो मैंने देखने की कोशिश करी कहाँ से आ रही है, तो मेरे को पता चला मेरे ही ऊपर जो वो है क्या कहते हैं सुलभ शौचालय, उसी के ऊपर से एक आदमी टाइलें मार रहा है। मैं जैसे ही ऊपर चढ़ता हूँ टाइलों को देखने के लिए कि मतलब ऊपर चढ़ता हूँ जैसे कि कौन है ऊपर, मैं ऊपर चढ़ा, ऊपर चढ़ के देखा, देखने के बाद मेरे को पता चलता है कि ऊपर 2 लड़कियां बैठी हैं जो कि टाइलें घिसने का काम कर रही थी, 2 लड़के टाइलें मारने का काम कर रहे थे।
The injured officers further said that several people in the crowd carried bags filled with stones, while some women vandalized public property before joining the assault on police personnel. Delhi police has now registered multiple FIRs for rioting, assault on public servants, destruction of public property and other offences. Several investigation teams are examining video footages and identifying those involved. As the investigation gathers pace, the focus has now shifted from the protest itself to the attempt to target and seriously injure police personnel, with authorities vowing strict action against every individual responsible.
Now, what began as a protest in the national capital soon turned violent, with allegations of attacks on police personnel, stone pelting and vandalism of public property. The violence has also sparked questions over the planning behind the protests, while a US Embassy security advisory issued ahead of the demonstrations has also drawn attention. How come the US Embassy warned of the attacks, the protests turning violent on the 17th? Here's more on that. Take a look.
Cops assaulted, vehicles vandalized. The true face of the CJP protests has been exposed. Stones were pelted on police officers. Total anarchy was seen in the streets of the national capital. Several police vehicles were vandalized as the so-called students' protests took a disturbing turn. In another twist, the US Embassy advisory cautioning its citizens 4 days before the violence raised the question of foreign elements in the protests. So how did the US know of these protests? Were they involved? The playbook and the toolkit seems similar to earlier rounds of violence that the national capital has seen of late. From the Shaheen Bagh protests over CAA NRC in 2020 to the Red Fort protests of 2022 that were not by farmers. The questions over the origins and the conspiracy behind the Monday protests and the violence continue to get murkier.
Now, the political battle over the CJP protest has intensified, with sharp reactions pouring in from both the opposition and the ruling alliance. While opposition leaders have accused the centre of crushing democratic dissent and using excessive force against protesters, the BJP has defended the police action, maintaining that violence cannot be justified in the name of protest. Take a look.
The confrontation over the CJP protest has now turned into a full-blown political battle. Leaders across the spectrum weighed in on the police action and the clashes in Delhi. BJP President Nitin Nabin says that Rahul Gandhi is emerging as a symbol of anarchy.
राहुल गांधी जी गंभीरता से नहीं लेते हैं, इस बात का आज पूरा उनके व्यवहार से दिखा। मेरा ये मानना है, लोकतंत्र में विरोध और अराजकता दोनों अलग अलग शब्द हैं। विरोध जब मर्यादा की हदों को पार कर जाती है तो अराजकता बन जाती है, और हम शुरू से कहते रहे हैं, राहुल गांधी जी अराजकता के प्रतीक बनकर उभर रहे हैं।
Union Minister Jitendra Singh has accused Rahul Gandhi of changing goalposts after the government agreed to opposition demands.
राहुल गांधी से क्या बात हुई सर? राहुल गांधी से क्या बात हुई? सर बात सर जितेंद्र सर, राहुल गांधी से क्या बात? बाद में भाई सर, आप बोलना बाद में। सर आधे घंटे तक आप लोग बैठे रहे, राहुल गांधी माने कि नहीं आपकी बात? सर राहुल गांधी से क्या बातचीत हुई सर? सर हाई सिक्योरिटी जोन में बैठे हुए राहुल गांधी।
Union Minister Chirag Paswan appealed to the opposition to engage in constructive dialogue.
हम सब खुद छात्रों के साथ हैं, युवाओं के साथ हैं। आज मेरे प्रधानमंत्री ने एनडीए सांसदों की बैठक में स्पष्ट तौर से ये बोला कि भारत के भविष्य के साथ, युवाओं छात्रों के साथ कभी किसी तरीके का समझौता नहीं हो सकता। बट ऐसे में आप हर सत्र से पहले एक दो विषय को आप ले लेंगे तो फिर कलेक्टिवली लीजिए ना सारे विषयों को।
Additionally, Maharashtra Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis defended the police response, stating that while peaceful protest is a democratic right, violence and attempts to create unrest cannot be tolerated. Meanwhile, Jharkhand Chief Minister Hemant Soren hinted at further political developments ahead, saying the coming days would witness more struggles and new developments.
वर्तमान परिस्थिति को कई मायने में अलग अलग तरीके से देखने समझने का प्रयास भी हो रहा है। लेकिन मैं यही कहूंगा कि वर्तमान स्थिति काफी, कहा जाए कि एक गंभीर और चिंताजनक दौर से हम सब गुजर रहे हैं।
With both sides refusing to back down, the CJP protest has now moved beyond the streets, becoming the latest flashpoint in the political confrontation between the government and the opposition.
From Shaheen Bagh to the Red Fort, from Jahangirpuri to the latest CJP agitation, serious questions over a recurring protest template in the national capital is being raised. Similarities in mobilization, confrontation with the authorities, and attempts to bring political battles to the street has raised serious security questions. Here's a report that draws out what's so pertinently similar about the toolkit that was used in the CJP protests on the streets of the national capital. Take a look.
Different causes, different faces. But is the protest playbook the same? From Shaheen Bagh to the Red Fort, from Jahangirpuri to the latest CJP agitation, Delhi has repeatedly witnessed witnessed moments that began as protests and escalated into major political flashpoints. The common thread? The national capital as the stage. High visibility locations and attempts to bring maximum political attention to the streets. Shaheen Bagh saw a months-long blockade against the CAA NRC. Farmers occupied Delhi's borders before the Red Fort breach in 2021. Jahangirpuri witnessed violent clashes in 2022. Now the CJP's violent protest has ended in confrontation with the police. Another striking similarity is the prolonged mobilization. Sit-ins, camps, speeches, social media campaigns, and the creation of protest hubs designed to sustain momentum. Each movement relied on emotional issues to rapidly mobilize large sections of people and build pressure on the government. The latest CJP protest followed a familiar trajectory: a Delhi-centric agitation, a march towards a politically sensitive zone, and finally violence that left policemen and protesters injured. The question now arises: is the country witnessing separate protests over different issues, or the return of a familiar protest model that has repeatedly surfaced on the streets of Delhi?
And now we get you all the top stories that are making the headlines from the world of business. Take a look. The Pension Fund Regulatory and Development Authority has introduced an on-tap licensing framework to allow eligible entities to apply as pension fund managers throughout the year. The move is aimed at increasing competition and expanding the national pension system ecosystem. The Reserve Bank of India has released draft regulations to modernize the country's foreign investment framework. The proposed rules seek to simplify compliance, improve clarity, and align India's foreign investment regime with evolving business needs. SEBI has simplified certification requirements for specialized investment fund distributors by introducing a single NISM qualification. The move is expected to streamline onboarding and strengthen the distribution framework for SIF products. Tesla's rising cash burn is putting investor confidence in its artificial intelligence strategy to test. Markets are closely watching whether the company's heavy AI investments will translate into long-term growth amid mounting financial pressure. Now shifting focus. A shocking murder case has emerged from Gujarat's Kutch district, where a 33-year-old woman was allegedly beaten to death by her husband. The accused initially tried to pass it off as natural death, but a forensic post-mortem exposed the alleged murder. Police have arrested the husband and also launched a detailed investigation into the matter. Take a look.
A suspected murder case in Gujarat's Kutch has taken a dramatic turn after a post-mortem contradicted claims of a natural death. 33-year-old Sonam Sunar was found dead at her home in Gandhidham's Bharatnagar area on July 17th. While preparations for her funeral were underway, police received information raising suspicion over the circumstances surrounding her death. A forensic post-mortem revealed Sonam had suffered multiple assault injuries and died after being allegedly beaten with a belt fitted with a metal buckle.
एक नेपाली लड़की की हत्या की वारदात सामने आई थी, जिसकी समग्र घटना देखे तो ये नेपाली जो लड़की थी उसके हस्बैंड जो थे सुल्तान यूसुफ सुबरा, उन्होंने खुद अपनी पत्नी की हत्या करके उनकी जो बॉडी थी उनकी अंतिम क्रिया करने की कोशिश कर रहे थे। उसी दौरान पुलिस को इन्फॉर्मेशन मिली थी कि एक्यूज ने अपनी पत्नी को मार के उसकी अंतिम विधि कर रहे। जिसे पूरी जानकारी मिलने के बाद पूरी पुलिस ने तुरंत घटनास्थल पे जाके जो उनकी बॉडी थी उनका फॉरेंसिक पीएम करवाया, जिसमें मल्टीपल इंजरी होने की हकीकत सामने आई, जिसके तहत पुलिस ने जो मरण युवती थी उसके भाई की कंप्लेंट लेके आगे की कार्रवाई की है। और इस समग्र घटना में पुलिस ने जो एक्यूज था सुल्तान यूसुफ सुमरा उसको भी अरेस्ट कर लिया है।
Based on the post-mortem findings, police registered a murder case under the Bharatiya Nyay Sanhita and arrested the victim's husband, 35-year-old Sultan Sumra. Investigators say the accused had initially attempted to portray the incident as a natural death. Police are now probing the sequence of events leading to the alleged murder and whether there was a history of domestic abuse.
ये सब सुन के मुझे बहुत बुरा लगा जब मुझे मेरी बहन का फोटो दिखाया। बहुत बुरा लगा, मैं बता नहीं पा रहा हूँ आपको, इतना बुरा लगा। ऐसा बेरहमी से उसको मारा है। मुझे बस एक ही है कि मेरी बहन को न्याय मिलना चाहिए और ऐसा न्याय मिलना चाहिए कि आगे कोई भी मेरी बहन हो उसको ऐसा तकलीफ दुख से गुजरना ना पड़े जैसे मेरी बहन गुजरी है। लास्ट टाइम तक वो हमें संपर्क नहीं कर पाई, हमको बता नहीं पाई कि मेरे साथ ऐसा प्रॉब्लम हो रहा था, मैं मुसीबत में हूँ, हम तक फ़ोन भी नहीं कर पाई वो। तो मैं आपसे यही अनुरोध करता हूँ मेरी बहन को न्याय मिले और ऐसा न्याय मिले कि आने वाले मेरी बहनों को, मेरे बच्चों को ऐसे क्रूर लोग से दूरी रहे। बस यही मेरी आपसे विनती है।
The victim's brother said Sonam had been living with the accused since 2011 and had not been in contact with her family for the last 4 years. Police say further investigation is underway and statements from family members and other witnesses are being recorded.
And that's all for this edition, but don't go anywhere. Coming up on the other side, dragging the NEET issue even after successful re-NEET exam. Is the opposition using the CJP to indirectly disrupt the parliamentary proceedings? We're getting you all the details on the other side.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा,
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates. IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ, स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
प्यास बुझाए, ठंडक लाए, सबको भाए जीरा से। MTH का जल जीरा, जीरा से।
जीरा सिर्फ असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MTH।
चितौड़ में भेजा था रेस्क्यू करने के लिए। एक डिप्लो हो गया, 2 हो गया मुरैना में, हम लोग का बाकी सेठो हो गया जोहट में। तो यहाँ भी मस्जिद में कुछ
Taking across to a fresh breaking development from the West Asia war. Noticeable up-tempo in strikes across Iran now following the start of the 11th consecutive wave of US strikes against Iran. Active air defenses and even a massive fire is now visible over the capital city of Tehran. Those are the visuals that we're getting in for you. US has now launched an 11th wave of strikes against Iran, targeting the country's capital city of Tehran. In fact, major blazes could be seen engulfing various parts of the capital after airstrikes by the United States. In fact, air defenses have also been intercepting US missiles in Iran. This is as per a statement that's been shared by the Iranian media. Now, US has launched an 11th wave of strikes on the 11th day that the war continues to rage on in West Asia. Now, air defense systems have gone off across Iran, especially in the capital city of Tehran. That's also reported major blazes across various areas that were struck by US air strikes. And that's all for this edition of Live and Breaking. But don't go anywhere. On the other side, Pakistan-occupied Kashmir has now served the final ultimatum to Pakistan.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
I wake up wearing someone else again. Skin tight like porcelain. I don't recognize these eyes. Something scratching from inside. Don't let it slip. I'm losing control. I don't wanna be safe anymore. Underneath there's a fire they can't keep. No more faces.
Finding myself. That's my moment of Sarah.
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाए जीरा से MTH का जल जीरा जीरा से
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MTH
ऑक्टोरोमा मैनुअल वाइंडिंग 4 लोगों के पास है ये।
कुछ इससे भी अनोखा।
कमला पसंद, सिर्फ एक अनोखा स्वाद। कमला पसंद पान मसाला।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
We cannot say that we will see relief for sure, but yes.
Welcome back. You're watching Live and Breaking with me, Kesu Bharadwaj on Republic TV. In fact, we have lots lined up for you. Pertinent questions also being raised over the CJP protest that took over the national capital. Is there a toolkit that's being followed in this protest, much like Shaheen Bagh? We're answering all of that for you, but first, like usual, a check on your headlines. Republic exposes CJP goons' violence and vandalism caught on camera. Dipke's theatrics fall flat. Questions are being raised. Is CJP a planned front for violence? Anarchy toolkit repeats. CJP protest follows exact toolkit from Shaheen Bagh and Red Fort violence. Dragging the NEET issue even after a successful re-NEET examination. Is the opposition using CJP to indirectly disrupt the parliamentary proceedings? Pakistan-occupied Kashmir's final ultimatum to Pakistan. Mass protest has been called by the JAAC against the Munir army today. And starting first with an update that's coming in from the West Asia war, the Iranian media now claims that a military site near Tabriz was heavily targeted by US airstrikes earlier tonight. Now, in fact, throughout the night, the exchange of strikes between the US and Iran continued. In fact, Iraq also got in the line of the crossfire, and fresh visuals show the US airstrikes that battered Iran and Tabriz, and in fact also the Iranian capital of Tehran overnight. US airstrikes that continue to target military sites near Tabriz and other areas across Iran, including the Iranian capital of Tehran. In fact, these visuals show multiple missile trajectories that struck military bases across Iran. The visual that we're specifically seeing on our screens right now comes in from Tabriz. This is the 11th day that the US and Iran have returned to exchanging fresh fire amid the ongoing war. Now, in fact, in another breaking development, anti-air defense systems were also seen in action over the Iranian capital in Tehran. In fact, air defense systems sprung into action and sirens were blazing across the Iranian capital of Tehran. This comes over the connection of the US overnight airstrikes on the Iranian capital of Tehran. The Iranian air defense systems that sprung into actions. Visuals also show Iran intercepting US missiles over the Tehranian airspace. This is the 11th day of the West Asia war, having returned to fresh strikes being exchanged between the United States and Iran. In fact, all rounds of truce have completely collapsed. In fact, Trump continues to say that the war will only get more grim. In fact, Iran has also said that various areas, including civilian infrastructure, has come under fire over US airstrikes, including railways, including the Iranian airports, and also various bridges. We're also getting in some more breaking development from the West Asia war. Video footage that's come forward now shows the use of a US Central Command that launched the 11th strikes on Iran. In fact, this video has been released by the US Central Command, the CENTCOM, that shows that Iranian military capabilities have been reduced further. Remember, Iran has also said that their military facility, their military bases across Tehran and Tabriz have been struck on the 11th day of US strikes. And now CENTCOM has released a visual. They show the leading up moments to the airstrikes that were rained down on the Iranian military bases across Tabriz and the Iranian capital of Tehran. The visual that's been released by US CENTCOM moments before Iran was struck by US airstrikes. In fact, we see fighter jets taking off from US bases to go strike military bases in Iran. And this comes as tensions continue to grow between Iran and the United States in the West Asia war. In fact, not just that, viewers, Defense Secretary of the US, Pete Hegseth, has also been faced with questions and protests. Now, this comes just yesterday. There were protests and questions being raised against the Defense Secretary of the US, Pete Hegseth, over the US's war with Iran, which he estimated has costed about $37.5 billion so far, as Republicans prepare a $95 billion GOP budget package to fund the military, along with other White House priorities. Now, Hegseth provided the new estimate up from the earlier assessments during a fiery hearing at the Senate Appropriations Committee. Several times, protesters interrupted Hegseth's opening, and which came days after the Pentagon announced that 3 more American service members have been killed in the West Asia conflict, bringing the death toll of the US soldiers to a total of 17, and that over 100 have been injured since early July. So, in fact, the American citizens also seen uprising, the American opposition rising against the government in power, rising against Pete Hegseth, the Secretary of War for the US, and also Donald Trump, the president, of course. And this comes after 2 more service members of the United States were killed in action in the conflict against West Asia. In fact, let's listen in to how Pete Hegseth was heckled during his opening remarks and what he had to say in replies.
Estimate about what the war has cost us so far in this, the 5th month of the first year of this war in Iran?
Senator, the estimate we have as of today is $37.5 billion.
And is the current activity, which we've been told about, the exchange of fire back and forth in Iran, an indication that that number is going to go up in the months ahead?
Some of that number captures additional O&M, mill pay, and other that would be anticipated through the fiscal year. So some of that anticipates what costs would be going out in the future as well.
And now shifting focus. The new British Prime Minister Andy Burnham has chaired his first cabinet meeting after taking office, promising a one-team government focused on easing the cost of living crisis. Burnham also announced his first policy move, scrapping VAT on household electricity bills to provide relief to millions of families. Now remember, this comes as Keir Starmer, the former UK Prime Minister, came under severe fire over rising inflation across the United Kingdom. Take a look.
Britain's new Prime Minister Andy Burnham chaired his first cabinet meeting after formally taking office. Burnham congratulated his ministers and called for a one-term approach to deliver on the government's priorities.
Can I just say, I expect this every meeting. Thank you so much, colleagues, and congratulations first. Those of you who've taken new positions, thank you for stepping up to serve, and for those reappointed to your roles, please take that as a major vote of confidence in you. And we feel like a good team. That's certainly how I feel today. A good team that reflects the party, the country, all backgrounds. You know, I think we're going to work really well together. So thank you, everybody. We've got two items on the agenda today. The mission, the purpose of this government, and standards. And the two are linked because we will only deliver for people and make hope feel real for people if we are pulling ourselves together in the same direction, and we have a really positive working relationship, a sense of one team.
He said the government's primary mission would be to ease the cost of living burden facing millions of households.
We need to every day think, well, what can we do just to take that little bit of pressure off people's shoulders, just to give them that little extra sense that help is coming, so that they can have that bit of hope that things are getting better. And that's the mission that we've got to set ourselves together.
Burnham announced his first major measure by removing VAT on household electricity bills. The tax cut is expected to benefit around 29 million households from October, with the government saying it is the first step toward improving living standards.
We need to be a cost of living government, and getting that cost of living down and looking at all possible ways of doing that. I talked yesterday outside in Downing Street about bringing back hope, and that's got to be us, isn't it? We've got to do that. We can do that. And we've made a start today. We made the announcement about removing VAT from household electricity bills. It's not everything, but it shows our determination to do something about people's living standards, and it kind of points the way for further measures that we hope to take that pressure off people.
Burnham also unveiled his new cabinet, with John Healey appointed Chancellor, E.D. Miliband as Foreign Secretary and Wes Streeting as Defence Secretary. The new Prime Minister says his government will focus on lowering household costs and rebuilding public confidence through coordinated action.
And now shifting focus. US President Donald Trump has defended his decision to impose fresh tariffs on Canada, accusing Ottawa of treating American farmers unfairly. Trump also blamed Canada for failing to manage its wildfires, saying the smoke has severely impacted several US states. At the same time, the US President warned that Washington could soon launch fresh strikes on Iranian nuclear infrastructure. Here's everything that's ongoing. Take a look.
US President Donald Trump has defended fresh tariffs on Canada, saying the move is linked to long-standing trade disputes. Trump accused Canada of treating American farmers unfairly and said previous US administrations failed to respond.
The only response to the way they've treated our farmers and our people. Canada's been very, very tough on us over the years, for many years, and no other president's done anything about it. I love Canada. I love the people of Canada. Many friends that live in Canada, but their leadership from Trudeau to the current leadership, I mean, in all fairness to them, they need us to survive. Without us, there's no way they can survive. So, but they've been very, very tough over a period of the last 50 years, actually.
The US president also blamed Canada for failing to manage its forests, saying wildfire smoke has affected several American cities.
Damage has been done. They're not managing their forests properly, and the wind has a tendency to blow right over New York City, right over, you saw Detroit, they had to close the whole place. Michigan was really affected. They had to close businesses for 4 days. It's very serious what they're doing, and they don't seem to be able to do anything about it. If they managed their forests, they wouldn't have the fire.
Trump said poor forest management in Canada has led to repeated wildfires impacting the United States. Turning to Iran, he said Washington is closely tracking Tehran's nuclear program.
This one, Iran is bigger. It's a more complex situation, but we're probably doing equally as well if you look at the damage that's been done. And again, as I said to the young man that just posed the question over here, if we left today, it would take them decades to rebuild, and I don't believe they could ever rebuild. And honestly, they haven't seen anything yet. We've been nice. We've been nice.
Asked about reports of centrifuges being moved near Pickaxe Mountain, Trump said the US is monitoring nuclear material rather than equipment.
I think that they may have, we don't have it on record. All we do is read the fake news. You know, we see the news is so wrong so many times. So, maybe this one they have right, but it's okay. It doesn't mean anything unless they have the material. You're talking about the centrifuges. Yeah, it doesn't mean anything unless they have the material. They don't have. We follow the material. That's where the action is, and we'll be hitting that area probably pretty soon. And there's not a thing they can do about it. Normally I wouldn't say that. If I thought they could do something about it, I would never say that. But we'll be hitting that area pretty soon, and very heavily.
Trump warned that the US could soon launch heavy strikes on the area near Iran's underground nuclear facilities if necessary. The remarks come as tensions with Iran remain high and Washington continues to maintain pressure through both military and economic measures.
Well, not only is the US president, asking for more strikes and asking for a higher exaggeration in the ongoing war, he's also ruled out any possibility of immediate talks with Iran, saying America has no interest in meeting unless Tehran is ready for meaningful negotiations. Trump also warned of fresh military action against any Iranian nuclear facility and vowed that Iran will never be allowed to develop a nuclear weapon. Listen in.
US President Donald Trump says that Washington has no interest in talks with Iran unless Tehran is prepared for meaningful negotiations.
You don't know what the dialogue is behind the scenes, that they want to meet desperately to try and end it because they're getting decimated. You don't get that when you listen to your fake station, but you don't know. You don't know anything.
So talks are
still
something
possible,
that I
don't know? Do you know something I don't know?
Well, tell us.
I will tell you, they want to desperately meet, and until they're ready to meet in a meaningful way, we have no interest in even.
Trump said Iran is under severe military pressure and reiterated that Tehran will never be allowed to acquire a nuclear weapon.
I'll be going to Dover for something that I feel it's a great honor for me to do it. These are people that want it, and they feel like I do, that Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. Very simple. It's a very simple dictum. They cannot have a nuclear weapon, and they won't have. They're not going to they have no chance of having a nuclear weapon. And as far as Iran is concerned, I'll let Pete maybe say a couple of words, but we are doing very well. We are degrading them at levels that nobody thought was possible. They're being degraded really so seriously.
US Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth said that Iran has repeatedly been given opportunities to negotiate, but warned of a tougher response if attacks continue.
It'll be an honor as well to join you at Dover to recognize these incredible Americans who committed to the cause just like you are. Something no president's been willing to do. 47 years, they build up a conventional capability like the North Koreans did. Iran's been given every opportunity to negotiate, to show that they're reasonable on the Strait of Hormuz. But if they're going to shoot at commercial shipping, then we're going to hit them, as the president said, 10 times harder.
Trump also warned that the United States would target any Iranian site linked to efforts to revive its nuclear program.
They can't have a nuclear weapon right now. It would take them years to produce it. And we will absolutely attack the new site that they're talking about. I mean, how about these people? They're in this because of nuclear weapons, and they're trying to possibly reconstitute a site. We'll hit that site. Any site where they're even thinking about nuclear, we'll be hitting it very, very powerfully.
The remarks come as US-Iran tensions remain high, with military operations continuing alongside growing uncertainty over whether diplomacy can resume.
And now, Russia has launched another wave of overnight drone and air attacks on Ukraine, killing at least 3 people and injuring several others, including children in Sumy. Now, residential buildings and civilian infrastructure were hit as Moscow continued its aerial assault across multiple regions. Here's a report that gets you all the details.
Russia launched another wave of overnight drone and airstrikes across Ukraine, targeting multiple regions. In Zaporizhzhia, 3 people were killed and at least 13 others injured after Russian airstrikes hit residential areas. Fires engulfed apartments from the 3rd to the 9th floor of a multi-story building, while several parked vehicles were damaged. In the northeastern city of Sumy, a Russian drone struck a 9-story residential building, injuring at least 6 people, including 4 children. Another drone attack sparked a massive fire at shopping center, adding to the damage caused overnight. Ukraine's Air Force said Russia launched 58 long-range strike drones during the night. Air defense systems intercepted or jammed 46 drones, but several others struck targets across 7 locations. Emergency crews continued rescue and firefighting operations as authorities assessed the damage and searched affected buildings. The latest attacks comes as Russia maintains its aerial campaign against Ukrainian cities despite ongoing international efforts to end the war.
And now quickly let's take a look across all the other stories that we're tracking from across the country. Rajasthan police have arrested 3 more accused in the Pakistan-linked drone arms smuggling case. The arrests made in Punjab in Sri Ganganagar follow the interrogation of the prime accused and are expected to help uncover the larger cross-border weapons network. Youth groups held a candlelight protest in Kerala's Wayanad over alleged police action during a protest in Delhi. India has delivered relief supplies including food items and family tents to Afghanistan's National Disaster Management Authority following devastating floods in Nuristan. The humanitarian assistance is aimed at supporting flood-affected communities during the ongoing crisis. The Indian Met Department has forecasted light to moderate rainfall in parts of Delhi on the 22nd of July, with cloudy skies and thunderstorms likely. The weather is expected to bring relief from the prevailing humid conditions. And now, viewers, what began as a protest in Delhi soon turned violent with allegations of attacks on police personnel, stone pelting and vandalism of public property. The violence has also sparked multiple questions over the planning behind the protests, while a US Embassy security advisory that was issued ahead of the demonstrations has also drawn massive attention. Is there a larger link, and is this a larger conspiracy than just being an anti-NEET protest? Here's more that answers all the questions. Take a look.
Cops assaulted, vehicles vandalized. The true face of the CJP protests has been exposed. Stones were pelted on police officers. Total anarchy was seen in the streets of the national capital. Several police vehicles were vandalized as the so-called students' protests took a disturbing turn. In another twist, the US Embassy advisory cautioning its citizens 4 days before the violence raised the question of foreign elements in the protests. So how did the US know of these protests? Were they involved? The playbook and the toolkit seems similar to earlier rounds of violence that the national capital has seen of late. From the Shaheen Bagh protests over CAA NRC in 2020 to the Red Fort protests of 2022 that were not by farmers. The questions over the origins and the conspiracy behind the Monday protests and the violence continue to get murkier.
And that's all for this edition of Live and Breaking, but don't go anywhere. On the other side, the Pakistan-occupied Kashmir has now given its final ultimatum to Pakistan. A mass protest has been called by the JAAC against the Munir army today. We're getting you minute-to-minute details on the other side.
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates. IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा सबका राजा और मसाला।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
इतना में भेजा था रेस्क्यू करने के लिए। एक डिप्लो हो गया, 2 हो गया मुरैना में, हम लोग का बाकी सेठ हो गया जोहट में। तो यहाँ भी मस्जिद में कुछ लोग फंसा हुआ है, उन लोग भी हम बाहर निकलने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं। अभी गोलाघाट से एक टीम आ रहा है, सॉरी हुजाई से। अभी
Now viewers, from Shaheen Bagh to the Red Fort, from Jahangirpuri to the latest CJP agitation, serious questions over recurring protest template in the national capital are pertinent and must be asked. Similarities in mobilization, confrontation with the authorities and attempts to bring political battles to streets has raised serious security questions. Here's a report that gets you all the details. Take a look.
Different causes, different faces. But is the protest playbook the same? From Shaheen Bagh to the Red Fort, from Jahangirpuri to the latest CJP agitation, Delhi has repeatedly witnessed moments that began as protests and escalated into major political flashpoints. The common thread? The national capital as the stage. High visibility locations and attempts to bring maximum political attention to the streets. Shaheen Bagh saw a months-long blockade against the CAA NRC. Farmers occupied Delhi's borders before the Red Fort breach in 2021. Jahangirpuri witnessed violent clashes in 2022. Now the CJP's violent protest has ended in confrontation with the police. Another striking similarity is a prolonged mobilization. Sit-ins, camps, speeches, social media campaigns, and the creation of protest hubs designed to sustain momentum. Each movement relied on emotional issues to rapidly mobilize large sections of people and build pressure on the government. The latest CJP protest followed a familiar trajectory, a Delhi-centric agitation, a march towards a politically sensitive zone, and finally violence that left policemen and protesters injured. The question now arises, is the country witnessing separate protests over different issues, or the return of a familiar protest model that has repeatedly surfaced on the streets of Delhi?
And viewers, coming up on the other side, dragging the NEET issue even after a successful re-NEET examination. Now, is the opposition using the CJP to indirectly disrupt parliamentary proceedings? We're answering that and a lot more on the other side.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
I wake up wearing someone else again. Skin tight like porcelain. I don't recognize these eyes. Something scratching from inside. Don't let it slip. I'm losing control. I don't wanna be safe anymore. Underneath there's a fire they can't keep. No more faces.
Finding myself. That's my moment of Sarah.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ स्वाद आया?
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
We cannot say that we will see relief for sure, but yes.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Republic exposes CJP goons, violence, vandalism caught on camera. Deep K's theatrics fall flat. Questions raised, is CJP a planned front for violence? Anarchy toolkit repeats. CJP protest follows exact toolkit from Shaheen Bagh and Red Fort violence. Dragging the NEET issue even after successful re-NEET exam. Is the opposition using CJP to indirectly disrupt Parliament? POK's final ultimatum to Pakistan, mass protest called by JAAC against the Munir army today. All right, viewers, let's begin this bulletin with the big breaking news development from the violent CJP protest that we are getting. Viewers, we have a fresh breaking news from the CJP violence, the planned violence, which we are getting that took place last night too. A new video has now emerged in which the mob attempts to lynch, I repeat, to lynch an RAF Jawan that took place yesterday evening at around 8 p.m. A mob surrounded the RAF Jawan and beat him severely. His colleagues managed to save his life. Luckily, fortunately, he survived. But you can understand the kind of mob that is present here. These are not students. These are the people who are there to kill the policemen, to lynch the policemen, to lynch the RAF personnel. On camera, this is visual evidence, this is video evidence on camera, caught on camera, as you can see. Exclusive video on your television screen, ladies and gentlemen. As you can see, the video explains the real intent, the real face of the protesters, of the protests, the real motive. They want to kill, they want to lynch the RAF personnel, the police, the policemen, the cops. All right, we have another visual, ladies and gentlemen. We'll go across to that visual also. Let's go to that visual. This is another video that we have that has emerged of another attack on the RAF personnel. There are in thousands this violent mob, as you can see. They have surrounded the RAF personnel. The RAF personnel who have shown restraint. They are not attacking the mob. They're showing restraint, but even after that, they are surrounding and trying to lynch, kicking, punching. While he fell on ground, they started beating him with his shield. Many injuries were reported. Many were found profusely bleeding because of the continuous attacks of this violent mob. All right, Ishita is with me from the newsroom for all the updates on what's happening in these protests. Ishita, the visuals are horrifying. It's very dangerous for the police personnel, for the RAF personnel to function. We spoke to many officers who were injured, including female officers. Ishita, over to you for all these latest visuals, Ishita.
Right, of course. Shivam, we are seeing situation escalating on the ground in central Delhi, and these are the few videos that you've accessed. This happened yesterday around 7 to 8 p.m. in central Delhi, and you can see how this mob essentially is becoming unruly, is chasing these RAF personnel, hunting them down and brutally assaulting them. In the video that we have accessed, in fact, which is on our screen right now, you can see in this very video an RAF personnel being hunted down by the mob, being chased first, and then, you can see the kicks and the punches which are coming in his way. And now these are protesters. In fact, it is questionable if these can be called protesters anymore, because these are CGP goons who are now indulging in violent incidents. It has been happening over the past 2 days now, and these are the videos now showing the real face of CGP violence, the goons which are in fact out there on the streets in central Delhi, attacking police personnel who are there on their duty, trying to restore calm, trying to ensure that there is normalcy which returns on the streets. But again, visuals showing in that they have no intention of having some law and order in place. They continue to engage in these brutal assaults, unleashing violence on these RAF personnel who are out there on the streets just performing their duty. And in fact, Shivam, it's not just RAF personnel or Delhi police which is, at the receiving end of such violence. It is also journalists who are out there to cover these protests, which are also receiving such violent threats. They're also being hunted down and beaten. We've accessed some visuals of that as well. So this is, essentially violence. This is essentially, Gunda Raj is what is being displayed by these CJP protesters on the streets. These are not how aggrieved students or distressed students behave, not somebody who's seeking answers or seeking accountability from the government. This is essentially, violence. This is a deliberate attempt to create unrest, to create chaos on the streets of Delhi. And you can see in the visuals that they are hunting down these RAF personnel who are out there performing duty. And despite constant warnings, constant appeals coming in from these jawans who are asking them that do not take law and order in your hands, do not pelt stones. If you want to protest, protest peacefully, raise your concerns in a peaceful manner, in a democratic manner. But despite that, you can see that such videos showing the real intentions behind these protesters. They're hurling abuses at political leaders, at these personnel who are out there performing duty, chasing them, hunting them down and brutally assaulting them. So clearly showing us that, this is not a student protest. This is not a protest which is seeking accountability from the government. This is a clear and a deliberate attempt to create unrest and to incite violence. And the outcome is very much visible on our screen, Shiva.
All right, Ishita, thanks a lot. Keep tracking all the developments. We'll come back to you as more details emerge. So this was Ishita explaining on what exactly unfolded in Delhi, and these are the visuals of the violent protest, ladies and gentlemen, on your screen. As you can see, this is an attempt, a literal attempt to lynch the Jawan, to beat him. And if they were successful, they would have been successful in killing this Jawan, who was at the mercy of these violent protesters who are attacking the police personnel with sticks, even with iron rods, with beer bottles, and also with big bricks and stones. And many police personnel were injured, and many suffered fractures, broken ribs, and spine injuries also because of these violent protests in the national capital region, ladies and gentlemen. These are the visuals of last night, and this is the exact face of the protest, the violent protest of the CJP. Now, what began as a protest in the name of students has now snowballed into a major law and order flashpoint. Republic has accessed exclusive testimonies of police personnel who were on duty during the CJP Parliament March. Now, their accounts paint a chilling picture of what they describe as a pre-planned attack on the police force. Officers alleged they were surrounded, dragged, assaulted with steel rods, stones and glass bottles, while antisocial elements infiltrated the crowd with the intent to trigger violence. Here's the ground report.
The CJP protest near Parliament Street is turning more violent with each passing minute. Delhi police officers said that the march was used as a cover for a planned attack on security personnel. According to Delhi police, more than 118 personnel were injured, while several government vehicles and barricades were vandalized during the violence. Sub-Inspector Srinivas Sharma, who was deployed at the protest site, said that a crowd of nearly 10,000 people turned violent.
अपने डीसीपी साहब की टीम के साथ, रोहित राजवीर साहब की टीम के साथ उनके पास गए कि रास्ता खाली कर दो और जनता मंत्री उसकी तरफ अपना कनाट प्लेस की तरफ चले जाएं, जिससे कि रास्ता हो जाए। तो वो भीड़ पूरी उग्र हो चुकी थी और उन्होंने अटैक करने की वो करी। हमने दोनों डीसीपी साहब को सेफ निकाल दिया वहाँ से। उसके बाद भीड़ ने हमारे साथ, हमारे 2-3 साथी हमारे वहाँ पे हम रह गए, तो भीड़ ने हमारे साथ बर्बरता की, सड़क पे खींचा, जिसके साथ हमारी ये चोट लगी आई है, और पब्लिक हमारे साथ मारपीट की और हमारे साथ वो किया, जिसकी वजह से मुझे फ्रैक्चर भी आया है।
Additionally, DCP Anand Mishra said the protest was unlawful from the beginning and claimed the mob ignored repeated warnings before attacking police.
उन्होंने अचानक से जो है बैरिकेड तोड़ना शुरू कर दिया, गाड़ियां तोड़ना शुरू कर दिया और पुलिस वालों को अपनी तरफ खींच के पीटा। कुछ लोग फ्लैग्स लाए हुए थे, उसमें जो डंडे यूज़ होते हैं वो डंडे निकाल करके मारने की कोशिश करी, चप्पल फेंका, बॉटल्स फेंकी, खाली बॉटल्स फेंकी। और हमारे कई पुलिसकर्मी इस प्रक्रिया में, हाँ, स्टोन पेल्टिंग भी करी कई जगह पर। उस प्रक्रिया में हमारे पुलिसकर्मी 115 के करीब घायल हुए, जो अब तक का भी रिकॉर्ड में आया है। मुझे भी इसी दौरान चोट लगी थी।
Head Constable Lal Singh alleged that anti-social elements had infiltrated the gathering. climbed onto nearby structures and launched a coordinated stone pelting attack targeting police personnel.
कितनी भीड़ थी जिन लोगों ने आपको घेरा? आप क्या अकेले थे या आपके साथ भी टीम थी?
नहीं, हमारे साथ टीम थी, हमारे साथ थे, साथ में थे सारे 10-15 आदमी थे। हम अपने पुलिसकर्मी थे 10-15।
तो कैसे हुआ? क्या भीड़ आपकी तरफ बढ़ी? आप लोग रोक रहे थे? क्या कुछ घटनाक्रम हुआ कल?
अब उनको भीड़ को रोक रहे थे, उनको रोक रहे थे, तो एकदम अचानक से उन्होंने हमला किया था। लाठी डंडे और पत्थरों से हमला, ऊपर से पत्थर, बहुत सारे पत्थर मार रहे थे।
ऊपर कहाँ?
ऊपर उधर वहीं पे संसद मार्ग पे ही।
Another injured officer, Head Constable Naveen Ola, claimed the violence appeared meticulously planned.
नहीं, भीड़ काफ़ी थी सर, 5-6 हज़ार पब्लिक थी लगभग, और उग्र हो रही थी। स्थिति ये हो गई कि पत्थरबाजी करने लगे उन्होंने। वो कंट्रोल करने की काफ़ी कोशिशें की गई, लेकिन वो कंट्रोल नहीं हो पाई, पर किसी ने भीड़ में से निकलकर मुझ पर पत्थर, तेज़ निकला कोई पत्थर, ऐसा ईंट या कुछ ऐसा मेरे सर पे मारा, जिससे मेरे सर फट गया और हेड इंजरी आई, और मुझे हमारे एसीपी साहब, पहाड़गंज एसीपी साहब, वो लेके हमें PCR के थ्रू हॉस्पिटल भिजवाया।
Constable Kasana, who sustained serious injuries, was attacked with steel rods, pushed from a rooftop and dragged on the road.
मेरे नीचे टांगों पे भी डंडे मारे गए हैं, स्टील की रॉड जो छपी हुई हैं, जो कि मैं आपको अभी कैमरा पे नहीं दिखा सकता हूँ। बट मैं ये कहना चाहूँगा सर, कल हमारे साथ मतलब बहुत तरीके से ऑर्गेनाइज था ये सर। वो स्टूडेंट्स नहीं थे, वो स्टूडेंट्स के रूप में कोई और ही थे। जैसे ही पथराव होता है तो मैं ऑब्जर्व करता हूँ कि वो पत्थर नहीं थे, वो टाइलें थी जो कि पहना करके मेरे को मारी गई हैं, जो कि मेरे हाथ पे भी लगी है, जिससे कट गया है मेरा हाथ। ठीक है सर। तो जब वो कटा है उसके बाद मेरे को पता चला वो टाइल है, तो मैंने देखने की कोशिश करी कहाँ से आ रही है, तो मेरे को पता चला मेरे ही ऊपर जो वो है, क्या कहते हैं, सुलभ शौचालय, उसी के ऊपर से एक आदमी टाइलें मार रहा है। मैं जैसे ही ऊपर चढ़ता हूँ टाइलों को देखने के लिए कि मतलब ऊपर चढ़ता हूँ जैसे कि कौन है ऊपर, मैं ऊपर चढ़ा, ऊपर चढ़ के देखा, देखने के बाद मेरे को पता चलता है कि ऊपर 2 लड़कियां बैठी हैं जो कि टाइलें घिसने का काम कर रही थी, 2 लड़के टाइलें मारने का काम कर रहे थे।
The injured officers further said that several people in the crowd carried bags filled with stones, while some women vandalized public property before joining the assault on police personnel. Delhi police has now registered multiple FIRs for rioting, assault on public servants, destruction of public property and other offences. Several investigation teams are examining video footages and identifying those involved. As the investigation gathers pace, the focus has now shifted from the protest itself to the attempt to target and seriously injure police personnel, with authorities vowing strict action against every individual responsible.
Now, what began as a protest in Delhi soon turned violent, with allegations of attacks on police personnel, stone pelting and vandalism of public property. All of this was recorded on camera. We have visuals. Now, the violence has also sparked questions of the planning behind the protests, while a US Embassy security advisory issued ahead of the demonstrations has drawn attention. Here's more in this report.
Cops assaulted, vehicles vandalized. The true face of the CJP protests has been exposed. Stones were pelted on police officers. Total anarchy was seen in the streets of the national capital. Several police vehicles were vandalized as the so-called students' protests took a disturbing turn. In another twist, the US Embassy advisory cautioning its citizens 4 days before the violence, raised the question of foreign elements in the protests. So how did the US know of these protests? Were they involved? The playbook and the toolkit seems similar to earlier rounds of violence that the national capital has seen of late. From the Shaheen Bagh protests over CAA NRC in 2020 to the Red Fort protests of 2022 that were not by farmers. The questions over the origins and the conspiracy behind the Monday protests and the violence continue to get murkier.
Now, from Shaheen Bagh to Red Fort, from Jahangirpuri to the latest CJP agitation, serious questions over a recurring protest template in the national capital. Similarities in mobilization, confrontation with authorities, and attempts to bring political battles to the streets has raised serious security questions. Here's a report on everything we know so far.
Different causes, different faces. But is the protest playbook the same? From Shaheen Bagh to the Red Fort, from Jahangirpuri to the latest CJP agitation, Delhi has repeatedly witnessed moments that began as protests and escalated into major political flashpoints. The common thread? The national capital as the stage. High visibility locations and attempts to bring maximum political attention to the streets. Shaheen Bagh saw a months-long blockade against the CAA NRC. Farmers occupied Delhi's borders before the Red Fort breach in 2021. Jahangirpuri witnessed violent clashes in 2022. Now the CJP's violent protest has ended in confrontation with the police. Another striking similarity is the prolonged mobilization. Sit-ins, camps, speeches, social media campaigns, and the creation of protest hubs designed to sustain momentum. Each movement relied on emotional issues to rapidly mobilize large sections of people and build pressure on the government. The latest CJP protest followed a familiar trajectory, a Delhi-centric agitation, a march towards a politically sensitive zone, and finally violence that left policemen and protesters injured. The question now arises, is the country witnessing separate protests over different issues, or the return of a familiar protest model that has repeatedly surfaced on the streets of Delhi?
Now, the political battle over the CJP protest has intensified, with sharp reactions pouring in from both the opposition and the ruling alliance. Now, while opposition leaders have accused the centre of crushing democratic dissent and using excessive force against protesters, the BJP has defended the police action, maintaining that violence cannot be justified in the name of protest. Take a look.
The confrontation over the CJP protest has now turned into a full-blown political battle. Leaders across the spectrum weighed in on the police action and the clashes in Delhi. BJP President Nitin Nabin says that Rahul Gandhi is emerging as a symbol of anarchy.
राहुल गांधी जी गंभीरता से नहीं लेते हैं, इस बात का आज पूरा उनके व्यवहार से दिखा। मेरा ये मानना है, लोकतंत्र में विरोध और अराजकता दोनों अलग अलग शब्द हैं। विरोध जब मर्यादा की हदों को पार कर जाती है तो अराजकता बन जाती है, और हम शुरू से कहते रहे हैं, राहुल गांधी जी अराजकता के प्रतीक बनकर उभर रहे हैं।
Union Minister Jitendra Singh has accused Rahul Gandhi of changing goalposts after the government agreed to opposition demands.
राहुल गांधी से क्या बात हुई सर? राहुल गांधी से क्या बात हुई? सर जितेंद्र सर, राहुल गांधी से क्या बात हुई? बाद में भाई सर, आप बोलना बाद में। सर आधे घंटे तक आप लोग बैठे रहे, राहुल गांधी माने कि नहीं आपकी बात? सर राहुल गांधी से क्या बातचीत हुई सर? सर हाई सिक्योरिटी जोन में बैठे हुए राहुल गांधी।
Union Minister Chirag Paswan appealed to the opposition to engage in constructive dialogue.
हम सब खुद छात्रों के साथ हैं, युवाओं के साथ हैं। आज मेरे प्रधानमंत्री ने एनडीए सांसदों की बैठक में स्पष्ट तौर से ये बोला कि भारत के भविष्य के साथ युवाओं छात्रों के साथ कभी किसी तरीके का समझौता नहीं हो सकता। बट ऐसे में आप हर सत्र से पहले एक दो विषय को आप ले लेंगे तो फिर कलेक्टिवली लीजिए ना सारे विषयों को।
Additionally, Maharashtra Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis defended the police response, stating that while peaceful protest is a democratic right, violence and attempts to create unrest cannot be tolerated. Meanwhile, Jharkhand Chief Minister Hemant Soren hinted at further political developments ahead, saying the coming days would witness more struggles and new developments.
वर्तमान परिस्थिति को कई मायने में अलग अलग तरीके से देखने समझने का प्रयास भी हो रहा है। लेकिन मैं यही कहूंगा कि वर्तमान स्थिति काफी कहा जाए कि एक गंभीर और चिंताजनक दौर से हम सब गुजर रहे हैं।
With both sides refusing to back down, the CJP protest has now moved beyond the streets, becoming the latest flashpoint in the political confrontation between the government and the opposition.
All right, viewers, it's time to slip into a short commercial break, but don't go anywhere because we have a lot more lined up for you coming up after the break. Dragging the NEET issue even after successful re-NEET exams. Is the opposition using CJP to indirectly disrupt the parliament? That's the big question. Coming up next, all details on that and a lot more.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डवेयर मसाला।
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates. IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े। चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा,
राजा और मसाला।
All right, viewers, we're getting a big breaking news development coming in because of the ongoing West Asian conflict and the impact on the markets and especially the oil markets. Now, the oil prices have risen slightly after US announces new round of strikes on Iran. They're conducting strikes as we speak. Now, oil prices inched higher in early trading on Wednesday as fears of further supply disruptions intensified after US forces said it began striking Iranian military targets for the 11th straight night, for the 11th straight consecutive evening. And Kuwait reported attacks by Iranian drones. So this has escalated, spiraled, engulfed the entire Middle East region now. And the Brent crude futures has risen to $91.51 after markets opened on Wednesday. All right, Rishita is joining us live with all the latest updates on what exactly is the reason and how are the markets reacting. We're especially focusing on the global markets at present. Rishita, there has been an increase, but if you can give us the sequence of events and the way the prices have increased, and if you can do a comparative analysis on how it was before the war era, after the MOU that was signed and the present situation. Over to you, Rishita.
Yes, absolutely. So oil prices have edged higher in early trade on Wednesday, 22nd July as of today, because of the potential supply disruptions that can be caused. Now, earlier this week, oil was trading around $70 a barrel, right? But if we talk about right now, Brent crude futures have gained 0.55% of 50 cents to trade at $91.51. Yes, it's above at a $90 level, while US West Texas Intermediate crude has risen by 0.36% or 30 cents to $84.64 a barrel. Now, what does this mean for the Indian market? Like, very evidently so, the GIFT Nifty has been trading at a lower level to what it closed yesterday. The markets have been trading in red for the past 2 days as well. But GIFT Nifty today was down by nearly 72 points. Now, the only relief and sort of a silver lining that we see is that the US markets and the Asian markets had been trading in green. US markets closed in green yesterday overnight, and Asian markets have opened in green today. To further follow how the markets shape up because of the rise of oil prices, we need to observe today's trading session.
All right, Rishita, thanks a lot for all the updates. Keep a track on all the developments. We'll come back to you as more details emerge from the global markets. All right, it's again time to slip into a short commercial break, but don't go anywhere because we have a lot more lined up for you, especially about the violent CJP protests. This is Deepke's theatrics, which has fallen flat. Questions raised, is CJP a planned front for violence? Coming up next.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी, एवरीडे।
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
We cannot say that we will see relief for sure, but yes, definitely messages are being exchanged between Iran and the United States, and both of them have confirmed. Messages are being exchanged and both sides are looking or examining the messages which they are receiving. Marco Rubio has also indicated that, and similarly the Iranian Foreign Ministry has indicated that. As of now, America is definitely hammering Iran, especially the coastal areas and south of Iran, right? The ports, the civil infrastructure also, the bridges, the roads, the towers, the radar system towers and all, so that it can degrade the capabilities of the Iranian forces to impact and influence the Strait of Hormuz. However, whatsoever be the extent of American attacks, it seems Iran is retaliating back, and Iran is also succeeding.
Republic exposes CJP goons, violence, vandalism caught on camera. An Arki toolkit repeats. CJP protest follows exact toolkit from Shaheen Bagh and Red Fort violence. This is exactly the same pattern that was followed in Shaheen Bagh and other such protests in the Delhi protests. All right, viewers, now let's go across to a big breaking news development that we are getting at this moment, and this is about yet another violent incident because of the violent protesters, the violent CJP protesters who are down to hooliganism, violence. They are lynching cops, they are lynching RAF personnel, they are throwing sharpened, pointy stones at the RAF personnel and the police personnel who are deployed for security of the ordinary citizens, and they're trying to kill them. Viewers, we have fresh breaking news from the CJP violence that took place last night. A new video has emerged in which the mob attempts to lynch an RAF Jawan that took place yesterday evening around 8 p.m. A mob surrounds an RAF Jawan and beat him severely. His colleagues managed to save his life. We have 3 videos on your television screen, ladies and gentlemen, as you can see. In one video you can see clearly they're trying to drag the Jawan down and beat him, lynch him. In the second video, unfortunately, when the Jawan fell down, they kicked him and then he fell down, and then the mob surrounded and started kicking, throwing punches and kicks on that Jawan and hitting him with the Jawan's shield, which is a protective gear for the Jawan, and the Jawan has no helmet on his head. And just imagine, he was being beaten with sticks, rods, as has been reported, and by the violent mob with kicks and punches. In the third video also, you can see the same brutality. We have 3 visuals for you where various RAF personnels were attacked, brutally attacked, assaulted, lynched, ladies and gentlemen, on your television screen. This is the real face of the CJP protests, the real reason why they are protesting. They already said on camera, many protesters have revealed that they want Nepal-like protests in India. They want to raise the parliament. That's what they want to do. And this exactly is the reason they are a front for violence. They want violence to prevail in the national capital region. The opposition, on the other hand, doesn't want the parliament to function. And these are the violent protesters. You can completely understand how they are ready to lynch the police personnel. All right, Rishita is joining us from the newsroom. Ishita is joining us from the newsroom for all the latest updates into the story. Ishita, everything is on camera, everything is recorded, even while Deepke was inciting the mob, when the unruly mob, they surrounded an RAF personnel. It's caught on camera, and now they cannot deny because we have the visual evidence, Ishita.
Of course, all their hooliganism and all their gunda raj is what is now being exposed by Republic as these videos have now surfaced. Now remember, Shubham, it's been 2 days since the monsoon session of the parliament began, and we can see that disruption is what has been defining what we're witnessing on the streets of central Delhi, and also what is happening inside the parliament. Now for 2 days, the parliament has been held hostage, and outside you can see what is unfolding on the streets. It is Abhijit Dipke's goons essentially who have been, unleashing violence at the hands of these, RAF personnel, Delhi police. All of them have been at the receiving end. In the first phase, we saw 118 police personnel were injured, and now the violence continues to escalate as these goons, they're not observing a peaceful protest. They're not raising concerns of genuine students who felt that they were wronged by the education system. In fact, they continue to rake up an issue that's been done and dusted. Now, as far as the NEET exam is concerned, we know that a re-examination has been conducted. Over 20 lakh students participated in that, and it has been a successful attempt. And in fact, despite government reaching out to these students, that's saying that, they are willing to answer their questions, they're willing to, fix accountability in the entire system, these goons continue to excise this kind of violence, which is now visible on our screen. And you can see, in fact, how these RAF personnel are being hunted down. They're being, chased by the mob and then being beaten down mercilessly, brutally on the streets of Delhi, who are there to, in fact, protect these, protesters, to ensure that there's no untoward incident that takes place. But despite that, this is what is unfolding on the streets of New Delhi. Now, we have been covering this for 2 days, in fact, on Republic TV, and these are the fresh visuals that have now come to light from just yesterday. Delhi police have also confirmed that despite their constant appeals, constant urges to these, CJP goons to maintain law and order, order, to maintain peace. These appeals were clearly falling on, deaf ears, and this is what they have resorted
exactly.
to. Exactly. It's visible on a screen as well that this is what they're resorting to on the streets of New Delhi in the garb of student protest, in the garb of NEET protest. They're not seeking answers. They're not seeking accountability. And clearly, even if you hear these videos, they're being clarion calls are made to mobilize and to hit them hard. That does not sound like a distressed student.
They are not students, Ishita, exactly. They are not students, and this is a camouflage. They're using the ordinary students, the ordinary protesters as cover fire, and now they are back to violence. Stay with us. We have another breaking news development. We'll go across to that breaking news development. Now, ladies and gentlemen, videos have emerged after RF personnel urged the mob gathered to maintain peace. However, they went on with the violence. The violent CJP mob did not pay heed to their calls, as you have seen in the videos. CJP goons defy calls to maintain law and order. Let's listen into the appeal of the RF personnel.
आप कानून को अपने हाथ में ना लें। आपको बार-बार चेतावनी दी जा रही है। ये पत्थर और गोल से मारना छोड़ दें। आपको बार-बार चेतावनी दी जा रही है। शांति व्यवस्था को खराब ना करें। आपको बार-बार चेतावनी दी जा रही है। आप कानून को अपने हाथ में ना लें। आपको बार-बार चेतावनी दी जा रही है। ये पत्थर और गोल से मारना छोड़ दें। आपको बार-बार चेतावनी दी जा रही है। शांति व्यवस्था को खराब ना करें। आपको बार-बार चेतावनी दी जा रही है। आप कानून को अपने हाथ में ना लें। आपको बार-बार चेतावनी दी जा रही है।
And this is clear that the RF personnel is asking the protesters, the unruly protesters, to maintain peace, to maintain law and order situation, and asking them, Ishita continues to be with us. Ishita, they are asking them not to pelt stones. And even we have this on record where the police personnel who was injured, who revealed to our correspondent that while he was standing below a public toilet, there were people, there were women on the top of that public toilet who were sharpening the tiles, and he was being hit by the tiles, with the sharpened tiles. And also there was another video yesterday that we played where one protester was threatening that I will hit the policeman with the pointed edge of this brick that I have in my hand. But this video, exactly this video, busts the narrative, the myth that the CJP is trying to paint, that is the police brutality angle that they want to portray using social media, Ishita.
Right, Shivam. This is what we have been flagging. In fact, I was there at the protest site as well a day before, and one can see that police here is trying to exercise maximum restraint. They are not resorting to violence as the first step. In fact, all they've done is to try and restore order, try to restore peace and calm. In this video, in fact, it is visible that they're making constant appeals to these CJP goons to maintain law and order, to maintain peace, and to not take a law and order into their own hands. But despite that, the videos that have now surfaced show them pelting stones, hurling, different objects, whether it's a brick or a pointed tile. They're using any sort of thing that they could grab from around them and to, hurl it at these RF personnel, at Delhi police, and to, make sure that this actually causes them harm. There's intentional, act on their part to cause harm, to injure these policemen. And, we have seen the numbers also speak of the story. 118 police personnel were injured in the first day of the monsoon session when the violence first broke out at the hands of these CJP goons. So, essentially showing that the police on one hand is trying to make appeals, is trying to, restore calm, is trying to exercise maximum restraint to ensure that the normalcy returns, and, these people can also peacefully protest and raise their voice. But their intention is not to protest. Their intention is to incite violence. Their intention is to create chaos and to incite unrest on the streets of Delhi, and which is what is also visible in these visuals. When police is on one hand making appeals, on the other hand you can see the videos when that shows that how these policemen, how these RF Jawans are being hunted down by these mob which have gone completely unruly on the streets of central Delhi. They are, chasing them, singling them out, then, trying to lynch them as well. We've seen 2 videos where there are clear attempts being made at the hands of these CJP goons to lynch these RF Jawans. So this shows that, what is unfolding right now, viewers, in capital city has nothing to do with the NEET protest, has nothing to do with the grievances of students. This is intentional. This is a deliberate attempt to create unrest and to, sow anarchy on the streets of Delhi. And this is what we've been witnessing as well, Shivam.
All right, Ashita, thanks a lot for all the updates. Keep tracking all the developments. We'll come back to you as more details emerge. But we'll go across to the videos that we have of these violent protests. Video number one, the CJP goons have been exposed. They're hunting, they're lynching these RAF personnel. They're trying to kill them. If there is no additional support to the RAF personnel, they might even get killed in such situations. This is the kind of scenario. This was also revealed to us by various Delhi police personnel whom we interviewed, and our correspondents interviewed, who revealed that if I was not rescued, I might have been killed. This is video number one, where RAF personnel was brutally assaulted. Also video number two, where mob surrounds and then brutally assaults the RAF Jawan. He's alone there, he doesn't have helmet on his head, and he's being hit on his head with the shield that is meant to protect the RAF personnel, and this is the kind of brutality you can see. The protesters armed with iron rods, with sticks, and they are attacking the RAF personnel. This was video number two. Let's go across to video number three. This is yet another RAF officer, RAF personnel, who has been assaulted by the goons, that is the CJP goons. This is hooliganism, this is the kind of chaos, and this is all coordinated, by the way, because this is a planned attack, a planned violence indeed. On your television screens, ladies and gentlemen, this unfolded last night in New Delhi, in the national capital region, and this is exactly the motive of these violent protesters. They want violence to ensue and prevail in this video which has been exposed. All right, viewers, we have another video, but it is a sensitive video, and we have muted the audio because it's very vulgar. But this is another video which has come in from the CJP violence that occurred in the national capital yesterday. And on camera, the protester, not one but two, they're threatening to kill Prime Minister Narendra Modi. They're issuing death threats. In this fresh video, one of the rioters can be heard and seen abusing the Prime Minister, and he's threatening Prime Minister Narendra Modi that he will kill Prime Minister Narendra Modi, he will shoot Prime Minister Narendra Modi. So this is the real intent, the real motive of the protest. This murderous mob wants to kill. They want to kill Prime Minister Narendra Modi, and this is exactly the visual evidence that is required. Action needs to be taken against these violent protesters who are giving death threats. And the political battle over the CJP protest has intensified, with sharp reactions pouring in from both the opposition and the ruling alliance, while opposition leaders have accused the centre of crushing democratic dissent and using excessive force against protesters. The BJP has defended the police action, maintaining that violence cannot be justified in the name of protest. Take a look.
The confrontation over the CJP protest has now turned into a full-blown political battle. Leaders across the spectrum weighed in on the police action and the clashes in Delhi. BJP President Nitin Nabin says that Rahul Gandhi is emerging as a symbol of anarchy.
राहुल गांधी जी गंभीरता से नहीं लेते हैं, इस बात का आज पूरा उनके व्यवहार से दिखा। मेरा ये मानना है, लोकतंत्र में विरोध और अराजकता दोनों अलग अलग शब्द हैं। विरोध जब मर्यादा की हदों को पार कर जाती है तो अराजकता बन जाती है, और हम शुरू से कहते रहे हैं, राहुल गांधी जी अराजकता के प्रतीक बनकर उभर रहे हैं।
Union Minister Jitendra Singh has accused Rahul Gandhi of changing goalposts after the government agreed to opposition demands.
राहुल गांधी से क्या बात हुई सर? राहुल गांधी से क्या बात हुई? सर बात सर जितेंद्र सर, राहुल गांधी से क्या बात हुई? बाद में भाई सर, आप बोलना बाद में। सर आधे घंटे तक आप लोग बैठे रहे, राहुल गांधी माने कि नहीं आपकी बात? सर राहुल गांधी से क्या बातचीत हुई सर? सर हाई सिक्योरिटी जोन में बैठे हुए राहुल गांधी।
Union Minister Chirag Paswan appealed to the opposition to engage in constructive dialogue.
हम सब खुद छात्रों के साथ हैं, युवाओं के साथ हैं। आज मेरे प्रधानमंत्री ने एनडीए सांसदों की बैठक में स्पष्ट तौर से ये बोला कि भारत के भविष्य के साथ युवाओं छात्रों के साथ कभी किसी तरीके का समझौता नहीं हो सकता। बट ऐसे में आप हर सत्र से पहले एक दो विषय को आप ले लेंगे तो फिर कलेक्टिवली लीजिए ना सारे विषयों को।
Additionally, Maharashtra Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis defended the police response, stating that while peaceful protest is a democratic right, violence and attempts to create unrest cannot be tolerated. Meanwhile, Jharkhand Chief Minister Hemant Soren hinted at further political developments ahead, saying the coming days would witness more struggles and new developments.
वर्तमान परिस्थिति को कई मायने में अलग अलग तरीके से देखने समझने का प्रयास भी हो रहा है। लेकिन मैं यही कहूंगा कि वर्तमान स्थिति काफी कहा जाए कि एक गंभीर और चिंताजनक दौर से हम सब गुजर रहे हैं।
With both sides refusing to back down, the CJP protest has now moved beyond the streets, becoming the latest flashpoint in the political confrontation between the government and the opposition.
What began as a protest in the name of students has now snowballed into a major law and order flashpoint. Now, Republic has accessed exclusive testimonies of police personnel who were on duty during the CJP Parliament March. Their accounts paint a chilling picture of what they describe as a pre-planned attack on the police force. Now, officers allege they were surrounded, dragged, assaulted with steel rods, stones and glass bottles, beer bottles, while anti-social elements infiltrated the crowd with the intent to trigger violence. Here's a ground report.
The CJP protest near Parliament Street is turning more violent with each passing minute. Delhi police officers said that the march was used as a cover for a planned attack on security personnel. According to Delhi police, more than 118 personnel were injured, while several government vehicles and barricades were vandalized during the violence. Sub-Inspector Srinivas Sharma, who was deployed at the protest site, said that a crowd of nearly 10,000 people turned violent.
अपने डीसीपी साहब की टीम के साथ, रोहित राजवीर साहब की टीम के साथ उनके पास गए कि रास्ता खाली कर दो और जनता मंत्री उसकी तरफ अपना कनाट प्लेस की तरफ चले जाएं जिससे कि रास्ता हो जाए। तो वो भीड़ पूरी उग्र हो चुकी थी और उन्होंने अटैक करने की वो करी। हमने डीसीपी से दोनों डीसीपी साहब को सेफ निकाल दिया वहाँ से। उसके बाद भीड़ ने हमारे साथ, हमारे 2-3 साथी हमारे वहाँ पे हम रह गए, तो भीड़ ने हमारे साथ बर्बरता की, सड़क पे खींचा जिसके साथ हमारी ये चोट लगी आई है और पब्लिक हमारे साथ मारपीट की और हमारे साथ वो किया जिसकी वजह से मुझे फ्रैक्चर भी आया है।
Additionally, DCP Anand Mishra said the protest was unlawful from the beginning and claimed the mob ignored repeated warnings before attacking police.
उन्होंने अचानक से जो है बैरिकेड तोड़ना शुरू कर दिया, गाड़ियां तोड़ना शुरू कर दिया और पुलिस वालों को अपनी तरफ खींच के पीटा। कुछ लोग फ्लैग्स लाए हुए थे, उसमें जो डंडे यूज़ होते हैं वो डंडे निकाल करके मारने की कोशिश करी, चप्पल फेंका, बॉटल्स फेंकी, खाली बॉटल्स फेंकी और हमारे कई पुलिसकर्मी इस प्रक्रिया में, हाँ, स्टोन पेल्टिंग भी करी कई जगह पर। उस प्रक्रिया में हमारे पुलिसकर्मी 115 के करीब घायल हुए, जो अब तक का भी रिकॉर्ड में आया है। मुझे भी इसी दौरान चोट लगी थी।
Head Constable Lal Singh alleged that anti-social elements had infiltrated the gathering, climbed onto nearby structures and launched a coordinated stone pelting attack targeting police personnel.
कितनी भीड़ थी जिन लोगों ने आपको घेरा? आप क्या अकेले थे या आपके साथ भी टीम थी?
नहीं, हमारे साथ टीम थी, हमारे साथ थे, साथ में थे सारे 10-15 आदमी थे। हम अपने पुलिसकर्मी थे 10-15।
तो कैसे हुआ? क्या भीड़ आपकी तरफ बढ़ी? आप लोग रोक रहे थे? क्या कुछ घटनाक्रम हुआ कल?
उनको भीड़ को रोक रहे थे, वो रोक रहे थे, उनको रोक रहे थे, तो एकदम अचानक से उन्होंने हमला किया था। लाठी डंडे और पत्थरों से हमला, ऊपर से पत्थर, बहुत सारे पत्थर मारे थे।
ऊपर कहाँ?
ऊपर उधर वहीं पे संसद मार्ग पे ही।
Another injured officer, Head Constable Naveen Ola, claimed the violence appeared meticulously planned.
नहीं, भीड़ काफ़ी थी सर, 5-6 हज़ार पब्लिक थी लगभग, और उग्र हो रही थी। स्थिति ये हो गई कि पत्थरबाजी करने लगे उन्होंने। कंट्रोल करने की काफ़ी कोशिशें की गई, लेकिन वो कंट्रोल नहीं हो पाई, पर किसी ने भीड़ में से निकलकर मुझ पर पत्थर, तेज़ निकला कोई पत्थर, ऐसा ईंट या कुछ ऐसा मेरे सर पे मारा, जिससे मेरे सर फट गया और हेड इंजरी आई, और मुझे हमारे एसीपी साहब, पहाड़गंज एसीपी साहब, वो लेके हमें PCR के थ्रू हॉस्पिटल भिजवाया।
Constable Kasana, who sustained serious injuries, was attacked with steel rods, pushed from a rooftop and dragged on the road.
मेरे नीचे टांगों पे भी डंडे मारे गए हैं, स्टील की रॉड जो छपी हुई हैं, जो कि मैं आपको अभी कैमरा पे नहीं दिखा सकता हूँ। बट मैं ये कहना चाहूँगा सर, कल हमारे साथ मतलब बहुत तरीके से ऑर्गेनाइज था ये सर। वो स्टूडेंट्स नहीं थे, वो स्टूडेंट्स के रूप में कोई और ही थे। जैसे ही पथराव होता है तो मैं ऑब्जर्व करता हूँ कि वो पत्थर नहीं थे, वो टाइलें थी जो कि पैना करके मेरे को मारी गई हैं, जो कि मेरे हाथ पे भी लगी है, जिससे कट गया है मेरा हाथ। ठीक है सर। तो जब वो कटा है उसके बाद मेरे को पता चला वो टाइल है, तो मैंने देखने की कोशिश करी कहाँ से आ रही है, तो मेरे को पता चला मेरे ही ऊपर जो वो है, क्या कहते हैं, सुलभ शौचालय, उसी के ऊपर से एक आदमी टाइलें मार रहा है। मैं जैसे ही ऊपर चढ़ता हूँ टाइलों को देखने के लिए कि मतलब ऊपर चढ़ता हूँ जैसे कि कौन है ऊपर, मैं ऊपर चढ़ा, ऊपर चढ़ के देखा, देखने के बाद मेरे को पता चलता है कि ऊपर 2 लड़कियां बैठी हैं जो कि टाइलें घिसने का काम कर रही थी, 2 लड़के टाइलें मारने का काम कर रहे थे।
The injured officers further said that several people in the crowd carried bags filled with stones, while some women vandalized public property before joining the assault on police personnel. Delhi police has now registered multiple FIRs for rioting, assault on public servants, destruction of public property and other offences. Several investigation teams are examining video footages and identifying those involved. As the investigation gathers pace, the focus has now shifted from the protest itself to the attempt to target and seriously injure police personnel, with authorities vowing strict action against every individual responsible.
All right, it's time to slip into a short commercial break, but don't go anywhere because we have a lot more lined up coming up after the break. Deep case theatrics fall flat. Questions raised. Is CJP a planned front for violence?
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ,
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है, सबका राजा प्योर मसाला।
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates. IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है, स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
I wake up wearing someone else again, skin tight like porcelain. I don't recognize these eyes, something scratching from inside. Don't let it slip, I'm losing control. I don't wanna be safe anymore. Underneath there's a fire they can't keep. No more faces.
Finding myself, that's my moment of Sarah. थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है, अरे मेरे राजा। सबका राजा प्योर मसाला।
चिटागों में भेजा था रेस्क्यू करने के लिए। एक डिप्लो हो गया, 2 हो गया मोरियानी में हम लोग का, बाकी सेठो हो गया जोहट में। तो यहाँ में भी मस्जिद में कुछ लोग फंसा हुआ है, उन लोग भी हम बाहर निकालने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं। अभी गोलाघाट से एक टीम आ रहा है, और सॉरी हुजाई से अभी तक आया नहीं, आप पहुंचा नहीं, आ रहा है, रास्ते में है वो लोग।
Now, what began as a protest in Delhi soon turned violent with allegations of attacks on police personnel, stone pelting and vandalism of public property. Now, the violence has also sparked questions over the planning behind the protests, while a US Embassy security advisory issued ahead of the demonstrations has drawn attention. Here is more.
Cops assaulted, vehicles vandalized. The true face of the CJP protests has been exposed. Stones were pelted on police officers. Total anarchy was seen in the streets of the national capital. Several police vehicles were vandalized as the so-called students' protests took a disturbing turn. In another twist, the US Embassy advisory cautioning its citizens 4 days before the violence raised the question of foreign elements in the protests. So how did the US know of these protests? Were they involved? The playbook and the toolkit seems similar to earlier rounds of violence that the national capital has seen of late. From the Shaheen Bagh protests over CAA NRC in 2020 to the Red Fort protests of 2022 that were not by farmers. The questions over the origins and the conspiracy behind the Monday protests and the violence continue to get murkier.
All right, it's time to slip into a short commercial break, but don't go anywhere because we have a lot more lined up for you. Coming up after the break, Deep Cave's theatrics fall flat. Questions raised. Is CJP a planned front for violence?
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
प्यास बुझाए, ठंडक लाए, सबको भाए जीरा से। MTH का जलजीरा जीरा से।
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MTH।
जब तक लाजवाब न बन जाए उसे नहीं इत्मीनान है। तभी तो रिचमंड बनना नहीं आसान है।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
I wake up wearing someone else again. Skin tight like porcelain. I don't recognize these eyes. Something scratching from inside. Don't let it slip. I'm losing control. I don't wanna be safe anymore. Underneath there's a fire they can't keep. No more faces.
Finding myself. That's my moment of Sarah.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है। स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और परेशान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello viewers, a very good morning. We are live and breaking up. Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest coming in. Yesterday we saw massive protests. We saw big drama play out. Even after assurances of the government that yes, there will be discussion on important topics in this monsoon session, we see that multiple protests continue, causing chaos on the streets of Delhi. We'll get to all the details, what is happening and a lot more, but the headlines first. Let's get started. Top headlines. Republic exposes the CJP goons, violence, vandalism caught on camera. Deep case theatrics fall flat. Questions are raised. Is CJP a planned front for violence? Another video emerges. CJP goons surround and brutally assault RAF personnel during the violence. Anarchy toolkit repeats. CJP protest follows exact toolkit from Shaheen Bagh and Red Fort violence. Dragging the NEET issue even after successful re-NEET exam is the opposition using CJP to indirectly disrupt the parliament. Getting the big updates coming in, viewers to Republic TV. Delhi Police has now registered an FIR in connection with the attack on RAF personnel during the CJP protest. A viral video shows protesters assaulting the RAF personnel, pelting stones at the RAF vehicle and vandalizing it. So we'll put out those pictures on the screen. Okay, all three pictures are out, and you can see the kind of violence, the kind of pictures which really show the situation on the street. Absolutely shocking. The way that some of these RAF personnel are being treated by the protesters. Video 1, video 2, video 3, all of them showing you those pictures. Now, this is not the first time that the police personnel, security personnel are being injured in attacks. We have seen around multiple police personnel are being injured in clashes with the CJP. Okay, we'll put out some more pictures coming in. This is the first video. Attempt to lynch a RAF Jawan by the CJP protesters and goons. You can see the way that multiple protesters are jumping, literally jumping and kicking this RAF Jawan. Let's put out the second picture on your screen. The mob surrounds, brutally assaults this Jawan. This is coming in from New Delhi once again at the protest site. They're brutally assaulting a Jawan. You can see that one RAF Jawan is being attacked by multiple protesters of the CJP. Well, they are saying they're fighting for democracy, but this is what we see on the screen, what is happening on the streets. So one RAF Jawan is being attacked by multiple of these, this mob. Let's put out the third video for our viewers. The protesters are participating in the march. They're clashing with the Rapid Action Force personnel. A third video, once again, same situation playing out. RAF officer assaulted by these goons. And you can see that they are outnumbered by this mob. The security personnel absolutely are outnumbered. We talk about the numbers. And they have been sent on the spot to make sure there's order during the protest. In fact, the CJP leaders and founder had said earlier that our protest is peaceful. Initially, when they went to protest, they said that please come with a flower, give a flower to the security personnel, because we will not protest in a violent manner. But the pictures on a screen, it's showing a completely different story from the first protest of the CJP to the subsequent protests which are happening now. You can see absolute chaos on the streets. So back-to-back updates coming in here, viewers on Republic TV. As security being heightened across New Delhi, and as the monsoon session of Parliament has begun, we have seen that these protests, so-called protests, are getting more and more violent. In fact, these videos have emerged after RAF personnel urged the mob to gather to maintain peace. However, the violent CJP mob did not heed their calls, as you have seen in those videos. The RAF personnel have urged the CJP goons to maintain peace, and that is the reason that they were deployed on the spot. That was a reason that they were deployed to maintain order. And according to the Delhi police, the CJP has not sought permission for this march that they are trying to do towards the Parliament.
आपको बार-बार चेतावनी दी जा रही है, शांति व्यवस्था को खराब ना करें। आपको बार-बार चेतावनी दी जा रही है, आप कानून को अपने हाथ में ना लें। आपको बार-बार चेतावनी दी जा रही है, ये पत्थर और बोतलें मारना छोड़ दें। आपको बार-बार चेतावनी दी जा रही है, शांति व्यवस्था को खराब ना करें। आपको बार-बार चेतावनी दी जा रही है।
All right, let's go to my colleague Saurav is joining us. Saurav, yesterday night we saw all kinds of scenes, and our viewers can see them too. The point I'm trying to make here is that when these CJP protests started, they said that we are peaceful, and they used to give flowers. Remember, they gave flowers to the security personnel there. What happened to them now? What is happening? They're attacking the security personnel.
Yes, Shivangi, currently, as you can see, these CJP protesters who were earlier giving flowers to the Delhi police personnel, now they are attacking them only. And according to several police officials who got attacked in this protest, they claimed that these were not students. They were carrying stones in their bags, and they were attacking them with that. And they came with the sole purpose of hurting the police officials in this protest. And their intention was, and some people's intention was also to kill the police officials who were present there to maintain the law and order situation in that whole area. And now the real face of the CJP protesters has came out in front of everyone as Republic exposes them with several videos that we have accessed from the protest. where the mob was cornering the police officials and they were attacking the security personnel deployed there. And we have also accessed a new video in which RAF personnel can be seen beaten up by this violent mob. And in that video, the major thing is that a Sikh person can be seen there with a sword, and he was running behind the RAF personnel, and RAF personnel was running to save his life. And this is the kind of protest currently the national capital is witnessing. As earlier they were as the CJP protesters claimed that this is just a peaceful protest, but now their real face has came in front of the world, and there were several instances of violence reported in the heart of the national capital. There are several places where stone pelting incidents, vandalism and attacking of police personnel have been registered, and in this regard 6 FIRs have been registered by the Delhi police. And now the Delhi police is analyzing all the CCTV footages, and they are identifying who all are involved in this violence, and the search for them, for all the accused, are on. And currently every day new videos are circulating that how the Delhi police personnels and the RAF personnels got attacked in this whole scenario, in this whole violent protest staged by the CJP in Jantar Mantar. Shivangi.
That's right. Sort of hold on for a second there. I'm getting some more breaking news coming in for our viewers. Big news coming in. Video emerges. Congress MP from Kerala assaulting Delhi police personnel. Videos have now surfaced showing some MPs from Kerala who, by the way, were detained by Delhi police during a protest march led by Congress leadership towards Prime Minister Modi's residence. And they were loaded into a police vehicle, attacking the policemen inside the same police vehicle. So you can see those pictures. You can see how aggressive things are getting. One can clearly see the footage of the MP from Congress attacking the police. There you go. So that is the update that we have for you right over there. These pictures tell a story on its own. They tell a story on its own. This video has been released, by the way, by the BJP, where it's showing, I repeat, it's showing what happened right inside. Inside, we see that these MPs from Kerala were detained by Delhi police during a protest, and after being detained, these are pictures from the vehicle. Just after being detained, you can see that this MP from Congress is attacking the police, holding the collars of his uniform, and that is what we see. And I want to go back to my colleague Saurabh on this. Saurabh, it's very clear what happened, because this Congress MP is obviously facing off, and he's holding the collars of the uniform of this police personnel after being detained. Saurabh.
Yes, Shivangi, this is a major story which we are breaking on our channel Republic TV, is that this Kerala MP was seen assaulting the police official as well during a protest which they staged yesterday outside the PM residence. And in this video, it is clearly seen that how the Kerala MPs are assaulting the Delhi police personnel. And this protest, now this is a politically motivated protest, as everyone saw an opportunity and they jumped right in, and now the Congress and the SP leaders have staged a protest in front of the PM's residence, claiming that they are demanding this discussion over needs in both Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha, but they were not being given the time by the Lok Sabha speaker, as the central government is not ready to speak on this topic. However, Jitendra Singh, Union Minister, claimed that there was no such motion which was moved by the opposition leaders in both the houses, and government is ready to talk on this NEET issue. But still, despite moving no motion in the houses, they just staged a protest outside the PM residence, which is a very sensitive, highly sensitive area, and they were not moving from there despite several requests made by the senior Delhi police officials at the spot. However, in this regard, the Delhi police has to detain all of them, and Delhi police has removed and evacuated the whole area yesterday in the evening. And after that only, the whole Prime Minister's residence, which is a highly sensitive area, was cleared, Shivangi.
All right, well, hold on for a second there, Saurabh. I'm getting a reaction coming in from the BJP. Let's see what the BJP has to say after the Congress MP assaulted a police personnel. Take a listen in.
एक शॉकिंग विजुअल सामने आया है कि कैसे कांग्रेस के एक सांसद पुलिस वाले को पीट रहे, मार रहे। इसी से प्रेरणा लेते हुए हमने देखा कि कैसे पुलिस वालों पे और रात को सिक्योरिटी पर्सनल पर जो बर्बरतापूर्वक हमला हुआ, वो तस्वीरें किस प्रकार से चौंका देती है। क्या ये किसी भी रूप में शांतिपूर्ण आंदोलन बताया जा सकता है? स्टूडेंट्स के पवित्र आंदोलन का गलत इस्तेमाल करते हुए अब इसमें पॉलिटिकल कार्यकर्ताओं ने घुसपैठ करके हिंसा शुरू कर दी है। स्टूडेंट्स का आंदोलन तो अलग है, पर पब्लिक प्रॉपर्टी को, प्राइवेट प्रॉपर्टी को डैमेज करना, पुलिस वालों को मारना, सिक्योरिटी पर्सनल को टारगेट करना, कांग्रेस के ही एमपी का एक पुलिस वाले को मारना, क्या ये जायज है? इनकी मंशा केवल क्रेडिट लेने की है, इसलिए आम आदमी पार्टी और कांग्रेस की क्रेडिट वॉर शुरू हो गई। कांग्रेस पार्टी भी जिस प्रकार से भड़का रही है लोगों को, सवाल ये बनता है कि क्या अपना राजनीतिक फायदा देखने के लिए सिक्योरिटी पर्सनल, प्राइवेट प्रॉपर्टी, पब्लिक प्रॉपर्टी को डैमेज किया जाएगा? और सवाल ये भी बनता है कि अगर ये पेपर लीक का मामला है तो पंजाब में जो पेपर लीक हुआ उस पर आप चुप क्यों हैं? एक वाक्य नहीं बोल पा रहे हैं आप।
What began as a protest in the name of students has now snowballed into a major law and order flashpoint. Republic has accessed very exclusive testimonies of police personnel who were on duty during the CJP Parliament march. Their accounts paint a chilling picture of what they described as a pre-planned attack on the police force. Officers alleged they were surrounded, dragged, assaulted with the steel rods, stones, glass bottles and violent anti-social elements infiltrated the crowd with the intent to trigger violence. Here's a ground report.
The CJP protest near Parliament Street is turning more violent with each passing minute. Delhi police officers said that the march was used as a cover for a planned attack on security personnel. According to Delhi police, more than 118 personnel were injured, while several government vehicles and barricades were vandalized during the violence. Sub-Inspector Srinivas Sharma, who was deployed at the protest site, said that a crowd of nearly 10,000 people turned violent.
अपने डीसीपी साहब की टीम के साथ, रोहित राजवीर साहब की टीम के साथ उनके पास गए कि रास्ता खाली कर दो और जनता मंत्री उसकी तरफ, अपना कनाट प्लेस की तरफ चले जाएं, जिससे कि रास्ता हो जाए। तो वो भीड़ पूरी उग्र हो चुकी थी और उन्होंने अटैक करने की वो करी। हमने दोनों डीसीपी साहब को सेफ निकाल दिया वहाँ से। उसके बाद भीड़ ने हमारे साथ, हमारे 2-3 साथी हमारे वहाँ पे हम रह गए, तो भीड़ ने हमारे साथ बर्बरता की, सड़क पे खींचा, जिसके साथ हमारी ये चोट लगी आई है, और पब्लिक हमारे साथ मारपीट की और हमारे साथ वो किया, जिसकी वजह से मुझे फ्रैक्चर भी आया है।
Additionally, DCP Anand Mishra said the protest was unlawful from the beginning and claimed the mob ignored repeated warnings before attacking police.
उन्होंने अचानक से जो है बैरिकेड तोड़ना शुरू कर दिया, गाड़ियां तोड़ना शुरू कर दिया और पुलिस वालों को अपनी तरफ खींच के पीटा। कुछ लोग फ्लैग्स लाए हुए थे, उसमें जो डंडे यूज़ होते हैं वो डंडे निकाल करके मारने की कोशिश करी, चप्पल फेंका, बॉटल्स फेंकी, खाली बॉटल्स फेंकी। और हमारे कई पुलिसकर्मी इस प्रक्रिया में, हाँ, स्टोन पेल्टिंग भी करी कई जगह पर। उस प्रक्रिया में हमारे पुलिसकर्मी 115 के करीब घायल हुए, जो अब तक के अभी रिकॉर्ड में आया है। मुझे भी इसी दौरान चोट लगी थी।
Head Constable Lal Singh alleged that anti-social elements had infiltrated the gathering, climbed onto nearby structures and launched a coordinated stone pelting attack targeting police personnel.
कितनी भीड़ थी जिन लोगों ने आपको घेरा? आप क्या अकेले थे या आपके साथ भी टीम थी?
नहीं, हमारे साथ टीम थी, हमारे साथ थे, साथ में थे सारे 10-15 आदमी थे। हम अपने पुलिसकर्मी थे 10-15।
तो कैसे हुआ? क्या भीड़ आपकी तरफ बढ़ी? आप लोग रोक रहे थे? क्या कुछ घटनाक्रम हुआ कल?
अब उनको भीड़ को रोक रहे थे, वो उनको रोक रहे थे, तो एकदम अचानक से उन्होंने हमला किया था। लाठी, डंडे और पत्थरों से हमला। ऊपर से पत्थर, बहुत सारे पत्थर मार रहे थे।
ऊपर कहाँ?
ऊपर उधर वहीं पे संसद मार्ग पे ही।
Another injured officer, Head Constable Naveen Ola, claim the violence appeared meticulously planned.
नहीं भीड़ काफ़ी थी सर, 500 जा रहे पब्लिक थी लगभग और उग्र हो रही थी। स्थिति ये हो गई कि पत्थरबाजी करने लगे उन्होंने कंट्रोल करने की काफ़ी कोशिशें की गई लेकिन वो कंट्रोल नहीं हो पाई और किसी ने भीड़ में से निकलकर मुझ पर पत्थर तेज़ निकला, कोई पत्थर ऐसा ईंट या कुछ ऐसा मेरे सर पे मारा जिससे मेरे सर फट गया और हेड इंजरी आई और मुझे हमारे एसीपी साहब पहाड़गंज एसीपी साहब वो लेके हमें PCR के थ्रू हॉस्पिटल भिजवाया।
Constable Kasana, who sustained serious injuries, was attacked with steel rods, pushed from a rooftop and dragged on the road.
मेरे नीचे टांगों पे भी डंडे मारे गए हैं, स्टील की रॉड जो छपी हुई हैं, जो कि मैं आपको अभी कैमरा पे नहीं दिखा सकता हूँ। बट मैं ये कहना चाहूँगा सर, कल हमारे साथ मतलब बहुत तरीके से ऑर्गेनाइज था ये सर। वो स्टूडेंट्स नहीं थे, वो स्टूडेंट्स के रूप में कोई और ही थे। जैसे ही पथराव होता है तो मैं ऑब्जर्व करता हूँ कि वो पत्थर नहीं थे, वो टाइलें थी जो कि पहना करके मेरे को मारी गई हैं, जो कि मेरे हाथ पे भी लगी है, जिससे कट गया है मेरा हाथ। ठीक है सर। तो जब वो कटा है उसके बाद मेरे को पता चला वो टाइल है, तो मैंने देखने की कोशिश करी कहाँ से आ रही है। तब मेरे को पता चला मेरे ही ऊपर जो वो है क्या कहते हैं सुलभ शौचालय, उसी के ऊपर से एक आदमी टाइलें मार रहा है। मैं जैसे ही ऊपर चढ़ता हूँ टाइलों को देखने के लिए कि मतलब सॉरी ऊपर चढ़ता हूँ जैसे कि कौन है ऊपर, मैं ऊपर चढ़ा, ऊपर चढ़ के देखा, देखने के बाद मेरे को पता चलता है कि ऊपर 2 लड़कियां बैठी हैं जो कि टाइलें घिसने का काम कर रही थी, 2 लड़के टाइलें मारने का काम कर रहे थे।
The injured officers further said that several people in the crowd carried bags filled with stones, while some women vandalized public property before joining the assault on police personnel. Delhi police has now registered multiple FIRs for rioting, assault on public servants, destruction of public property and other offences. Several investigation teams are examining video footages and identifying those involved. As the investigation gathers pace, the focus has now shifted from the protest itself to the attempt to target and seriously injure police personnel, with authorities vowing strict action against every individual responsible.
And we were taking a short break. Do not go anywhere. Dragging the NEET issue even after a successful re-NEET exam is the opposition using the CJP to indirectly disrupt the parliament. Well, we'll be discussing this entire day. Stay tuned.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरी राजा
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates. IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
में भेजा था रेस्क्यू करने के लिए। एक डिप्लो हो गया, 2 हो गया मुरैना में हम लोग का, बाकी 6 हो गया जोहट में। यहाँ में भी मस्जिद में कुछ लोग फंसा हुआ है, उन लोग पे हम बाहर निकलने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं। अभी गोलाघाट से एक टीम आ रहा है, और सॉरी हुजाई से अभी तक आया नहीं, आप पहुंचा नहीं, आ रहा है, रास्ते में है वो लोग।
Welcome back, viewers. What began as a protest in Delhi soon turned violent with allegations of attacks on police personnel, stone pelting and vandalism of public property. The violence has also sparked questions over the planning behind the protest, while a US Embassy security advisory issued ahead of the demonstrations has drawn attention. Here's more on the absolute chaos that has been reigning in the national capital.
Cops assaulted, vehicles vandalized. The true face of the CJP protests has been exposed. Stones were pelted on police officers. Total anarchy was seen in the streets of the national capital. Several police vehicles were vandalized as the so-called students' protests took a disturbing turn. In another twist, the US Embassy advisory cautioning its citizens 4 days before the violence raised the question of foreign elements in the protests. So how did the US know of these protests? Were they involved? The playbook and the toolkit seems similar to earlier rounds of violence that the national capital has seen of late. From the Shaheen Bagh protests over CAA NRC in 2020 to the Red Fort protests of 2022 that were not by farmers. The questions over the origins and the conspiracy behind the Monday protests and the violence continue to get murky.
Viewers, let's move ahead to some of the other stories we're tracking in Bharat. In 1 minute, let's get started. NSA AG Doval visited Saudi Arabia and held talks with Saudi Foreign Minister Prince Faisal bin Farhan, with the two sides focusing on strengthening bilateral strategic ties, enhancing energy security and safeguarding critical maritime corridors amid escalating tensions across West Asia. At the ASEAN Post-Ministerial Conference with India 2026, Jaishankar, External Affairs Minister, said its energy, food, its health and security can no longer be taken for granted, with global dependence on maritime trade following international law is vital for stability. He noted that the ASEAN-India Year of Maritime Cooperation, a timely push for a more secure future. The Indian Army has intensified flood relief in Upper Assam under Operation Jal Rahat, rescuing over 200 stranded civilians. On 20th July, 4 flood relief columns of the Red Shield divisions under Spear Corps were deployed in multiple areas for rescue, evacuation and relief work. We will take a short break. Another video emerges. CJP goons surround and brutally assault the RAF personnel during the violence. Pictures on your screen showing you what happened. Stay tuned.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी।
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है। स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और परेशान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
We cannot say that we will see relief for sure, but yes, definitely messages are being exchanged between Iran and the United States.
Viewers, top headlines. Republic exposes CJP goons, violence, vandalism caught on camera. Deep case theatrics fall flat. Questions are raised. Is CJP a planned front for violence? Another video emerges. CJP goons surround and brutally assault RAF personnel during the violence. Anarchy toolkit repeats. CJP protest follows exact toolkit from Shaheen Bagh and Red Fort violence. Dragging the NEET issue even after successful re-NEET exam, is the opposition using CJP to indirectly disrupt the parliament? Viewers, big breaking news coming in. The US has announced steep tariffs on imported generic drugs from August 2028. The move, according to US President Trump, was aimed at onshoring production of such pharmaceutical products. The move is likely to affect India, the largest exporter of generic drugs to the US. Taking to his Truth Social platform, Trump said that the phased tariff plan will come into effect from August 1st, and for the first 2 years, the US will continue to have a 0% tariff on all generic drugs brought into the country. For the third year, the tariff will be raised to 100% and it will be 200% thereafter, he said. So we get these updates coming in, back-to-back updates coming in here, viewers on Republic TV. And Trump once again increasing tariffs, going ahead with his tariff threats. Not the first time that Donald Trump has been slapping tariffs. And I want to go straight across to my colleague Nitin, who's joining us from a Republic business team. Yes, Nitin, a very good morning to you. But once again, Donald Trump back to his old ways of slapping tariffs. If you could help our viewers understand what's the latest tariff threat that Trump has made this time around.
Right. So obviously it's a very big development when it concerns to the makers of generic pharmaceuticals in our country. Now you have to note that this comes in the backdrop of over 50% of generic pharmaceuticals that reach America are used by American patients is something that Indian companies supply. Now there are these two very big major Indian firms that might be impacted due to this, and we'll also check at the stock developments how the pricing is doing, how investors are faring and factoring in this as well. Now, companies such as Glen Pharmaceuticals and Lupin are known to sort of supply over 60% of pills to America. So it's obviously a major development when it comes to slapping, like 100% tariff first after the period of 2 years, which is a grace period by Trump, as mentioned in his latest Truth Social post. And beyond that, there'll be a 200% tariff. So basically this 2-year gap where there is 0% tariff and then 100% is slapped and then 200% is for companies to make a deal with America. This is just another trick from Trump's trade book that he's sort of applying pressure on Indian companies among other firms.
Nitin, before I let you go, just a quick answer from you on this, because India is called the pharmacy of the world. Exactly. So of course there could be a little bit of a impact here. But hold on there, Nitin, I'm getting some more breaking news coming in. We're looking at what's happening in the markets as well. Pharma stocks drag Indian indices. Nifty pharma slips over 1% as US President plans 200% tariffs on generic drug. Pharma slides nearly 2%. Sun Pharma, Cipla down over 1%. So I want to go back to Nitin on this. Nitin, we were discussing that India is called the pharmacy of the world. The Nifty Sensex opening in red. Yes, Nitin, what's the latest coming in?
Exactly. So you look at the major pharma companies such as Sun Pharma, Cipla, they've all down 1%. So obviously Indian stock market, investors and even FI like foreign investors are reacting to this development. But however, the 2-year period is a very long period, and if you look at the larger picture, there could be a very big possibility of Indian pharmaceutical companies getting into an agreement with Trump, which under his most favored nation policy. Now, this most favored nation policy is something that American drug makers such as Eli and among other major drug makers based out of America have already sort of signed a deal with the President Trump to ensure that the tariff levy is lesser and more competitive for them. So I'm assuming that Indian companies would also look for a most favored nation deal, and you have to also look at the backdrop where this comes in. This is a time where the India-US trade deal is about nearly sort of getting inked very soon, and I think investors and pharmaceutical majors would be very keen on looking in developments in that as well. Back to you.
That's right. Okay, well, Nitin, before I let you go, also take our viewers through what is happening in terms of the other sectors, IT, banking, media, pharma. They're all in red. What about green? Which sectors are in green today?
Which are in green, the auto sectors are faring well, so are the metal stocks, and we'll keep tracking this. Back to you.
All right, thank you, Nitin, for getting us all those details. A quick market update for our viewers, and we have to move ahead to some of the other stories coming in. In fact, Delhi police has registered an FIR in connection with an attack on RAF personnel during the CJP protest. A viral video shows protesters assaulting the RAF personnel, pelting stones at the RAF vehicles and vandalizing it. So the FIR has been filed over this case. We have been getting our viewers all the back-to-back updates coming in here on Republic TV, where these CJP goons are attacking the personnel who were deployed on the spot to maintain the law and order situation. So this is what we see right now, viewers, back-to-back. And when you see those three videos, you will see that the security personnel are outnumbered by these goons, this mob, so much so that they're isolating some of these security personnel, this RAF personnel, and then they're attacking them. So let's go straight across to some of the pictures and videos that we have for you that will show you the situation on the ground. So number one is an attempt to lynch an RAF Jawan. And you can clearly see how this RAF Jawan has been isolated. They are even breaking, these mobs and goons are breaking down at the barricades, removing the barricades and attacking the RAF Jawans. Absolutely chaotic scenes on your screen. And the violence, I repeat, this is absolute violence that is on our screen, viewer. And also, because of these pictures, they are so shocking, viewers, because the CJP had earlier said they're a peaceful organization, and they will be holding every protest of theirs in a very peaceful manner. Well, they have forgotten their own promises. As you can clearly see on your screen, the pictures will show you exactly what's happened. There has been attempts to lynch the security personnel, and RAF Jawan has been assaulted, many of them in fact, and police vans have been vandalized. That has led to an FIR being filed after these videos showed RAF personnel being chased, assaulted during this protest. In fact, what began as a protest in Delhi soon turned violent with allegations of attacks on police personnel, stone pelting and vandalism of public property. The violence has also sparked questions over the planning behind the protest, while a US Embassy security advisory issued ahead of the demonstration has drawn attention. Here's more as we tell you those visuals, show you the visuals that tell you exactly what's been happening on the streets of the national capital.
Cops assaulted, vehicles vandalized. The true face of the CJP protests has been exposed. Stones were pelted on police officers. total anarchy was seen in the streets of the national capital. Several police vehicles were vandalized as the so-called students' protests took a disturbing turn. In another twist, the US Embassy advisory cautioning its citizens 4 days before the violence raised the question of foreign elements in the protests. So how did the US know of these protests? Were they involved? The playbook and the toolkit seems similar to earlier rounds of violence that the national capital has seen of late. From the Shaheen Bagh protests over CAA NRC in 2020 to the Red Fort protests of 2022 that were not by farmers. The questions over the origins and the conspiracy behind the Monday protests and the violence continue to get murky.
Okay, viewers, you saw those pictures, you saw the protests, the violence. Now, a total of 10 FIRs have been registered so far regarding the CJP protest in Delhi. According to the police, these FIRs have been registered in connection with various incidents and law and order issues that occurred during the protest. Investigations into the cases are underway. I want to, of course, go across to my colleague who will be joining us. 10 FIRs have been registered. Ishita joins us live from our Republic newsroom. Ishita, these videos are so concerning. In fact, they are videos which are showing that some of the personnel are being attacked with people with swords. There are sticks which are being used. Mob is chasing these RAF personnel, kicking them. You know, this is absolutely shocking. So 10 FIRs have been registered so far. Yes, Ishita.
You know, this is no longer a protest. What you're witnessing right now unfolding on the streets of central Delhi are criminal acts of violence by CJP goons. And as a result, we're now seeing that legal crackdown intensifying in this case. A total of about 10 FIRs have now been launched by Delhi police. Now, the videos that we're in fact showing to our viewers, such videos have also been accessed by Delhi police. A total of about 250 videos is what they are going through right now. They're examining the digital evidence, the videographic evidence that they have. They're trying to identify these miscreants, these CJP goons who are involved in, unleashing this kind of violence on the streets of Delhi. So as we understand that investigation is underway, the FIRs which have now been registered at several police stations. I remember because violence was not in fact confined to one area in central Delhi. There were several pockets where the violence broke out. So a total of about 10 FIRs have been registered in this case. But I'll give you the details. In fact, as far as where these FIRs have been registered is what we are getting at this moment. Now, 4 FIRs have been registered at Sansad Marg Police Station, 3 at CP Police Station, 1 at Mandir Marg, 1 at Barakhamba and 1 at Kartavya Path Police Station as well. So you can see, the scale and the intensity of these protests which turned violent in central Delhi. Total 10 FIRs, and at this moment, these FIRs are registered against unidentified men, which means that right now the process to identify these miscreants, these CJP goons is still underway, as the videographic evidence that Delhi police has now recorded is still being examined at the moment.
That's right, Shita. These RF personnel are being separated from their colleagues. They're being tripped. They are being isolated from the group. And then you can see, viewers, how the mob attacks them brutally. What began as a protest in the name of students has now snowballed into a major law and order flashpoint. Republic has accessed exclusive testimonies of police personnel who were on duty during the CJP Parliament March. In fact, their accounts paint a chilling picture of what they described as a pre-planned attack on the police force. Officers allege they were surrounded, dragged, assaulted with steel rods, stones and glass bottles, while anti-social elements infiltrated the crowd with the intent to trigger violence. Here's the ground report.
The CJP protest near Parliament Street is turning more violent with each passing minute. Delhi police officers said that the march was used as a cover for a planned attack on security personnel. According to Delhi police, more than 118 personnel were injured, while several government vehicles and barricades were vandalized during the violence. Sub-Inspector Srinivas Sharma, who was deployed at the protest site, said that a crowd of nearly 10,000 people turned violent.
अपने डीसीपी साहब की टीम के साथ, रोहित राजवीर साहब की टीम के साथ उनके पास गए कि रास्ता खाली कर दो और जंतर मंतर उसकी तरफ अपना कनाट प्लेस की तरफ चले जाएं, जिससे कि रास्ता हो जाए। तो वो भीड़ पूरी उग्र हो चुकी थी और उन्होंने अटैक करने की वो करी। हमने दोनों डीसीपी साहब को सेफ निकाल दिया वहाँ से। उसके बाद भीड़ ने हमारे साथ, हमारे 2-3 साथी हमारे वहाँ पे हम रह गए, तो भीड़ ने हमारे साथ बर्बरता की, सड़क पे खींचा, जिसके साथ हमारी ये चोट लगी आई है, और पब्लिक हमारे साथ मारपीट की और हमारे साथ वो किया, जिसकी वजह से मुझे फ्रैक्चर भी आया है।
Additionally, DCP Anand Mishra said the protest was unlawful from the beginning and claimed the mob ignored repeated warnings before attacking police.
उन्होंने अचानक से जो है बैरिकेड तोड़ना शुरू कर दिया, गाड़ियां तोड़ना शुरू कर दिया और पुलिस वालों को अपनी तरफ खींच के पीटा। कुछ लोग फ्लैग्स लाए हुए थे, उसमें जो डंडे यूज़ होते हैं वो डंडे निकाल करके मारने की कोशिश करी, चप्पल फेंका, बॉटल्स फेंकी, खाली बॉटल्स फेंकी। और हमारे कई पुलिसकर्मी इस प्रक्रिया में, हाँ, स्टोन पेल्टिंग भी करी कई जगह पर। उस प्रक्रिया में हमारे पुलिसकर्मी 115 के करीब घायल हुए, जो अब तक के अभी रिकॉर्ड में आया है। मुझे भी इसी दौरान चोट लगी थी।
Head Constable Lal Singh alleged that anti-social elements had infiltrated the gathering, climbed onto nearby structures and launched a coordinated stone pelting attack targeting police personnel.
कितनी भीड़ थी जिन लोगों ने आपको घेरा? आप क्या अकेले थे या आपके साथ भी टीम थी?
नहीं, हमारे साथ टीम थी, हमारे साथ थे, साथ में थे सारे 10-15 आदमी थे। हम अपने पुलिसकर्मी थे 10-15।
तो कैसे हुआ? क्या भीड़ आपकी तरफ बढ़ी? आप लोग रोक रहे थे? क्या कुछ घटनाक्रम हुआ कल?
अब उनको भीड़ को रोक रहे थे, उनको रोक रहे थे, तो एकदम अचानक से उन्होंने हमला किया था। लाठी, डंडे और पत्थरों से हमला। ऊपर से पत्थर, बहुत सारे पत्थर मार रहे थे।
ऊपर कहाँ?
ऊपर उधर वहीं पे संसद मार्ग पे ही।
Another injured officer, Head Constable Naveen Ola, claimed the violence appeared meticulously planned.
नहीं, भीड़ काफ़ी थी सर, 500 जा रहे पब्लिक थी लगभग, और उग्र हो रही थी। स्थिति ये हो गई कि पत्थरबाजी करने लगे उन्होंने। कंट्रोल करने की काफ़ी कोशिशें की गई, लेकिन वो कंट्रोल नहीं हो पाई, पर किसी ने भीड़ में से निकलकर मुझ पर पत्थर, तेज़ निकला कोई पत्थर, ऐसा ईंट या कुछ ऐसा मेरे सर पे मारा, जिससे मेरे से सर फट गया और हेड इंजरी आई। और मुझे हमारे एसीपी साहब, पहाड़गंज एसीपी साहब, वो लेके हमें PCR के थ्रू हॉस्पिटल भिजवाया।
Constable Kasana, who sustained serious injuries, was attacked with steel rods, pushed from a rooftop and dragged on the road.
मेरे नीचे टांगों पे भी डंडे मारे गए हैं, स्टील की रॉड जो छपी हुई हैं, जो कि मैं आपको अभी कैमरा पे नहीं दिखा सकता हूँ। बट मैं ये कहना चाहूँगा सर, कल हमारे साथ मतलब बहुत तरीके से ऑर्गेनाइज था ये सर। वो स्टूडेंट्स नहीं थे, वो स्टूडेंट्स के रूप में कोई और ही थे। जैसे ही पथराव होता है तो मैं ऑब्जर्व करता हूँ कि वो पत्थर नहीं थे, वो टाइलें थी, जो कि पहना करके मेरे को मारी गई हैं, जो कि मेरे हाथ पे भी लगी है, जिससे कट गया है मेरा हाथ। ठीक है सर। तो जब वो कटा है, उसके बाद मेरे को पता चला वो टाइल है, तो मैंने देखने की कोशिश करी कहाँ से आ रही है, तो मेरे को पता चला मेरे ही ऊपर जो वो है, क्या कहते हैं, सुलभ शौचालय, उसी के ऊपर से एक आदमी टाइलें मार रहा है। मैं जैसे ही ऊपर चढ़ता हूँ टाइलों को देखने के लिए कि मतलब सॉरी ऊपर चढ़ता हूँ, जैसे कि कौन है ऊपर, मैं ऊपर चढ़ा, ऊपर चढ़ के देखा, देखने के बाद मेरे को पता चलता है कि ऊपर 2 लड़कियां बैठी हैं, जो कि टाइलें घिसने का काम कर रही थी, 2 लड़के टाइलें मारने का काम कर रहे थे।
The injured officers further said that several people in the crowd carried bags filled with stones, while some women vandalized public property before joining the assault on police personnel. Delhi police has now registered multiple FIRs for rioting, assault on public servants, destruction of public property and other offences. Several investigation teams are examining video footages and identifying those involved. As the investigation gathers pace, the focus has now shifted from the protest itself to the attempt to target and seriously injure police personnel. with authorities vowing strict action against every individual responsible.
All right, viewers, getting to some more breaking news coming in. We put our focus to what's happening around the world now, especially in Iraq. So the widespread fires in Suleimania, Iraq, continue following a drone attack on bases of separatist groups. So those are the updates that we're getting for you in terms of the global, I repeat, the global update that is coming in. There has been a lot of updates, I repeat, a lot of updates coming on Republic TV. There was, this is Suleimania, Iraq, and this is where these pictures are coming from. This is coming after there has been a lot of attacks in northern Iraq, Iranian attacks in northern Iraq, and those are the pictures coming in. So widespread fires in Suleimania, Iraq following the drone attack on the bases of separatist groups. We're getting some more breaking news coming in. Let's move ahead, viewers. Iranian media claims a military site near Tabriz was heavily targeted by US airstrikes earlier tonight. Large blaze reported in Iran. Massive fire erupts as well. And large fires are reported in Behban, Iran, following reported US strikes on a military base. So as usual, viewers, we see that US-Iran escalation continues, and both the nations striking each other's military bases. That is something that has been happening for a while now. This also telling you that the Iranian army is saying it's targeting US military site in western Kuwait. President Trump had said US would soon target more areas which are part of Iran's primary nuclear enrichment facility. So that is also something that President Trump said would be targeted when it comes to the escalation. Iranian media claims a military site near Tabriz was heavily targeted by US airstrikes earlier tonight. US military has launched 11 nights of strikes on Iran as the two countries are vying for control of the Strait of Hormuz again. The US Central Command has said the targets are being struck in the latest wave and comes after Trump said that strikes would be intensifying even further. US President Trump said Iranian officials want to meet, they want to come to a deal, but President Trump said that we have no interest in meeting them until they're ready to fulfill the conditions of the US. And this is something that President Trump has said again and again. And Trump is saying there'll be more areas which US would be targeting in Iran, especially the fortified underground site near one of Iran's primary nuclear enrichment facilities. Getting to some more breaking news coming in, viewers. In fact, let's go ahead and tell you exactly what's happening. We see that there's some more updates coming in terms of the anti-air defense system seen in action over the Iranian capital, Tehran. So those are the pictures which also will be coming up very soon. These pictures are showing the kind of activity which is happening in the dark hours. Iranian army is saying it's targeting US military sites in western Kuwait. And there's some kind of a missile or drone being launched towards Tehran. And you can see the air defense systems of Iran are very active. They're springing into action to counter those missiles and drones and projectiles which are being targeted towards Tehran, viewers. So back-to-back updates coming in here on Republic TV. As we told you, the strikes continue from both the sides. US is attacking multiple areas of Iran, and there have been many provinces which are being targeted by the United States. In fact, we see that Iran is saying that multiple areas such as Sistan, Balochistan have been targeted by the United States. Okay, viewers, here's a short break. Do not go anywhere. Indian Navy to commission INS Malwan, the second of the anti-submarine warfare shallow watercraft in Karnataka. That's one of the biggest stories coming in. It's a big milestone for India.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी
पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
I wake up wearing someone else again. Skin tight like porcelain. I don't recognize these eyes. Something scratching from inside. Don't let it slip. I'm losing control. I don't wanna be safe anymore. Underneath there's a fire they can't keep. No more faces.
Finding myself. That's my moment of Sarah.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े। चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा
मसाला।
जबरदस्ती बैठ जाएंगे और आपसे बातचीत की गई। मंत्री जितेंद्र सिंह गए थे, गृह सचिव गए थे, तो गए ठीक है नीट पर बहस हो तो हम तैयार हैं। फिर हम मुकर गए कि मेरी मर्जी। ये क्या देश आप ही कारण चलेगा, आप ही की उद्दंडता से चलेगा। राहुल गांधी, यू हैव बीन इर्रेस्पॉन्सिबल। आई कंडेम योर इंटायर कंडक्ट यस्टरडे। बाद में मजबूरन पुलिस को कार्रवाई करनी पड़ी, जो सुरक्षा के लिए जरूरी था, शांति के लिए जरूरी था। कल प्रधानमंत्री जी ने हमेशा स्पष्ट रूप से कह दिया,
Viewers, even as US strikes across Iran continue for the 11th straight night, Pete Hegseth has stated in Congress that the estimated cost of war has reached $37.5 billion. The statement was given during a heated session at the Senate Appropriations Committee, which, by the way, was interrupted multiple times with protests raising placards and slogans. Meanwhile, Hegseth stated that the additional $70 billion that the War Department is seeking is an urgent, necessary injection. Take a look at this report.
US Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth faced questions and protests over the war with Iran, which he estimated has cost $37.5 billion so far.
Do you have a new estimate about what the war has cost us so far in this, the 5th month of the first year of this war in Iran?
Senator, the estimate we have as of today is $37.5 billion.
And is the current activity, which we've been told about, the exchange of fire back and forth in Iran, an indication that that number is going to go up in the months ahead?
Some of that number captures additional O&M, mill pay, and other that would be anticipated through the fiscal year. So some of that anticipates what costs would be going out in the future as well.
Pete Hegseth said the supplemental war funding is an urgent, necessary injection of money. However, Democrat senators remain apprehensive. Senator Pat Murray, the top Democrat on the panel, warned of another forever war.
So coming up, viewers, Anaki toolkit repeats CJP protest follows exact toolkit from Shaheen Bagh and Red Fort violence. Stay tuned.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
I wake up wearing someone else again. Skin tight like porcelain. I don't recognize these eyes. Something scratching from inside. Don't let it slip. I'm losing control. I don't wanna be safe anymore. Underneath there's a fire they can't keep. No more faces.
Finding myself. That's my moment of Sarah.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट, ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े, चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
We cannot say that we will see relief for sure, but yes, definitely messages are being exchanged between Iran and the United States, and both of them have confirmed. Messages are being exchanged and both sides are looking or examining the messages which they are receiving. Marco Rubio has also indicated that, and similarly the Iranian Foreign Ministry has indicated that. As of now, America is definitely hammering Iran, especially the coastal areas and south of Iran, right? The ports, the civil infrastructure also, the bridges, the roads, the towers, the radar system towers and all, so that it can degrade the capabilities of the Iranian forces to impact and influence the Strait of Hormuz. However, whatsoever be the extent of American attacks, it seems Iran is retaliating back, and Iran is also succeeding a little bit, and which is enough for Iran. So every night, CENTCOM says that we've done X number of sorties and bombed infrastructure to degrade the Iranian forces. And then after that, Iranian missiles and drones go, and especially Iran seems to be targeting right now more Kuwait, Bahrain, and Jordan. And in Jordan, it has achieved some wins also. There are reports that several or a good number of Black Hawk helicopters have been destroyed in the attack on the Jordanian base, where 2 soldiers have been killed and apparently a third is missing, is also believed dead. Let us see if they start talking, and if they start talking, do they ink a new document which they call MOU 2.0 or whatever they call it. Iran will never give up its claim.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
A very warm welcome, viewers. You're watching Republic TV. This is Shivam Dutt Mehta, and the top focus today also is the CJP violence, because the protests are getting more violent and more police personnel, RF personnel are being attacked, brutally attacked, assaulted, punched and kicked. We'll get you all the details of this story and a lot more, because there's also a BJP reaction coming in to the violence which was done by the CJP and also the protest by the opposition. But first up, let's have a look at the top headlines of the hour. Republic exposes CJP goons, violence, vandalism caught on camera. Deep case theatrics fall flat. Questions raised, is CJP a planned front for violence? Another video emerges. CJP goons surround and brutally assault RAF personnel during the violence. A total of 10 FIRs have been registered by the Delhi police over the violence by CJP goons, which led to over 100 police officers being injured. Anarchy toolkit repeats. A CJP protest follows exact toolkit from Shaheen Bagh and Red Fort violence. And dragging the NEET issue even after successful re-NEET exams is the opposition using CJP to indirectly disrupt Parliament. All right, we are getting a big update, a big breaking news development because of the violence that's happening in Delhi because of the protest by the CJP. We have more information coming in regarding the violence in Delhi. As per sources in the security establishment, the centre has ordered deployment of 20 additional companies of the CRPF in Delhi to strengthen the security measures in view of the CJP protests and demonstrations by various political parties. Now, the forces all drawn from the Central Reserve Police Force, that is the CRPF, are being airlifted from West Bengal after the Ministry of Home Affairs, that is the MHA, ordered their immediate deployment in the national capital on Tuesday night. Now, the additional deployment will strengthen the law and order situation in view of the violent CJP protests. Now, demonstrations by various political parties and the ongoing parliament session that we have right now, the ongoing session that we are speaking about, and the kind of chaos, the opposition's behavior, and also the violent protesters who even went on to threaten Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Now, these are the various visuals also on your television screen, and this is exactly what is happening right now, and we need additional security in Delhi. And these are the visuals of the violent incidents which happened. There is also a press conference which was ongoing, which was being done by the BJP in this regards about what actually unfolded and what the reaction which was by the opposition. But let's go across to the visuals that we have right now. The visuals on your screen, this is the attempt to lynch an RAF Jawan. On your screens, ladies and gentlemen, as you can see, this was a pre-planned violence on your television screen, attempt to lynch an RAF Jawan. Another video, let's go across to other videos also that we have for you, where more attempts were made to lynch the Jawans, the personnel, RAF personnel in this regards. The police personnel were also brutally beaten, assaulted. Let's go to another video that we have for you. Mob surrounds, brutally assaults Jawan. All right, let's go across to video number 3. RAF officer assaulted by goons. Now, various RAF officers, personnel were assaulted by the CJP goons, and everything was caught on camera. The brutal assault, the trial of lynching these RAF personnel. All right, Ishita continues to be with us from the newsroom for more updates on what actually is unfolding. Ishita, we're getting to know that additional troops, additional deployment has been ordered by the Ministry of Home Affairs in this regard. 20 more companies of the CRPF which will be deployed, and it's very much important looking at the kind of violence these protesters are up to. Over to you for all the latest developments.
Right, of course, Shivam. In the view of what is now escalating on the streets of central Delhi, about 20 additional companies of Central Reserve Police Force have now been ordered from West Bengal to Delhi. So we understand that MHA has in fact now ordered immediate deployment of about 20 additional CRPF companies from Kolkata to Delhi. They are being airlifted due to this immediate order that has come in from MHA. Now let's talk about what is right now unfolding on the streets of Delhi. Monsoon session right now is underway, and we're looking at these CJP goons, in fact, unleashing violence all on the streets of central Delhi. And we've seen, they're using all kinds of means, whether it's stones being used, bricks being used, glass bottles, they're being hurled at these police officials. They are toppling, they are breaching through barricades in central Delhi, which also remains a very high and sensitive zone as far as Delhi is concerned. Now, when monsoon session is in place, of course, we've seen multiple layers of security which have been deployed at the site. So in the view of this escalating situation where CJP continues its violence on the streets of Delhi, now 20 additional companies will be deployed on the streets. We understand that these companies, as per the MHA order, have now been airlifted from Kolkata, and they will be brought in to the national capital. Now remember, we have been flagging these videos on our screen as well, showing that how the violence has now been increasing. The CJP goons, they have been attacking, whether it's RAF personnel, whether it's a Delhi police personnel. Already over 118 police personnel were injured in this violent incidents. So to take the law and order situation and to strengthen the security measures right here in the capital city, we're now looking at additional measures being taken by MHA regarding this. And for that, about 20 additional companies will be brought in to strengthen the multiple layers of security which are already in place to, restore calm and to maintain a peace at the site.
All right, thanks a lot, Ishita, for all the updates. Keep tracking all the developments. We'll come back to you as more details emerge. So Ishita was joining us from the newsroom with all the latest updates in this regard. Let's move on, ladies and gentlemen. Now, what began as a protest in Delhi soon turned violent with allegations of attacks on police personnel, stone pelting and vandalism of public property. The violence has also sparked questions over the planning behind the protests, while a US Embassy security advisory issued ahead of the demonstrations has drawn attention. Here is more.
Cops assaulted, vehicles vandalized. The true face of the CJP protests has been exposed. Stones were pelted on police officers. Total anarchy was seen in the streets of the national capital. Several police vehicles were vandalized as the so-called students' protests took a disturbing turn. In another twist, the US Embassy advisory cautioning its citizens 4 days before the violence raised the question of foreign elements in the protests. So how did the US know of these protests? Were they involved? The playbook and the toolkit seems similar to earlier rounds of violence that the national capital has seen of late. From the Shaheen Bagh protests over CAA NRC in 2020 to the Red Fort protests of 2022 that were not by farmers. The questions over the origins and the conspiracy behind the Monday protests and the violence continue to get murkier.
We are getting another development regarding the protest by the opposition also, and this is the BJP, which has issued a press conference, a statement in a press conference in which they have condemned Rahul Gandhi and the opposition's actions yesterday to stoke tensions in the national capital region, where they were trying to protest in front of the Prime Minister's residence. Ravi Shankar Prasad has stated that the opposition is using students as props in political campaigns. Now, this is official statement from the BJP regarding the actions of the opposition party leaders, where they are highlighting the fact that the opposition and especially Congress is using students as props in political campaign. This is Ravi Shankar Prasad stating and alleging the opposition is using students as props in political campaigns. Let's go across to that reaction. Let's listen into Ravi Shankar Prasad.
तंत्र में और लोकतांत्रिक इतिहास में बहुत ही शर्म का दिन था। विपक्ष के नेता राहुल गांधी जबरदस्ती और जबरन बिना किसी अनुमति के प्रधानमंत्री के निवास के गेट पर धरने पर बैठ गए। उनके पिताजी भारत के प्रधानमंत्री रहे हैं, उनकी दादी जी रही हैं इंदिरा गांधी जी, उनके परनाना नेहरू जी भारत के प्रधानमंत्री रहे हैं। प्रधानमंत्री के निवास की गरिमा क्या होती है उनको मालूम है, फिर भी जिस तरह का गैर जिम्मेदाराना उन्होंने आचरण किया है, मैं उसकी बहुत ही भर्त्सना करता हूं। वो सिक्योरिटी जोन है, प्रधानमंत्री की सुरक्षा सबसे महत्वपूर्ण होती है, विपक्ष के नेता की भी होती है, बाकी मंत्रियों की होती है। आप इस तरह से करेंगे, जबरदस्ती बैठ जाएंगे। और आपसे बातचीत की गई, मंत्री जितेंद्र सिंह गए थे, गृह सचिव गए थे, वो कहे ठीक है नीट पर बहस हो तो हम तैयार हैं। फिर आप मुकर गए कि मेरी मर्जी। ये क्या देश आप ही के कारण चलेगा? आप ही की उद्दंडता से चलेगा? राहुल गांधी, यू हैव बीन इर्रेस्पॉन्सिबल। आई कंडेम योर इंटायर कंडक्ट यस्टरडे। बाद में मजबूरन पुलिस को कार्रवाई करनी पड़ी। जो सुरक्षा के लिए जरूरी था, शांति के लिए जरूरी था।
The political battle over the CJP protest has intensified, with sharp reactions pouring in from both the opposition and the ruling alliance. While opposition leaders have accused the centre of crushing democratic dissent and using excessive force against protesters, the BJP has defended the police action, maintaining that violence cannot be justified in the name of protest. Take a look.
The confrontation over the CJP protest has now turned into a full-blown political battle. Leaders across the spectrum weighed in on the police action and the clashes in Delhi. BJP President Nitin Nabin says that Rahul Gandhi is emerging as a symbol of anarchy.
राहुल गांधी जी गंभीरता से नहीं लेते हैं, इस बात का आज पूरा उनके व्यवहार से दिखा। मेरा यह मानना है, लोकतंत्र में विरोध और अराजकता दोनों अलग अलग शब्द हैं। विरोध जब मर्यादा की हदों को पार कर जाती है तो अराजकता बन जाती है, और हम शुरू से कहते रहे हैं, राहुल गांधी जी अराजकता के प्रतीक बनकर उभर रहे हैं।
Union Minister Jitendra Singh has accused Rahul Gandhi of changing goalposts after the government agreed to opposition demands.
राहुल गांधी से क्या बात हुई सर? राहुल गांधी से क्या बात हुई सर? बात सर जितेंद्र सर, राहुल गांधी से क्या बात? बाद में भाई सर, आप बोलना बाद में। सर आधे घंटे तक आप लोग बैठे रहे, राहुल गांधी माने कि नहीं आपकी बात? सर राहुल गांधी से क्या बातचीत हुई सर? सर हाई सिक्योरिटी जोन में बैठे हुए राहुल गांधी।
Union Minister Chirag Paswan appealed to the opposition to engage in constructive dialogue.
हम सब खुद छात्रों के साथ हैं, युवाओं के साथ हैं। आज मेरे प्रधानमंत्री ने एनडीए सांसदों की बैठक में स्पष्ट तौर से ये बोला कि भारत के भविष्य के साथ, युवाओं छात्रों के साथ कभी किसी तरीके का समझौता नहीं हो सकता। बट ऐसे में आप हर सत्र से पहले एक दो विषय को आप ले लेंगे तो फिर कलेक्टिवली लीजिए ना सारे विषयों को।
Additionally, Maharashtra Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis defended the police response, stating that while peaceful protest is a democratic right, violence and attempts to create unrest cannot be tolerated. Meanwhile, Jharkhand Chief Minister Hemant Soren hinted at further political developments ahead, saying the coming days would witness more struggles and new developments.
वर्तमान परिस्थिति को कई मायने में अलग अलग तरीके से देखने समझने का प्रयास भी हो रहा है। लेकिन मैं यही कहूंगा कि वर्तमान स्थिति काफी, कहा जाए कि एक गंभीर और चिंताजनक दौर से हम सब गुजर रहे हैं।
With both sides refusing to back down, the CJP protest has now moved beyond the streets, becoming the latest flashpoint in the political confrontation between the government and the opposition.
All right, viewers, now let's move on to another big breaking news development that we're getting, and this is about the induction ceremony of INS Malwan, the commissioning of INS Malwan, and we're getting the visuals of the Air Chief Marshal and the Vice Admiral who are attending the commissioning ceremony of INS Malwan at Karwar in Karnataka. Now, these are the visuals and images of this anti-submarine warship known as the Navy's Submarine Hunter. The new Indian Navy's Submarine Hunter, designed and built by the Cochin Shipyard Limited under the centre's Atmanirbhar Bharat mission initiative. Now, the vessel has over 80% indigenous content and adding teeth to India's indigenously developed submarine hunter fleet. The Indian Navy will be commissioning, and it's happening right now. It's getting commissioned. The INS Malwan, the second of the 8 Mahe-class anti-submarine warfare shallow watercraft ASW SWC in Kochi, and this is India is rapidly expanding its anti-submarine warfare fleet to counter the growing deployment of nuclear and conventional submarines by China and Pakistan in the Indian Ocean region. These are the live visuals coming in of the chiefs on board this craft, this Navy submarine hunter, that is INS Malwan. And the submarine hunter fleet protects vital sea lines of communication and maintains undersea deterrence in both deep sea and shallow coastal regions. We have Ishan, our correspondent, defense correspondent Ishan, with more details on this. It's a big boost, Ishan, for the Indian Navy. We have another submarine hunter joining the Indian Navy. Ishan.
Absolutely. INS Malwan is a Mahe-class anti-submarine warfare shallow water craft. Now, what this means is that it has a capacity of wading in waters that are nearly feet deep. Now, apart from this, it was built by Cochin Shipyard and it has over 80% indigenous content. The length of the ship is approximately 80 meters and it displaces around 1100 tons of 1100 tons. Now, this particular craft is a very special because it has a very unique propulsion system. It has a water jet propulsion. Now, what this does, it gives you a lot of control over the craft during maneuvering in shallow waters where rocks and shallow seabed and protrusions are expected. Apart from that, it is armed with lightweight torpedoes, multifunction anti-submarine rockets, advanced hull-mounted sonar, modern surveillance radars, integrated combat management system for underwater threat detection. Now, all of this is giving India a boost because this is the 4th Mahe-class ship to be inducted into the Indian Navy. Now, all of these have been inducted into the Western Command of the Indian Navy and is focused mostly near the coastline to ensure that no such activity by foreign submarines or foreign vessels can take place within Indian territories. Back to you.
All right, Ishan, thanks a lot for all the updates. And this is indeed wonderful. The INS Malwan induction, visuals of that from Karwar, Karnataka on your screen. And this is yet another Indian Navy's submarine hunter, India's submarine hunter. All right, viewers, now let's move on to another top story that we are tracking. The political turmoil and recent violence in New Delhi are causing significant concerns about foreign intervention. In a compelling new examination, BJP figure and Goa Chronicle editor-in-chief Savio Rodrigues thoroughly explores the intensifying circumstances concerning the CJP. Rodrigues highlights concerning similarities between the current violence in Delhi and recent regime change efforts in nearby South Asian nations. He highlights a possible extensive geopolitical tactic employed by foreign intelligence organizations, specifically the CIA, targeting the destabilization of India's internal security and the undermining of its sovereign leadership.
The violent protest stones were there. They had come with reportedly, what I'm hearing from certain sections of the reporters is that there was a truck laden with stones. Something similar that you do in Kashmir. When Kashmir was prior to the application of Article 370, a whole of mess in for these kind of activities. That's exactly the playbook. On July 17th, interestingly, the US Embassy put out an advisory talking about demonstration which was going to be happening on July 20th and July 21st. It's very important you understand this aspect of it. Because time and again, I have been informing with the Republic TV the hand of the US deep state in activities in India, whether it was Manipur, whether it is the northeastern region in totality, in certain parts in Punjab, certain aspects of anarchy that might spring out in some southern states. The US deep state is very, very active at this point of time in India. Now, why the letter of the US Embassy is very interesting, because it's very unusual that the US Embassy would have such details and be well informed that it put it on that particular letter. They knew about the location, they knew about the expected mobilization much before the event. So this letter came out on 17th. The protest happened on the 20th and the 21st. They even knew that there was the 250 farmer organizations going to come out and protest on 21st, and they were also going to march to Parliament. They also knew the locations where the American citizens should not visit, and therefore this advisory was given to them to avoid the areas, which was Jantar Mantar towards the Parliament area, to avoid all these areas. Now, you could call it coincidence. In spycraft and in statecraft, there is no coincidence. There is always a plan behind a plan. The US deep state has been aggressively working in India to replicate what it's done in Bangladesh, to replicate what it's done in Nepal, to replicate what it's done in Sri Lanka some years back, to replicate what it's doing in most Asian and African countries, which is wanting to have control. Now, yes, you could argue and say that the students have a point to protest. And rightfully so, they can protest because that's what the law allows you to do. But during the course of the protest, as you saw yesterday, suddenly there were stones available, and these protesters started throwing stones at the police personnel that were around. Many of them were injured. That kind of stone pelting is something that we have seen militants do, and even people supporting militants in Kashmir. The stone pelting incidents were seen during the Delhi riots, where an IB officer was a victim of brutality because of certain sections that were a part of those Delhi riots, one whose case and has been found guilty, a leader of a political party. The US deep state has one objective, and that objective is control. They have been mobilizing the Gen Z in other countries. We saw the manner in which the Bangladesh leader had to run away and come to India and seek refuge in India. You've seen a puppet like Muhammad Yunus being put in place in Bangladesh. You're seeing the same thing in Nepal, where there was another puppet put in place. In fact, now in Nepal, Balan himself is facing trouble from the Gen Z. So it is all a playbook that the US deep state has been using in these countries. And the reason they are using in these countries is because they want control. The Manipur crisis, which was a narcotics problem, a 70,000 crore narcotics problem, was further accentuated because of the US deep state with its one intent. And that intent was told to us by the leader from Bangladesh herself. She had said in a meeting with her party members that a white man wants to carve out a Christian nation from parts of Myanmar, parts of Bangladesh, and parts of India, which is Manipur and Mizoram. Sheikh Hasina herself had said this and was even alluding to the fact that she could be overthrown. And what happened in Bangladesh? The same playbook is being played out in India.
All right, it's time to slip into a short commercial break, but don't go anywhere because we have a lot more lined up for you. Coming up after the break, another video emerges. CJP goons surround and brutally assault RAF personnel during the violence.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला
गांव में भेजा था रेस्क्यू करने के लिए। एक डिप्लो हो गया, 2 हो गया मोरियानी में, हम लोग का बाकी सेठो हो गया जोहट में। तो यहाँ में भी मस्जिद में कुछ लोग फंसा हुआ है, उन लोग भी हम बाहर निकालने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं। अभी गोलाघाट से एक टीम आ रहा है, और सॉरी हुजाई से अभी तक आया नहीं, आप पहुंचा नहीं, आ रहा है, रास्ते में है वो लोग।
Top headlines: Republic exposes CJP goons, violence, vandalism caught on camera. Deep case theatrics fall flat. Questions raised: is CJP a planned front or for violence? Another video emerges: CJP goons around and brutally assault RAF personnel during the violence. A total of 10 FIRs have been registered by the Delhi police over the violence by CJP goons, which led to over 100 police officers being injured. A Naki toolkit repeats once again. CJP protest follows exact toolkit from Shaheen Bagh and Red Fort violence. Dragging the NEET issue even after a successful re-NEET exam is the opposition using CJP to indirectly disrupt Parliament. We're getting some big updates coming in, viewers, some reactions coming in from the Parliament on the violence unleashed by the CJP. When asked about the assault on a reporter, Kalyan Banerjee states what was being done was right. Big updates coming in here, viewers of Republic TV, where we see that some of these politicians are justifying the violence that we have seen, specifically violence on some journalists. In fact, there was an assault on a reporter, on a journalist, and Kalyan Banerjee says that what was done was right. So back-to-back updates coming in here on Republic TV. Some of these pictures are also on your screen showing the violence which has happened. Some reporters were assaulted, and many have condemned the attack on reporters who were just doing their job, who were just trying to cover the event as per their responsibility. But Kalyan Banerjee saying that whatever is happening, well, that is right. Now, I'm putting out some more pictures. We're putting out some more pictures coming in for you on exactly what happened on the streets when the CJP goons were attacking RAF personnel. You can see those pictures coming in. Here you will see that many of these RAF jawans who were once again there to protect, to make sure the law and order situation remains balanced. These RAF jawans were singled out from their colleagues and they were attacked. Now, this is the second video. The mob is surrounding and brutally assaulting these jawans. You can see how the mob is singling them out, and once they are singled out from their colleagues, multiple goons attack the RAF jawan. The RAF jawans are completely outnumbered. They are attacked, they're assaulted, they're kicked. Those are the pictures coming in on your screen of those updates that we had told you about. More pictures on the screen. Let's put some more pictures on your screen. There has been already FIRs which have been filed over this assault on security personnel during the CJP protest. One more picture coming in, one more video where RAF officer has been assaulted by these goons. So back-to-back updates, 10 FIRs have been launched after the RAF jawans have been attacked. Let's go ahead and play out what Kalyan Banerjee is saying. Kalyan Banerjee has defended the violence which has been taking place in the national capital.
देश का छोटा छोटा लड़का का साथ आप लोग ऐसा करेगा
क्यों वो लोग नहीं करेगा?
ज्यादा उन छोटे लड़कों ने जर्नलिस्ट के साथ जो किया, हमारा एक रिपोर्टर था उसको रॉब किया, असॉल्ट किया।
आप क्यों गया उधर अंदर में?
तो नहीं करेगा।
नहीं, उनका वो लोग जानते हैं जो आप लोग गोदी मीडिया का आदमी है।
तो रिपोर्टिंग नहीं करेगा।
नहीं, वो लोग जानते हैं आप लोग गोदी मीडिया का, आप गोदी मीडिया का,
इसलिए असॉल्ट किया जाएगा। आप जस्टिफाई कर रहे हैं।
देश का छोटा छोटा लड़का का साथ आप लोग ऐसा करेगा, क्यों वो लोग नहीं करेगा?
ज्यादा उन छोटे लड़कों ने जर्नलिस्ट के साथ जो किया, हमारा एक रिपोर्टर था उसको रॉब किया, असॉल्ट किया।
आप क्यों गया उधर अंदर में?
तो नहीं करेगा।
नहीं, उनका वो लोग जानते हैं जो आप लोग गोदी मीडिया का आदमी है।
तो रिपोर्टिंग नहीं करेगा।
वो लोग जानते हैं आप लोग गोदी मीडिया का, आप गोदी मीडिया का,
इसलिए असॉल्ट किया जाएगा। आप जस्टिफाई कर रहे हैं।
So viewers, what began as a protest in the name of students has now snowballed into a major law and order situation and flashpoint. Republic has accessed exclusive testimonies of police personnel who were on duty during the CJP Parliament March. Their accounts paint a chilling picture of what they describe as a pre-planned attack on the police force. Officers alleged that they were surrounded, they were dragged, assaulted with steel rods and stones and glass bottles while anti-social elements infiltrated the crowd with the intent to trigger violence. Here's a full report. Viewers, take a look.
The CJP protest near Parliament Street is turning more violent with each passing minute. Delhi police officers said that the march was used as a cover for a planned attack on security personnel. According to Delhi police, more than 118 personnel were injured, while several government vehicles and barricades were vandalized during the violence. Sub-Inspector Srinivas Sharma, who was deployed at the protest site, said that a crowd of nearly 10,000 people turned violent.
अपने डीसीपी साहब की टीम के साथ, रोहित राजवीर साहब की टीम के साथ उनके पास गए कि रास्ता खाली कर दो और जनता मंत्री उसकी तरफ अपना कनाट प्लेस की तरफ चले जाएं जिससे कि रास्ता हो जाए। तो वो भीड़ पूरी उग्र हो चुकी थी और उन्होंने अटैक करने की वो करी। हमने दोनों डीसीपी साहब को सेफ निकाल दिया वहाँ से। उसके बाद भीड़ ने हमारे साथ, हमारे 2-3 साथी हमारे वहाँ पे हम रह गए, तो भीड़ ने हमारे साथ बर्बरता की, सड़क पे खींचा जिसके साथ हमारी ये चोट लगी आई है और पब्लिक हमारे साथ मारपीट की और हमारे साथ वो किया जिसकी वजह से मुझे फ्रैक्चर भी आया है।
Additionally, DCP Anand Mishra said the protest was unlawful from the beginning and claimed the mob ignored repeated warnings before attacking police.
उन्होंने अचानक से जो है बैरिकेड तोड़ना शुरू कर दिया, गाड़ियां तोड़ना शुरू कर दिया और पुलिस वालों को अपनी तरफ खींच के पीटा। कुछ लोग फ्लैग्स लाए हुए थे, उसमें जो डंडे यूज़ होते हैं वो डंडे निकाल करके मारने की कोशिश करी, चप्पल फेंका, बॉटल्स फेंकी, खाली बॉटल्स फेंकी और हमारे कई पुलिसकर्मी इस प्रक्रिया में, हाँ, स्टोन पेल्टिंग भी करी कई जगह पर। उस प्रक्रिया में हमारे पुलिसकर्मी 115 के करीब घायल हुए, जो अब तक का भी रिकॉर्ड में आया है। मुझे भी इसी दौरान चोट लगी थी।
Head Constable Lal Singh alleged that anti-social elements had infiltrated the gathering, climbed onto nearby structures and launched a coordinated stone pelting attack targeting police personnel.
कितनी भीड़ थी जिन लोगों ने आपको घेरा? आप क्या अकेले थे या आपके साथ भी टीम थी?
नहीं, हमारे साथ टीम थी, हमारे साथ थे, साथ में थे सारे 10-15 आदमी थे। हम अपने पुलिसकर्मी थे 10-15।
तो कैसे हुआ? क्या भीड़ आपकी तरफ बढ़ी? आप लोग रोक रहे थे? क्या कुछ घटनाक्रम हुआ कल?
अब उनको भीड़ को रोक रहे थे, उनको रोक रहे थे तो एकदम अचानक से उन्होंने हमला किया था। लाठी, डंडे और पत्थरों से हमला, ऊपर से पत्थर, बहुत सारे पत्थर मार रहे थे।
ऊपर कहाँ?
ऊपर उधर वहीं पे संसद मार्ग पे ही।
Another injured officer, Head Constable Naveen Ola, claimed the violence appeared meticulously planned.
नहीं, भीड़ काफ़ी थी सर, 5-6 हज़ार पब्लिक थी लगभग और उग्र हो रही थी। स्थिति ये हो गई कि पत्थरबाजी करने लगे उन्होंने। कंट्रोल करने की काफ़ी कोशिशें की गई लेकिन वो कंट्रोल नहीं हो पाई और किसी ने भीड़ में से निकलकर मुझ पर पत्थर, तेज़ निकला कोई पत्थर, ऐसा ईंट या कुछ ऐसा मेरे सर पे मारा जिससे मेरे सर फट गया और हेड इंजरी आई और मुझे हमारे एसीपी साहब, पहाड़गंज एसीपी साहब, वो लेके हमें PCR के थ्रू हॉस्पिटल भिजवाया।
Constable Kasana, who sustained serious injuries, was attacked with steel rods, pushed from a rooftop and dragged on the road.
मेरे नीचे टांगों पे भी डंडे मारे गए हैं, स्टील की रॉड जो छपी हुई हैं, जो कि मैं आपको अभी कैमरा पे नहीं दिखा सकता हूँ। बट मैं ये कहना चाहूँगा सर, कल हमारे साथ मतलब बहुत तरीके से ऑर्गेनाइज था ये सर। वो स्टूडेंट्स नहीं थे, वो स्टूडेंट्स के रूप में कोई और ही थे। जैसे ही पथराव होता है तो मैं ऑब्जर्व करता हूँ कि वो पत्थर नहीं थे, वो टाइलें थी जो कि पहना करके मेरे को मारी गई हैं, जो कि मेरे हाथ पे भी लगी है, जिससे कट गया है मेरा हाथ। ठीक है सर। तो जब वो कटा है उसके बाद मेरे को पता चला वो टाइल है, तो मैंने देखने की कोशिश करी कहाँ से आ रही है। तो मेरे को पता चला मेरे ही ऊपर जो वो है क्या कहते हैं सुलभ शौचालय, उसी के ऊपर से एक आदमी टाइलें मार रहा है। मैं जैसे ही ऊपर चढ़ता हूँ टाइलों को देखने के लिए कि मतलब सॉरी ऊपर चढ़ता हूँ जैसे कि कौन है ऊपर, मैं ऊपर चढ़ा, ऊपर चढ़ के देखा। देखने के बाद मेरे को पता चलता है कि ऊपर 2 लड़कियां बैठी हैं जो कि टाइलें घिसने का काम कर रही थी, 2 लड़के टाइलें मारने का काम कर रहे थे।
The injured officers further said that several people in the crowd carried bags filled with stones, while some women vandalized public property before joining the assault on police personnel. Delhi police has now registered multiple FIRs for rioting, assault on public servants, destruction of public property and other offences. Several investigation teams are examining video footages and identifying those involved. As the investigation gathers pace, the focus has now shifted from the protest itself to the attempt to target and seriously injure police personnel, with authorities vowing strict action against every individual responsible.
Viewers, big breaking news coming in. A high-level meeting of the senior police officials, including Joint CP Madhur Verma, DCP New Delhi Sachin Sharma and others, are going on at Parliament Street Police Station. This comes after the MHA earlier called for 20 additional CRPF companies to be rushed into Delhi from West Bengal. So, the situation is extremely sensitive, viewers. We know that there has been high security deployed. We will go across to my colleague Saurabh, who will be joining us in a short while from now to really understand that why are 20 additional CRPF companies being rushed in to Delhi from West Bengal. Let's go straight across to my colleague Saurabh. Yes, Saurabh, what is happening? We know that the national capital already has a lot of security deployed in multiple places. There are some traffic restrictions as well because of the protests. A lot of obstacles has come up because of traffic and other security reasons because of the protests. But why are 20 additional CRPF companies being rushed to Delhi from West Bengal?
Shivangi, the 20 CRPF companies are rushed to Delhi from West Bengal as there are multiple protests which the national capital is witnessing right now. As yesterday we have seen that there were several violence incidents took place in the national capital, first in Connaught Place and another in Janpath area. And because of that, not even only the 20 battalions of the CRPF have been rushed to the national capital, all the district police of Delhi have also been called in this New Delhi district so that the law and order situation can be maintained in this area, as this is a very sensitive area right now because the parliament session is also going on. And apart from that, protest at Jantar Mantar, along with Jantar Mantar there are several other areas like Hanuman Mandir and Connaught Place. These places are also witnessing heavy violence in the whole day, and for the past 2 days several of the police officials are also got injured in this violent protest. There is a riot like situation in this whole area, and because of that a high level meeting is also chaired by the Joint Commissioner Madhur Verma at the Parliament Street Police Station, in which several district DCPs are also present, including the New Delhi district DCP Sachin Sharma and others. And now we have also accessed a video in which last night it was seen that a RAF personnel was beaten severely and brutally by the mob in CP area, and they were carrying stones and they were carrying swords and they were chasing him on the road as he was alone, and he tried to point his gun towards these violent protesters so that he could do a self-defense, but he realized that he cannot get saved alone and he started running from there, but all these violent protesters started chasing him and they beat him very brutally, and now FIR regarding this has also been registered.
Yes,
but
Saurabh,
the major thing here is that
Saurabh, what exactly is very concerning here is that because the situation is so bad due to the protests in the national capital, that these 20 CRPF companies, which by the way were in West Bengal to maintain law and order during the assembly elections, that they had to stay back. Those CRPF companies in West Bengal for security reasons have to be pulled out and brought here to the national capital. That is what's very concerning. I mean, what exactly is going on in the streets of Delhi?
Yes, Shivangi, there is a riot-like situation in the national capital currently, as hundreds and thousands of protesters have gathered in the whole national New Delhi area. Not only at Jantar Mantar, but these protests are going on at Connaught Place area, at near Hanuman Mandir, at Janpath. Multiple stone pelting incidents have been reported in this area, and apart from these CJP protesters, now the political leaders have also joined this protest. As yesterday we have only seen that outside the Prime Minister residence, India Alliance bloc stayed there and they have conducted a sit-in protest, and the police have to evacuate them, and they have been detained by the police, and later night they were released. But this is the kind of situation. All the district police are currently placed in the New Delhi area only, as this is a very sensitive area. Like we told our viewers that this currently the Parliament session is also going on, and apart from this, multiple protests have been witnessed by the New Delhi area in the past 3 days, and these protests are not peaceful. They are violent protests, and in this police, a total of 118 police personnel also got injured severely. Some have head injuries, some have back injuries, and multiple people also have fractures. But this is all due to the CJP protest, which got violent, and these are not students, as clearly the police officials who got hurt told Republic that these were not students, they are bad elements, and they have joined this protest. And this is the real face of the CJP, which they were hiding before, and now on June 20th, their real face has came in front of the world, that how they are not a constitutional how this is not a constitutional protest. It is an unconstitutional protest which they are conducted in the New Delhi area, and we have also videos on which the CJP protesters were saying that
Saurabh, thank you for getting us all those details. So more security personnel being lifted from West Bengal right into the national capital because of the chaos that we are seeing on the streets. Okay, let's move ahead, viewers, to some of the other stories that we're tracking here on Republic TV. And like we said, as Saurabh keeps us updated from the ground, we'll talk about what else is happening. Okay, let's go through some live pictures that we're getting for our viewers. Let's go across to the more breaking news coming in. Okay, once again, we see pictures coming in from the Parliament. The protests continue. And now we see that the opposition MPs are observing Black Day protest, and these MPs are holding a symbolic protest on day 3 of the Parliament session. This is the Black Day protest on day 3. Day 3 of the Parliament session, of the Monsoon session, is ongoing, and as it happens every time, the opposition MPs in every session stand outside there and they protest. It's happening again this time around. So they are holding a Black Day protest by wearing black attire to protest the crackdown which happened yesterday. This is what they're saying. So back-to-back is coming here, viewers of Republic TV. Opposition MPs holding a protest, and they have been demanding discussions on multiple issues. They've been demanding some discussions specifically on the NEET issue. So those are the pictures that we're getting for you, viewers of Republic TV, and the government had assured that there will be discussions on the paper leak issue. And even after the assurance coming in from the government, we see that the opposition continues their protest. Multiple opposition leaders on the spot. Let's go to Ishita, who's joining us. Ishita, you know, the government has already said that, yeah, they are looking at the NEET paper leak very, very carefully. The re-examination of NEET went successfully. But the opposition keeps talking about this, protesting, creating chaos, and now they are holding the protest from the parliament.
Raking up the issue of NEET since the Parliament session began 2 days before, and now on day 3 as well. They are observing right now what they're calling as Black Day protest. They are registering essentially their dissent by sporting a black attire. You can see, I can spot from the visuals we're getting on our screen, Rahul Gandhi is there, Priyanka Gandhi is there. You also have Samajwadi Party's Akhilesh Yadav, senior Congress leader K.C. Venugopal is also in fact present there. So you can see all the opposition leaders. In fact, these are visuals coming in from inside the Parliament at Makar Dwar, where they're staging their protest. They're calling for an overhaul of the education system. They are still demanding the resignation of Education Minister Dharmendra Pradhan. And remember, this also comes in right after yesterday. Several opposition leaders, including Rahul Gandhi and Priyanka Gandhi Vadra, were both detained by Delhi police. So what they are claiming right now is that there was excessive use of force by Delhi police against political leaders, against students, and essentially they are registering their dissent, their anger against that, and they continue to rake up this issue as well. We've seen that over the past 2 days, they've held both the houses of Parliament hostage. They're not letting any debate happen. And today as well, on day 3 of the Parliament, when the proceedings are all set to begin at about 11 a.m. in just 10 minutes from now. Right ahead of that, we're looking at these opposition leaders now holding a Black Day protest at the Makar Dwar inside the Parliament premises, and you can see Rahul Gandhi as well as Priyanka Gandhi leading the opposition in this protest.
Yes, Ishita, what is very concerning is that the government has said that they're ready to hold discussions in the Parliament on NEET and related issues. They have said there will be discussions. So why is the opposition holding those placards, wearing black attires and protesting again and again when the government has assured, yes, they are taking strict action on the case, that there will be discussions on the issue?
Right. In fact, Shivangi, that's a very good question to ask.
बहुत ही खतरनाक मंशा से वो भारत में दूसरे देशों का नकल करके यहाँ उपद्रव कराना चाहते हैं, और प्रधानमंत्री के आवास के पास ये धरना, अगर कोई ऐसी घटना घट जाती, कोई वहां से कुछ अग्निय चीज छोड़ता, तो क्या राहुल गांधी के ऊपर, तो मैं कहता हूं कि जिस तरह की घटना घटी है उसमें उन पर देशद्रोह का मुकदमा चलना चाहिए। विपक्ष का नेता होने का मतलब ये नहीं है कि सारे कानून को अपने हाथ में ले लें। लोकतंत्र का मतलब ये नहीं है कि आप पीएम के आवास में घुसने का प्रयास करें, और पीएम के आवास के नजदीक अगर वहां पर कोई दुर्घटना घटती तो आज पूरी दुनिया लोकतंत्र पे हंसती।
All right, viewers, so some reactions coming in there as these Parliament MPs, the opposition MPs are protesting from the Parliament complex. We will be right back. Taking a short break. Do not go anywhere. Viewers, another video emerges. CJP goons surround and brutally assault RAF personnel during the violence. Stay tuned. We are live and breaking on the 3rd day of the monsoon session.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मम्मा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरी राजा।
I wake up wearing someone else again. Skin tight like porcelain. I don't recognize these eyes. Something scratching from inside. Don't let it slip. I'm losing control.
finding myself. That's my moment of Sarah.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
All right, viewers, let's go back to the protest of the opposition. Once again, the opposition is holding a protest, and they are holding this protest at the Parliament complex. Now, it's very important to note that the opposition does this in every session. They create ruckus, they don't let the business of the House continue, and this time, on the third day of the monsoon session of the year 2026, the Parliament is doing the same. They're wearing black attire, even after the government told them that they're ready to hold discussions in Parliament on need and other issues. And we have seen that the BJP has accused the Congress.
उसकी भी मर्यादा है, देश की सुरक्षा पहले है, देश की स्थिरता पहले है। इस तरीके के जो आचरण से चाहे वो सुरक्षा बलों पर हमला हो या किसी भी तरीके की सुरक्षा को संकट खड़ा करना, देश में अस्थिरता पैदा करना जैसा है, इसको जनता देख रही है।
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yes, so like we're getting those reactions coming in, the BJP has accused the Congress and other opposition leaders of deviating from their demand and using the need as a deviation tactic. Well, taking a short break, do not go anywhere. The opposition staging a protest ahead of the third day of the monsoon session. Stay tuned.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार, विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
Coming up, viewers, dragging the NEET issue even after successful re-NEET exam is the opposition using the CJP to indirectly disrupt the Parliament. Stay tuned.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार, विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ, 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
We cannot say that we will see relief for sure, but yes, definitely messages are being exchanged between Iran and the United States, and both of them have confirmed. Messages are being exchanged and both sides are looking or examining the messages which they are receiving. Marco Rubio has also indicated that, and similarly the Iranian Foreign Ministry has indicated that. As of now, America is definitely hammering Iran, especially the coastal areas and south of Iran, right? The ports, the civil infrastructure also, the bridges, the roads, the towers, the radar system towers and all, so that it can degrade the capabilities of the Iranian forces to impact and influence the Strait of Hormuz. However, whatsoever be the extent of American attacks, it seems Iran is retaliating back.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
India to commission its new submarine hunter INS Malwan at Karwar in Karnataka today.
और सिर्फ अपनी नेतागिरी चमकाने के लिए राहुल गांधी ने किया है। क्या कांग्रेस के राज्यों में नहीं हुआ है लीक? क्या हम सब खोलना शुरू करें क्या? लेकिन हमारा स्तर राहुल गांधी की राजनीति का नहीं है। बच्चों के भविष्य से मामला जुड़ा हुआ है।
BJP leader Ravi Shankar Prasad hits out at Congress, says Congress politicizing students' issues. Another video emerges. CJP goons surround and brutally assault RAF Jawan during the violence. FIR now registered in the case. Anarchy toolkit repeats. CJP protest follows exact toolkit from Shaheen Bagh and Red Fort violence. Dragging the NEET issue even after successful re-NEET examination is the opposition using a CJP to indirectly disrupt Parliament. Hello and welcome viewers. You're watching live and breaking on Republic TV with me, Ishita Mitra, and today is day 3 of the Monsoon Session of Parliament. Opposition MPs continue to rake up the NEET issue. At present, they are holding a protest at Parliament's Makar Dwar to demand the resignation of Dharmendra Pradhan, the Education Minister. In fact, the opposition MPs held a protest yesterday as well. This was a symbolic protest when both the leaders, including Priyanka Gandhi Vadra and Rahul Gandhi, were both detained. And today, as well as proceedings are all set to begin in both the houses of the Parliament, opposition today is holding a Black Day protest. Visuals on your screen. In fact, you can see Priyanka Gandhi, Samajwadi Party's Akhilesh Yadav as well in this protest. All of them sporting a black attire as they continue to demand the resignation of Union Education Minister Dharmendra Pradhan. So those are the visuals, viewers, we're getting from inside Parliament right now from Makar Dwar. This is where you can see Congress leaders holding protest, and now in fact the proceedings have begun in both the houses. Visuals on your screen from Lok Sabha on day 3 of monsoon session.
माननीय सदस्यगण, अभी प्रश्नकाल है। प्रश्नकाल के अंदर सभी माननीय सदस्यों के जो प्रश्न होते हैं उनको बोलने का अवसर दिया जाता है और ये महत्वपूर्ण और सरकार की जिम्मेदारी भी होती है। इसलिए मेरा आग्रह है, प्रश्नकाल के बाद मैं जिन विषयों पर आपने नोटिस दिया है उन विषयों पर मैं चर्चा कराने को तैयार हूं। जितनी देर, जितने समय आप चर्चा करना चाहेंगे, उपयुक्त समय आपको चर्चा के लिए मिलेगा। लेकिन चर्चा प्रश्नकाल के बाद ही होती है। अगर आप सदन में चर्चा करना चाहते हैं तो आप नोटिस दीजिए, मैं प्रश्नकाल के बाद आपको चर्चा करना की अनुमति प्रदान करने के लिए तैयार हूं। आप अगर सदन नियोजित तरीके से नहीं चलाना चाहते, सदन की मर्यादा को नहीं बनाना चाहते, तो सदन की कार्रवाई नहीं चलेगी। सदन आज 12 बजे तक के लिए स्थगित किया जाता है।
All right. In fact, viewers, you saw that as soon as the Lok Sabha proceedings began at 11 a.m. By 11:12, in fact, the House has now been adjourned.
I am coming to you. Please take your seat. I am coming to you. Honorable members, I am pleased to inform the House that India has achieved a significant milestone, a historical milestone with the commencement of operations of the country's first indigenously developed hydrogen power train, Namo Green Rail. On the Jind-Sonipat section of the Northern Railway in Haryana, the 10-coach train marks a major step towards clean, sustainable and technologically advanced rail transportation. The House congratulates the Prime Minister Shriman Narendra Modi ji, the Honorable Minister of Railways, the officers on the staff of the Ministry of Railways, Indian Railways, and all the scientists, engineers, technicians, and others whose dedication and hard work have made this pioneering venture a big success. I am confident that this achievement will further strengthen India's journey towards sustainable green mobility and alternative green energy for betterment of humanity. Let me complete all this. I am coming back to you. I am telling I am coming back to you. Papers to be laid on the table. Shriman Nityanand Rai.
सभापति महोदय, मैं आज की संशोधित कार्यावली के क्रमांक
Nothing will go on record except
मेरे नाम के सम्मुख उल्लेखित दस्तावेज सभा पटल पर रखता हूं।
श्रीमान पीएल वर्मा जी।
आदरणीय सभापति महोदय,
I am coming back to you. Please take your seat. Honorable, please take your seat. I am coming back to you. Please.
आपकी अनुमति से आज राज्यसभा की संशोधित कार्य सूची के
श्रीमान पीएल वर्मा जी
अपने नाम के सम्मुख अंकित पत्र सभा पटल पर रखता हूँ।
श्रीमान बंडी संजय कुमार जी।
मैं आज की पुनर्निश्चित कार्यसूची में क्रम संख्या 1C पर मेरे नाम के सम्मुख के लिए दस्तावेज सभा पटल पर रखता हूँ।
श्रीमान सुगंध मजुमदार जी।
Chairman sir, with your kind permission, I rise to lay on the table of the House the papers mentioned against my name at serial number D in today's revised list of business.
Shriman Harsh Malgotra ji.
Honorable Chairman sir, with your permission, I rise to lay papers mentioned against my name at serial number 1E of the revised list of business. Thank you.
Messages from Lok Sabha Secretary General.
Sir, with your kind permission, I rise to report that Lok Sabha at its sitting held on 21st July 2026 adopted the following three motions recommending to the Rajya Sabha that Rajya Sabha do agree: 1. To nominate one member from Rajya Sabha to associate with the Committee on Public Accounts for the unexpired portion of the term of the committee, Vice Shri Shukhendu Shekhar Rai, resigned from Rajya Sabha with effect from 8th June 2026. 2. To nominate one member from Rajya Sabha to associate with the Committee on Public Undertakings for the unexpired portion of the term of the committee, Vice Shri Devashish Samant Rai, resigned from Rajya Sabha with effect from 25th May 2026. And 3. To elect 10 members amongst the members from Rajya Sabha to associate with the Committee on Welfare of Other Backward Classes for the term of 1 year beginning from the date of the first sitting of the committee, and do communicate to the Lok Sabha the names of members so nominated or elected by the Rajya Sabha.
Reports of the Public Accounts Committee, Shriman Akhilesh Prasad Singh ji.
Sir, I rise to lay the Hindi and English versions of 48th, 49th, 58th and 51st reports of the Public Accounts Committee 2026-27 as listed against my name in today's list of business at serial number 2.
Reports of the Department-related Parliamentary Standing Committee on Coal, Mines and Steel, Shriman Anil Kumar Yadav Mandadi ji.
Sir, I rise to lay on the table a copy each in Hindi and English of 24th, 25th and 26th reports of Department related to Parliamentary Standing Committee on Coal, Mines and Steel as listed against my name in today's list of business.
Statement by Minister. Statement by Minister Professor S.P. Singh Baghel ji.
सभापति महोदय, मैं आज राज्यसभा की संशोधित सूची में क्रम संख्या 4 पर मेरे नाम के आगे प्रपत्र जो वक्तव्य है सूचीबद्ध वो सदन के पटल पर रखता हूं।
Motion for elections of members of Rajya Sabha to the Committee on Official Language, Shriman Nityanand Rai ji, to move a motion for election of 5 members to the Committee on Official Language.
सभापति महोदय, मैं माननीय गृह मंत्री श्री अमित शाह जी की ओर से प्रस्ताव करता हूं कि राज्यसभा अधिनियम 1963 का 19 की धारा 4 की उपधारा 2 के अनुसरण में
यह सभा उस रीति से, जैसा कि सभापति महोदय निर्देश दे, राज्यसभा समिति में विद्यमान रिक्तियों को भरने के लिए सभा के सदस्यों में से 5 सदस्यों को उक्त समिति का सदस्य होने के लिए निर्वाचित करने की कार्यवाही करें।
Motion moved. Those in favor will please say aye. Those against will please say no. I think the ayes have it, the ayes have it, the ayes have it. The motion is adopted.
Sir,
I am coming back to you.
हमने ये सवाल उठाया है कि सोमवार को छात्रों के खिलाफ जिस तरह लाठीचार्ज और हिंसा की गई है, उससे मेरा मन लाठीचार्ज अत्यंत
All right, viewers, we're looking at both the houses, in fact, getting adjourned. It's just about 11:09. The proceedings began today on day 3 of the Parliament's monsoon session at about 11. And due to, again, constant heckling, constant disruption created by the opposition side, despite Lok Sabha Speaker as well as the Rajya Sabha Chairman clearly saying that time will be given to the opposition side to raise their issues after the question hour session, which is in fact followed by 0 hour, where they can raise the issues which are not listed in the legislative business. Despite the appeals coming in from both the chairs, we are looking at constant disruptions coming in, and as a result, Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha both have now been adjourned on day 3 of the session as well. In fact, at the same time, we are looking at opposition holding a Black Day protest as well. Right ahead of the commencement of the session, we had all the leaders gathering at the Makar Dwar as well to hold symbolic protest. And now we're getting some more reaction as well. Union Minister Giriraj Singh has slammed Congress for holding the protest at Prime Minister's residence. He said while holding a constitutional office, Rahul Gandhi, who's the leader of opposition, has completely undermined the dignity of constitution. He goes on to mention that his conduct is improper. He is inciting unrest in India by emulating practices from other countries. He also says what would have happened there if an untoward incident had occurred. He's asking a critical question, and he says he should face charges of anti-national activity. One should not take the law into their own hands. A democracy does not mean attempting to storm the Prime Minister's residence. Now, viewers, this is in regard to the protest that was held by opposition leaders. It was led by Rahul Gandhi right outside the Prime Minister's residence. And now, in fact, the Union Minister Giriraj Singh is slamming the opposition over that move. Let's take a listen.
चाहे ममता बनर्जी हो, चाहे राहुल गांधी हो, ये लोग लोकतांत्रिक नहीं हैं। ये लोग अर्बन नक्सल बनते जा रहे हैं, और ये अर्बन नक्सल के कारण ही मीडिया पर जिस ढंग से प्रहार हुआ, ये बच्चों के कंधे पर रख करके राजनीति करना चाहते हैं। ये बच्चों के नाम पे राजनीति करना चाहते हैं। विदेशों से आते हैं, देश के अंदर अपने राज्य में चुनाव हारते हैं, जनता भगाती है, तो ये मीडिया पर गुस्सा उतारेंगे और ये लोकतंत्र का चीरहरण करेंगे। देखिए, राहुल गांधी जी ने संवैधानिक पद पे रह के संविधान की गरिमा को तार तार किया है। उनका ये आचरण बहुत ही खतरनाक मंशा से वो भारत में दूसरे देशों का नकल करके यहाँ उपद्रव कराना चाहते हैं, और प्रधानमंत्री के आवास के पास ये धरना, अगर कोई ऐसी घटना घट जाती, कोई वहां से कुछ अग्निय चीज छोड़ता, तो क्या राहुल गांधी के ऊपर तो मैं कहता हूं कि जिस तरह की घटना घटी है उसमें उन पर देशद्रोह का मुकदमा चलना चाहिए। विपक्ष का नेता होने का मतलब ये नहीं है कि सारे कानून को अपने हाथ में ले लें। लोकतंत्र का मतलब ये नहीं है कि आप पीएम के आवास में घुसने का प्रयास करें और पीएम के आवास के नजदीक अगर वहां पर कोई दुर्घटना घटती तो आज पूरी दुनिया लोकतंत्र पे हंसती।
All right, here's getting some more developments. Security has now been stepped up once again outside Jantar Mantar. A 5-layer security arrangement has now been put in place, and this is because the CJP protesters are planning to march again. Now, remember, the first day of the session, there was a Sansad Chalo march, which led to several violent incidents being reported, in which over 118 police personnel were attacked, were injured, and now, keeping that, in fact, in mind, the security has now been ramped up in and around Jantar Mantar at the moment. As we understand, that CJP goons, CJP protesters are once again planning a march to Sansad Bhavan. So, in the light of those developments, we understand that security has been ramped up. In fact, 20 additional companies of CRPF have also been called in from West Bengal to the national capital as violence continues by CJP goons in central Delhi even today as well. In fact, my colleague Rakshita, who's been very closely tracking all the developments from the ground, now joins us. Rakshita, we understand that inside as well as outside Parliament, tensions continue to remain high. Now, both the houses have been adjourned while opposition today is holding a Black Day protest. While, at Jantar Mantar, we understand that security has been ramped up as the CJP goons are again planning to take out a march.
Absolutely. Well, we understand that the protests could continue at Jantar Mantar, and so do there is a threat or there's a risk of the CJP workers, CJP goons could be once again unleashing violence. And in view of that, there are several security measures that have been taken place. We're telling about the 5-layer security that has been put out there in central Delhi around Jantar Mantar, particularly even the metro stations. There's a strict visual outside the entry and exit points of the 4 key metro stations amid the protest. These are the metro stations: Rajiv Chowk metro station, which is the key connecting connecting metro station, a very important metro station. And there were clashes, there was mayhem that was witnessed on the very day when when violence had broken out in the national capital. So Rajiv Chowk metro station, that is in Connaught Place, Central Secretariat metro station, Patel Chowk metro station, and Barakhamba Road metro station are the stations where we see that their security personnel have been deployed in more numbers so as to keep a close watch on passenger movement. As we've seen in the past 24 hours also, there have been opposition staging protest as well, and henceforth there is more barricading in different intersections around the parliament, also in different parts of central Delhi, especially the roads leading up to important government buildings. So yes, there is heightened security, and just to avoid any untoward incident and any disruption of law and order, there are measures that are taking place, measures that are taken up by the Delhi police. And yes, talking about the parliament, day 3, well, we see another adjournment, but having promised that there will be a discussion in the parliament on NEET, we are expecting that the opposition will be having the debate and discussion. There should be no disruption. Remains to be seen, of course, what really transpires throughout the day. The demands have been put out. 5 demands have been put out by Rahul Gandhi after he was detained, and then he put out a video. Also, he was released, taken to Chhatrapati Stadium late last night. A lot of drama was witnessed there as well. But yes, we see that one of the demands, that is the discussion on NEET in the parliament, is something that is in store for today.
All right, of course, we hope that when the Parliament reconvenes at about 12 noon, some discussion can take place today. But also tell us that we understand at the moment that about 20 additional companies of CRPF have been called in by MHA from Kolkata to Delhi as part of this heightened security measures.
Absolutely, because we have to see that the security is very sensitive. In fact, there have been some incidents reported, just as we were showing this morning, how one of the Rapid Action Force personnel was attacked, gheraud and attacked. We saw those visuals. So the situation remains sensitive. Yes, day one saw the peak of the violence, but yes, yesterday there was relative calm, but still there was sporadic incidents that were being reported. And in view of that, paramilitary forces are being deployed. It was Delhi police and the Rapid Action Force that you could see on the streets of Delhi till yesterday. But now the CRPF personnel have also been deployed. They were deployed in West Bengal because of the elections, and of course also to avoid any post-poll violence. And now several companies are now set to arrive in the national capital.
All right, thanks Rakshita for joining us, and do continue to stay with me. We're getting some more breaking news at this hour. Now here's the TMC MP Kalyan Banerjee, in fact, is now justifying the attacks that have taken place on journalists during the CJP violence. Shocking remarks coming in from a TMC leader. He says that the attacks on reporters were in fact right. Now, this happened inside the Parliament when he was asked a question by a journalist over the kind of attacks which have taken place on several, journalists, reporters, crew members during the CJP violence. He goes on to mention that those are indeed correct. Let's take a listen. I'll go back to my colleague as well. But first, let's take a listen as to how Kalyan Banerjee justifies these attacks taking place on journalists.
देश का छोटा छोटा लड़का का साथ आप लोग ऐसा करेगा, क्यों वो लोग नहीं करेगा?
ज्यादा उन छोटे लड़कों ने जर्नलिस्ट के साथ जो किया, हमारा एक रिपोर्टर था, उसको रॉब किया, असॉल्ट किया।
आप क्यों गया उधर अंदर में?
तो नहीं करेगा।
नहीं, उनका वो लोग जानते हैं, आप लोग गोदी मीडिया का नहीं, वो लोग जानते हैं, आप लोग गोदी मीडिया का, आप गोदी मीडिया का,
इसलिए असॉल्ट किया जाएगा। आप जस्टिफाई कर रहे हैं।
वो लोग जॉब कर रहे हैं।
All right, in fact, my colleague Rakshita continues to stay with me. Rakshita, we're not just looking at attacks taking place on Delhi police personnel, RAF personnel, but in fact, journalists have also come under attack in the recent days. We have seen several journalists getting assaulted by these CJP goons as well. And now TMC leader comes out and tries to justify those attacks.
Absolutely. There has been threat to the journalists, as we've seen. Even women reporters have been attacked. Not one, but at least two women reporters have been assaulted. We've seen that on camera. Reporters have been almost lynched as well. So yes, there are multiple incidents, but not a word of condemnation from the opposition. Well, we talk about Kalyan Banerjee. He's from the same party that has attacked media time and again in West Bengal. Republic TV has been the prime target of the Mamata Banerjee regime. We've seen that in the past. So not very surprising what is coming from Kalyan Banerjee. But yes, it is highly condemnable, and it is unfortunate what he's saying as a member of parliament. What he's saying clearly shows again what they stand for when they talk about democracy, when they talk about constitution, when they raise slogans over Tanashahi, when they talk about dictatorship, and they talk about restoring democratic values. Well, they have to introspect what are they really standing for, and what do they really call democracy. We've seen that the fourth pillar has been at the target. Women have been the target. Only those who the law and order, the law enforcement agencies have been on target during these so-called protests. We've seen that happening. Those on duty, those security personnel on duty have been attacked, and journalists on duty have also not been spared. So what is this anger about? What is this anger against? Is this anger against the education system? We ask over here, and Kalyan Banerjee also needs to ask those questions, which he clearly is not ready to answer, or is not able to answer.
All right, Rakshita. In fact, what is now unfolding on the streets of Delhi is no longer a protest. It is criminal acts of violence which we are now witnessing. For that, thanks so much for joining us, and we'll keep coming back to you as more developments come to light. In fact, viewers, Supreme Court has come out with a statement refusing urgent listing of the plea against police action on student protests, saying we don't have time to watch videos, CJI Surikant has now said, when the lawyer said that there are videos of police brutality. Okay, so we've got a statement coming in from the top court on a lawyer which had filed a plea regarding the police action and the use of force against these protesters. But of course, CJI clearly saying that don't waste our time and backing the use of force. In fact, at this moment, we are also showing you the visuals of what these CJP goons have been doing. They've been toppling barricades, they've been attacking RAF personnel, they've been going, singling out, hunting down these Delhi police officials, and then you can see how there is an attempt to lynch an official right on your screen. And top court also saying that don't waste our time on the use of force by police against CJP goons. In fact, my colleague Rakshita continues to stay with me on this as well. Rakshita, we've got a statement coming in from Chief Justice of India, Justice Surikant. He goes on to mention that don't waste our time. And this is in response to a plea that was filed regarding the use of force against the CJP goons by police.
Well, yes, there have been petitions filed and there have been a CJP worker also written to the CJI seeking a Supreme Court intervention of the alleged use of force against. So there are two narratives. You see, this is a psychological warfare that we are right now in the middle of. If you see what's going on social media, there is one part who continues to show it's the manipulation of algorithm is at its peak right now. If you really see that, we see multiple videos which show there are some visuals that show that there is lathi charge on the students. Then there are visuals where we're seeing that the RAF personnel, police personnel are being hit out and brutalized and brutally beaten up. So there is a narrative building against the police that is also going on, viewers. And this is what has been happening from the CJP side. And that has been now petitioned on. We see that the CJI is now saying that we don't have the time for videos. We are not interested in the videos. Don't waste our time. This is the listing of plea. So Supreme Court has refused urgent listing of plea against police action on student protest. Now remember, CJI Surikant, Justice Surikant had made that comment when when he mentioned the word cockroach, and it all started from there. This CJP movement, these AI generated videos were going on social media, and then surfaced a man called Abhijit Dipke, and now we see what's happening. He's the ringleader of this violence that we're witnessing in the national capital. So viewers, we have seen that there are demonstrations that happened on the name of NEET which turned violent, and it is being alleged when there are videos coming out that show that there are goons, hooligans who have hijacked the protests and hit the police personnel. Okay,
right, of course, Rakshita, and at Republic TV continues to bust that very myth, showing our viewers, Indians at the other side of how, CJP goons have been going around and brutally assaulting policemen as well. Viewers, thanks, Rakshita. In fact, we're now slipping into a very short break. Coming up on the other side is showing you how CJP goons now stand exposed. Their videos showing how they're assaulting policemen, RAF personnel on the streets of central Delhi. All the updates are lined up on the other side.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा सबका राजा आरती और मसाला।
I wake up wearing someone else again, skin tight like porcelain. I don't recognize these eyes, something scratching from inside. Don't let it slip, I'm losing control. I don't wanna be safe anymore. Underneath there's a fire they can't keep. No more faces.
Finding myself, that's my moment of Sarah.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट।
स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और परेशान, अरे चंकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
Assam's flood situation remains critical, affecting over 5.64 lakh people across 16 districts. Floodwaters have now submerged over 24,000 hectares of cropland and inundated 872 villages. Sivsagar is the worst hit district, with relief material being airdropped, while over 1.4 lakh people are staying in 273 relief camps set up by the district administration. Heavy rains have triggered flash floods and landslides in Doda's Bhalesa region, damaging homes, crops and farmland. Officials in Doda and Kishtwar have advised people to avoid vulnerable areas near river slopes and high altitudes until weather conditions improve. Search and rescue operations continue at NHPC tunnel collapse site in Sikkim's and Namchi, with 12 bodies recovered and 13 to 15 people feared trapped. Multiple teams including NDRF, SDRF, police and experts currently engaged in the rescue effort.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और परेशान, अरे चंकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
We cannot say that we will see relief for sure, but yes, definitely messages are being exchanged between Iran and the United States, and both of them have confirmed. Messages are being exchanged and both sides are looking or examining the messages which they are receiving. Marco Rubio has also indicated that, and similarly the Iranian Foreign Ministry has indicated that. As of now, America is definitely hammering Iran, especially the coastal areas and south of Iran, right? The ports, the civil infrastructure also, the bridges, the roads, the towers, the radar system towers and all, so that it can degrade the capabilities of the Iranian forces to impact and influence the Strait of Hormuz. However, whatsoever be the extent of American attacks, it seems Iran is retaliating back, and Iran is also succeeding a little bit, and which is enough for Iran. So every night, CENTCOM says that we've done X number of sorties and bombed.
Viewers, top headlines we are tracking right now. India to commission its new submarine, Hunter INS Malwan, at Karnataka today.
सिर्फ और सिर्फ अपनी नेतागिरी चमकाने के लिए राहुल गांधी ने किया है। क्या कांग्रेस के राज्यों में नहीं हुआ है लीक? क्या हम सब खोलना शुरू करें क्या? लेकिन हमारा अस्तर राहुल गांधी की राजनीति का नहीं है, बच्चों के भविष्य से मामला जुड़ा हुआ है।
BJP MP Ravishankar Prasad hits out at Congress, says Congress politicizing students issue. Another video emerges. CJP goons surround and brutally assault RAF personnel during the violence, FIR registered. Anarchy toolkit repeats. CJP protest follows exact toolkit from Shaheen Bagh and Red Fort violence. Dragging the NEET issue even after successful re-NEET exam, is the opposition using CJP to indirectly disrupt the parliament. Big breaking news coming in. The government is ready to discuss NEET in the Lok Sabha from 12 if the opposition is prepared. This is a big update coming in, viewers. Remember that the government had already said that we are ready to discuss the NEET issue, ready to discuss it. If the opposition stops its deviation tactics and comes to the parliament to talk about it, they are ready. The government is ready to discuss NEET in Lok Sabha at noon. This is a huge update coming in, viewers, on Republic TV. We'll get you all these updates. Now, we also understand that as the government has said they're ready to discuss NEET, they've also said that Congress and the opposition is using the paper leak as a deviation tactic. So back-to-back updates coming in here, viewers of Republic TV, as the third day of monsoon session of the parliament has kicked off. Government saying they're ready to discuss NEET in Lok Sabha at 12 p.m. today. This is a huge update coming in on Republic TV. This is huge coming in because the centre had earlier told the opposition that they're ready to hold discussions on the paper leak. They've also said that very clearly that the re-examination of NEET was extremely successful. And they are looking at all the negative points which came out during the NEET examination. They're working on it, and the re-examination was successful. And they're ready to discuss NEET in Lok Sabha at noon. Huge update coming in. I want to go straight across to my colleague Sarthak joining us. Sarthak, the centre agreeing to the debate on NEET and has also accused Rahul Gandhi of shifting his demand from one demand to the other. He keeps shifting, but the centre has said that if the opposition is prepared, 12 noon, they are ready to talk on NEET. Yes, Sarthak.
Absolutely, Shivangi. This is the latest that we are getting for our viewers, that the central government, Union Minister Jitendra Singh and the Education Minister Dharmendra Pradhan, they have agreed to discuss about the NEET issue in the parliament from 12 p.m. This is the latest that we are getting for our viewers. They are willing to discuss on the NEET issue, provided that the opposition cooperates and have a sensible, a civilized discussion in the parliament. However, it seems like the opposition is taking a different route altogether. This development comes right after...
Getting us some more breaking updates coming in, viewers of Republic TV. NCP SP Chief Sharad Pawar and Party MP Supriya Sule are meeting the Prime Minister. Huge updates coming in here on Republic TV, viewers. It's very important to note here that there's a lot which has happened before this meeting. That is right. A lot which is happening before this meeting. First, there was a big buzz. Will the NCP Sharad Pawar faction join the NDA? And secondly, the NCP Sharad Pawar faction has said that they are ready to support the NDA on couple of issues. So post those big developments, those are pictures coming in. Sharad Pawar meeting Prime Minister Modi, first and exclusive only on Republic TV. So back-to-back updates coming in here on Republic TV, where we see that there's a big meeting happening between the NCP Sharad Pawar faction leaders and Sharad Pawar with Prime Minister Modi. So this is very important, viewers, coming in, because we already have seen earlier that the Sharad Pawar-led NCP has said and been quite positive about supporting the revised delimitation, as the NDA has been seeking a 2/3 majority in Parliament. So as the Parliament session, I repeat, as the Parliament session has now kicked off, the monsoon session has now kicked off, this meeting, of course, would be very interesting that we are seeing. These pictures are very, very interesting, given the fact that a lot has been discussed, a lot of buzz around the delimitation, specifically support coming in from some of the opposition towards delimitation bill. So we will be going across to our colleague in a short while from now to really understand and decode those pictures that we are seeing on our screen. Let's go straight across to my colleague Revati. Revati, this is a picture which really tells 1,000 words about what to expect next as the third day of the monsoon session has kicked off. Revati, yes, over to you.
Right. So it is rightly said that action speaks louder than words, and we are currently looking at the pictures where NCP Supremo Sharad Pawar has met PM Narendra Modi, and this meet comes amidst all the chaos of NCP SP merging with the NDA alliance or with NCP AP. So now this particular meet holds a very much importance in Maharashtra politics. We can also see MP Supriya Sule in this particular meet. Also, we shouldn't be forgetting the fact that NCP has cleared their stance that if at all there is a 50% increase in all the seats over the across all the states, then there will be a support from NCP for the delimitation. And also, we have been looking at the current stance of NCP SP over NDA alliance and also on CM of Maharashtra, which has been currently very blunt and which indicates towards a hidden agenda. Also, we shouldn't be forgetting the fact that in Mumbai, various meetings with CM Fadnavis happened, where Jayant Patil, Jitendra Awad, and also from NCP AP, Sunil Tatkare was seen attending the meeting. So it is pretty much clear with this particular meet. Also, not only about the merger, but there are various problems with regard to the Maharashtra-Karnataka border. Also, it was said by the NCP-SP leader that a meeting with HM Amit Shah will be held in this particular matter. So there are many things around this particular meet. So now once NCP-SP leaders clear their stance about this particular meet, it will be more clear that what exactly NCP-SP is hinting towards. Over to you.
That's right. Well, thank you for getting us all those details. I will be coming back to you, Revati, for more. Okay, let's move ahead. We are getting some more breaking news coming in. Let's move ahead to the Supreme Court refuses urgent listing of plea against police action on student protesters. We do not have time to watch videos. CGI Suryakant says that when the lawyers said there were videos on police brutality, this is the answer that the CGI has given. So back-to-back updates coming in here on Republic TV. Supreme Court to the CJP backers, do not waste our time. This is what the Apex Court has said on this regard. I want to go across to my colleague, Sarthak, who's joining us. Sarthak, coming across to you right now. What, if you could just take our viewers through exactly what the CGI has said. They have said that we do not have time to watch videos. What was the message that the Supreme Court was trying to send across to these petitioners?
Well, Shivangi, it is important to mention that this particular case that has been filed in the Supreme Court comes right after two separate cases that are filed in the Delhi High Court. Before this, there was one case against Delhi police of doing surveillance of the protest by the members of the Cockroach Janata Party, and another case was filed against the Delhi police where they alleged that the excessive violence was used by Delhi police to curb this entire protest that is being carried out by Cockroach Janata Party. That were the allegations against the Delhi police. On the same note, another petition, another PIL has been filed in the Supreme Court by some lawyer where he alleges that the same accusations have been made on Delhi police, that excessive violence, excessive force was used by Delhi police on the protesters. They are alleging that while these protesters were having a peaceful protest, which was clearly not the case, this protest had very soon become a violent protest. There were police personnel who were attacked. More than 100 police officers were attacked. They got injured. Property was vandalized. So it was a pretty violent protest, which is still ongoing.
Right.
But this particular gentleman, who happens to be an anonymous lawyer, has filed a case in the Supreme Court. However, and he was expecting it to be listed on an urgent basis. However, Chief Justice of India Suryakant has said that they do not have time to go through any videos or any evidences that he alleges at this point. This might be listed someday later, but not today. and it clearly shows that they are not willing to take things seriously at this point, or any petition that is filed by any member or anyone who is remotely associated with Cockroach Janata Party at this point. Court is not willing to entertain any case on urgent basis at this point, Shivangi.
Delhi High Court has said the same thing yesterday, Sarthak, that they will not be intervening right now. Same thing the Supreme Court has mentioned today, very similar to that. Let's move ahead. Thank you, Sarthak, by the way. I'm getting some more updates coming in. The videos are emerging after RAF personnel have urged the mob gathered to maintain peace. Violent CJP mob did not heed their calls, as you had seen in the videos. Okay, so the RAF is calling for the peace. We're talking about what happened yesterday, where we had showed you pictures of how, viewers, that the RAF Jawans, RAF officers, RAF personnel were singled out from their colleagues. Number one, they were attacked, brutally attacked. In fact, one RAF personnel was being attacked by multiple people, as you can see, this mob, targeting just one RAF personnel and throwing blows, injuring them, hitting them with objects, with rods. You can see sticks are being used. But all the RAF Jawans had asked for was some peace. They have been deployed to that area for only one reason, to maintain a law and order situation. Because whenever there's a protest like this, there's a big chance that things might go a little bit out of control. So to maintain the peace, the law and order, to make sure that protocols are being followed in a situation of a protest of this scale, the RAF Jawans were deployed there to also maintain the peace. This is the call they had made for peace. Let's look at some of the videos which have come in. There are a couple of videos will play out. So the first video is an attempt to lynch an RAF Jawan. This is how the CJP goons have been exposed. Some of these goons are singling out this RAF Jawan from the rest of their colleagues, singling them out and then kicking them, beating them, jumping on them. Similar situation in video number 2. Mob surrounds and brutally assaults this Jawan. You can see how the mob is absolutely creating a circle around this RAF personnel so they can't escape, and then they are attacking them brutally. In fact, a lot of FIRs have been launched already over this violence we have seen in the protest. As you can clearly see, viewers, one more picture coming in of an RAF personnel who is trying to flee because he's being outnumbered, but still they are following him, beating him, and these are, by the way, security personnel who are trying to maintain law and order. Let's go straight across to my colleague who's joining us. Let's go straight across to Rakshita, who's joining us live. Rakshita, I'm coming across to you. She's joining us from Vijay Chowk. Rakshita, as the third day of monsoon session is ongoing, these pictures are also very concerning because they show that the security personnel who were deployed to maintain law and order situation were themselves who were being attacked by these goons and this huge mob there, Rakshita.
Absolutely. It's in fact a matter of investigation. FIR has also been filed in this incident just a day after the violence that had broken out. And yesterday we saw that there was heightened security across the length and breadth of the city, especially in central Delhi. Now this has happened around Connaught Place. We saw there were we did not see any demonstration as such in the day, not much of violence in the day. We saw that opposition did try to create ruckus outside the Parliament's, outside the Prime Minister's office, Prime Minister's house, and there was a protest by the Congress Party, and the Samajwadi Party. But after they were detained, we saw that there was an incident which was being reported from near Connaught Place, and this is that video we are talking about. The incident, we see that how the RAF personnel is chased and he's being targeted, he's hit, and his colleague, when he tries to rescue, he's also targeted. So yes, this is another one by one. We see these are on camera evidence of what has been happening. And while the CJP goons try to put the angle of police brutality and submit a petition in the court, what's been happening as a planned attack, as a choreographed attack, is out there on camera. Talking about this, what we understand is that FIR has been registered against unidentified persons in this case under relevant provisions of the Bharatiya Nyaya Sanhita. That includes charges on assault of public servants, and this happened also around in late night as well, around 10 p.m. The intersection of Tolstoy Mark and Parliament Street, where the RAF personnel were changing their shifts, and we've seen that one officer falls on the road, and we see that several others are intervening to pull him out. But this is the state of affairs, because they are they're looking for opportunities. These goons have been looking for opportunities to disrupt law and order. And then they go on and talk about what the police is doing, and then we've seen those edited clips that are being doing the rounds. So this is happening by design, is what we have found out in the past 48 hours. The police is also investigating the case and pointing to the fact that this could be a larger conspiracy. And yes, we are also bringing to our viewers the multiple angles that are being discovered. Also the one where we see that how did the US Embassy know about what's going to happen. The scale of the protests that are going to happen is questionable, of course. But yes, talking about these scenes, these are unfortunate scenes which we see are now a matter of investigation. More such videos have come up. More and more of such videos are doing rounds on social media, and the police have also now filed an FIR against unidentified person, because you see there's so many people who suddenly they suddenly gather. But the fact is that they cannot suddenly gather. It is all a call to protest and gherao when they find any RAF, that is a Rapid Action Force personnel or a police personnel, alone. When they watch them alone, when they catch them alone, they target, they gherao them, and then they try to pin them down on the road. This has been the modus operandi, is what has been discovered so far. And that's why, who is actually trying to do this, who is coordinating. Many people were detained. Many of them have been released, is what the police have told us. But the fact remains that investigation must happen. Who is mobilizing this? Who is actually organizing this?
That's right. Well, thank you, Rakshita, for getting us all those details. I'll be coming back to you, Rakshita. I have to move ahead because I'm getting some pictures for our viewers, which are first and exclusive on Republic TV. NCP Chief Sharad Pawar faction, Sharad Pawar and Party MP Supriya Sule are meeting Prime Minister Modi at the Parliament in Delhi. So those are the pictures that we are getting for you. This is, by the way, the third day of the monsoon Parliament session, and these pictures are they're talking a lot. It's really important to decode these pictures. Revati, the Sharad Pawar faction of the NCP has 8 Lok Sabha seats, and there has been so much of talk, like we were talking about earlier, about will the NCP-SP join the NDA, or they've denied it, or will they support the NDA when it comes to the delimitation bill? Now, if you could just help our viewers understand a little bit more about these pictures that we're seeing for our viewers.
Before moving forward, we should look at the fact that, yes, on Republic, we first saw that a meeting was held between Sunitra Pawar and HM Amit Shah in Delhi itself. And we got to know from the inside inputs that, yes, the meeting was about the NCP-SP joining hands either with NCP-SP or either with NCP-AP or the NDA alliance. And now we are looking at the pictures. Also, the movements regarding the same, or the political happenings regarding the same also happened in Mumbai, where Jayant Patel and Jitendra Awad from NCP-SP met Devendra Fadnavis. Not only this, but also at that very meeting, NCP-AP leader Sunil Tatkare was also present at the meeting. And now we are currently looking at the pictures where NCP-SP Supremo Sharad Pawar is meeting PM Narendra Modi. Also, the most important thing that Eknath Shinde also met Sharad Pawar at Vidhan Bhavan in his cabin in Vidhan Bhavan, which is Shiv Sena Shinde faction's cabin, and he left the cabin. He left the monsoon session in between, and then he came to meet Sharad Pawar. And also in 2 press conferences, Supriya Sule confirmed that if at all there is a 50% increase in the seats in all the states across the nation, then they will be supporting the delimitation bill as well.
That's right.
There's a conditional support as well. And not only this, but also we have been looking at the external support for women's reservation from the NCP-SP. So in the near future, we might expect the merger of NCP-SP with the
Absolutely,
NDA.
Revati. Yes, and Republic was the first to tell our viewers and break that the NCP, SP would be supporting the NDA when it comes to the delimitation bill, and that's looking very likely from those pictures. Thank you, Revati. Taking a short break, viewers, do not go anywhere. We'll be right back. Much more coming up on the other side. Anaki toolkit repeats CJP, protest follows exact toolkit from Shaheen Bagh and Red Fort violence.
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
यानी इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ स्वाद आया?
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
Welcome back, viewers. What began as a protest in the name of students has now snowballed into a major law and order flashpoint. Republic has accessed exclusive testimonies of police personnel who were on duty during the CJP protest and march. Their accounts paint a chilling picture of what they describe as a pre-planned attack on the police force. Take a look.
The CJP protest near Parliament Street is turning more violent with each passing minute. Delhi police officers said that the march was used as a cover for a planned attack on security personnel. According to Delhi police, more than 118 personnel were injured, while several government vehicles and barricades were vandalized during the violence. Sub-Inspector Srinivas Sharma, who was deployed at the protest site, said that a crowd of nearly 10,000 people turned violent.
अपने डीसीपी साहब की टीम के साथ, रोहित राजवीर साहब की टीम के साथ उनके पास गए कि रास्ता खाली कर दो और जंतर मंतर उसकी तरफ अपना कनाट प्लेस की तरफ चले जाएं जिससे कि रास्ता हो जाए। तो वो भीड़ पूरी उग्र हो चुकी थी और उन्होंने अटैक करने की वो करी। हमने दोनों डीसीपी साहब को सेफ निकाल दिया वहाँ से। उसके बाद भीड़ ने हमारे साथ, हमारे 2-3 साथी हमारे वहाँ पे हम रह गए, तो भीड़ ने हमारे साथ बर्बरता की, सड़क पे खींचा जिसके साथ हमारी ये चोट लगी आई है, और पब्लिक हमारे साथ मारपीट की और हमारे साथ वो किया जिसकी वजह से मुझे फ्रैक्चर भी आया है।
Additionally, DCP Anand Mishra said the protest was unlawful from the beginning and claimed the mob ignored repeated warnings before attacking police.
उन्होंने अचानक से जो है बैरिकेड तोड़ना शुरू कर दिया, गाड़ियां तोड़ना शुरू कर दिया और पुलिस वालों को अपनी तरफ खींच के पीटा। कुछ लोग फ्लैग्स लाए हुए थे, उसमें जो डंडे यूज़ होते हैं वो डंडे निकाल करके मारने की कोशिश करी, चप्पल फेंका, बॉटल्स फेंकी, खाली बॉटल्स फेंकी। और हमारे कई पुलिसकर्मी इस प्रक्रिया में, हाँ, स्टोन पेल्टिंग भी करी कई जगह पर। उस प्रक्रिया में हमारे पुलिसकर्मी 115 के करीब घायल हुए, जो अब तक के अभी रिकॉर्ड में आया है। मुझे भी इसी दौरान चोट लगी थी।
Head Constable Lal Singh alleged that anti-social elements had infiltrated the gathering, climbed onto nearby structures and launched a coordinated stone pelting attack targeting police personnel.
कितनी भीड़ थी जिन लोगों ने आपको घेरा? आप क्या अकेले थे या आपके साथ भी टीम थी?
नहीं, हमारे साथ टीम थी, हमारे साथ थे, साथ में थे सारे 10-15 आदमी थे। हम अपने पुलिसकर्मी थे 10-15।
तो कैसे हुआ? क्या भीड़ आपकी तरफ बढ़ी? आप लोग रोक रहे थे? क्या कुछ घटनाक्रम हुआ कल?
उनको भीड़ को रोक रहे थे, उनको रोक रहे थे, तो एकदम अचानक से उन्होंने हमला किया था। लाठी, डंडे और पत्थरों से हमला। ऊपर से पत्थर, बहुत सारे पत्थर मार रहे थे।
ऊपर कहाँ?
ऊपर उधर वहीं पे संसद मार्ग पे ही।
Another injured officer, Head Constable Naveen Ola, claimed the violence appeared meticulously planned.
नहीं, भीड़ काफ़ी थी सर, 5,000 पब्लिक थी लगभग और उग्र हो रही थी। स्थिति ये हो गई कि पत्थरबाजी करने लगे उन्होंने। कंट्रोल करने की काफ़ी कोशिशें की गई लेकिन वो कंट्रोल नहीं हो पाई और किसी ने भीड़ में से निकलकर मुझ पर पत्थर, तेज़ निकला कोई पत्थर, ऐसा ईंट या कुछ ऐसा मेरे सर पे मारा, जिससे मेरे से सर फट गया और हेड इंजरी आई और मुझे हमारे एसीपी साहब, पहाड़गंज एसीपी साहब, वो लेके हमें PCR के थ्रू हॉस्पिटल भिजवाया।
Constable Kasana, who sustained serious injuries, was attacked with steel rods, pushed from a rooftop and dragged on the road.
मेरे नीचे टांगों पे भी डंडे मारे गए हैं, स्टील की रॉड जो छपी हुई हैं, जो कि मैं आपको अभी कैमरा पे नहीं दिखा सकता हूँ। बट मैं ये कहना चाहूँगा सर, कल हमारे साथ मतलब बहुत तरीके से ऑर्गेनाइज था ये सर। वो स्टूडेंट्स नहीं थे, वो स्टूडेंट्स के रूप में कोई और ही थे। जैसे ही पथराव होता है तो मैं ऑब्जर्व करता हूँ कि वो पत्थर नहीं थे, वो टाइलें थी जो कि पहना करके मेरे को मारी गई हैं, जो कि मेरे हाथ पे भी लगी है, जिससे कट गया है मेरा हाथ। ठीक है सर। तो जब वो कटा है उसके बाद मेरे को पता चला वो टाइल है, तो मैंने देखने की कोशिश करी कहाँ से आ रही है, तो मेरे को पता चला मेरे ही ऊपर जो वो है क्या कहते हैं सुलभ शौचालय, उसी के ऊपर से एक आदमी टाइलें मार रहा है। मैं जैसे ही ऊपर चढ़ता हूँ टाइलों को देखने के लिए कि मतलब ऊपर चढ़ता हूँ जैसे कि कौन है ऊपर, मैं ऊपर चढ़ा, ऊपर चढ़ के देखा, देखने के बाद मेरे को पता चलता है कि ऊपर 2 लड़कियां बैठी हैं जो कि टाइलें घिसने का काम कर रही थी, 2 लड़के टाइलें मारने का काम कर रहे थे।
The injured officers further said that several people in the crowd carried bags filled with stones, while some women vandalized public property before joining the assault on police personnel. Delhi police has now registered multiple FIRs for rioting, assault on public servants, destruction of public property and other offences. Several investigation teams are examining video footages and identifying those involved. As the investigation gathers pace, the focus has now shifted from the protest itself to the attempt to target and seriously injure police personnel, with authorities vowing strict action against every individual responsible.
Another video emerges. CJP goons surround and brutally assault RAF personnel during the violence. FIR registered. Stay tuned, viewers. We are live and breaking.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट,
ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े।
चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मम्मा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा।
Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello and welcome viewers, you're watching a live report on Republic TV with me, Ishita Mitra. Now viewers, it's been 2 days since the Parliament's monsoon session began, and what we're looking at is continuous disruptions of both inside and outside as well. Now outside on the streets of central Delhi, CJP goons continue to unleash violence against police forces, against RAF personnel. And now this time, shocking visual has come to light which shows they also made an attempt to burn down the station right in central Delhi. Getting you all the updates on that, but first up a quick check at the top headlines. NCP-SP Supremo Sharad Pawar and Supriya Sule met Prime Minister Modi after Jitendra Ahwad's statement to Republic, where he offered issue-based support to NDA. Another video emerges of showing CJP goons attempting to lynch an RAF personnel.
बीएससी का फाइल मूव कर दो सर, बीएससी वाला मूव फाइल कर दो, रेजुलेशन।
एक मिनट, आप क्या बोलना चाहते हैं
सर? लास्ट 2-3 डेज
बोलना चाहते हैं, आप बोलना चाहते हैं
लास्ट सर,
बैठो
the entire nation is paining now. The way in which the government of India brutally deal with the students who are agitating against Dharmendra Pradhan. Sir, one point. मेरा point है sir.
आप तो बताइए, आप चर्चा चाहते हैं?
इंडियन ऑपोजिशन,
सरकार चर्चा को तैयार है
सर।
आप पूरी चर्चा में बोलना ना, वेणुगोपाल जी, आप जितना समय चाहोगे
बोलेंगे हम
पूरी चर्चा में
बोलेंगे सर। हम चाहता है हम सर, हमारा डिमांड वेरी क्लियर है, एजुकेशन मिनिस्टर शुड बी रिसाइन।
आप चर्चा में
if you accept adjournment motion पर चर्चा करो सर। अध्यक्ष महोदय जी, adjournment motion 3 दिनों से सरकार की ओर से हमने ऑफर किया हुआ है। मैं औपचारिक तौर पर आज फिर माननीय स्पीकर महोदय आपके साथ से, अब सुनिए ना, आपने बात कहा है तो सुनिए ना। सरकार नीट पेपर लीक का चर्चा के लिए पूरी तरह से तैयार है और हमने पहले दिन से कहा है, जब चर्चा होती है तो किसी नियम के तहत होना पड़ता है और इसका व्यवस्था बनाना पड़ता है। मैं अनुरोध करता हूं कि चर्चा कब होना है, चर्चा का ड्यूरेशन, कितना लंबा चर्चा होना है और किस नियम के तहत होना है, माननीय स्पीकर महोदय सारे पार्टी के फ्लोर लीडर से बातचीत करके इसका निर्णय किया जाए। सरकार पूरी तरह से नीट पेपर लीक पे चर्चा करने के तैयार है और इस देश के युवाओं का भविष्य के लिए हम सब मिलकर के एक सार्थक चर्चा हो, ये सरकार चाहती है।
अखिलेश बोलना चाहते हैं? अखिलेश जी
महोदय, अध्यक्ष महोदय, ये अध्यक्ष महोदय,
आपको नहीं बोलने दे रहे।
अध्यक्ष महोदय, ये मुद्दा कांग्रेस, समाजवादी पार्टी, बीजेपी का नहीं है, ये मुद्दा युवाओं और छात्र नौजवानों का है। आपने इनको बुलवा दिया, क्या समझौता कर लिया आपने? क्या आपने क्यों नहीं बोलने दिया हमें? अध्यक्ष
आपको मैंने बोलने के लिए कहा, एक मिनट प्लीज।
नहीं, आपने समझौता क्यों कर लिया फिर?
हम लोग का बात भी
अखिलेश जी, नहीं, छात्र नौजवान क्या केवल?
अखिलेश जी, एक मिनट।
नहीं अध्यक्ष महोदय, अध्यक्ष महोदय, ये पक्ष ठीक नहीं है अध्यक्ष महोदय। ये युवा, छात्र, नौजवान, हम सबके हैं, हम सब लड़ रहे हैं उनके लिए, छात्रों की नहीं सुनी जाएगी तो सड़कों पे आएंगे। और जो सरकार ने व्यवहार किया है, इस्तीफा तो क्या है, इस्तीफा तो जब चाहेंगे तब मंत्री ले लेंगे, सदन के बाद ले लेंगे। लेकिन सवाल ये, जो छात्रों के साथ व्यवहार हुआ है, उनके हाथ तोड़े, सर तोड़ा, उनके कपड़े फाड़े, क्या बेटियों के कपड़े फाड़ेंगे आप? हम और राहुल नहीं थे। अध्यक्ष महोदय, हम मजबूरी में गए हैं प्रधानमंत्री के आवास पर। अगर आप सुन लेते हैं यहाँ पर तो हम नहीं जाते। क्या प्रधानमंत्री स्टेटमेंट नहीं दे सकते हैं? युवाओं के लिए आप बाहर बोल सकते हैं, सदन में क्यों नहीं बोल सकते हैं आप?
माननीय सदस्यगण, सभी लोगों के मत आ गए हैं। आप भी चर्चा चाहते हैं, ये भी चर्चा चाहते हैं और सरकार चर्चा करने को तैयार है। आप आइए, कब चर्चा करनी है, कितनी देर चर्चा करनी है, सरकार चर्चा को तैयार है। आप आइए चर्चा करने को। ऐसे गैलरी में बैठकर चर्चा नहीं होगी, चर्चा होगी। आप अपनी सीट पर बैठे, कितनी देर करनी है, किस नियम के तहत करिए, आप बैठिए। सरकार ने कहा है कि खुले मन से कहा चर्चा को तैयार है और सबका मत आ गया है। अब आपके आपस के विवाद को मैं सीट पे बैठ के नहीं मिटा सकता। सदन की कार्रवाई 2 बजे तक स्थगित की जाती है।
All right, viewers. So we were looking at a war of words now escalating between opposition. In fact, let's cut across to the press conference being held by BJP at the moment.
गई। सीबीआई ने एक एसआईटी का गठन करा और एक नहीं दो नहीं बल्कि 13 आरोपियों को अरेस्ट करा। वो आज भी हिरासत में हैं। दे आर स्टिल बिहाइंड बार्स। इसी के साथ साथ मैं आपको आश्वासन देना चाहती हूं कि मोदी सरकार ने बहुत ही जिम्मेदाराना रवैया निभाते हुए कोर्ट से यह भी प्रार्थना करी है कि इसका ट्रायल डे टू डे बेसिस पे सुनवाई हो उसकी, और आरोपियों को कड़ी से कड़ी सजा भी हो और जल्द से जल्द सजा हो ताकि स्टूडेंट्स को न्याय मिल पाए। दूसरी बात, बच्चों का भविष्य सुरक्षित करने के लिए तुरंत नीट का री एग्जामिनेशन करना बहुत ज्यादा जरूरी था। आप सब जानते हैं कि नीट जैसा एग्जाम जिसमें 20 से 22 लाख कैंडिडेट्स अपीयर होते हैं, उसकी तैयारी में 6 महीने लगते हैं। लेकिन आपको मैं आश्वस्त करना चाहती हूं, मात्र 37 डेज में नीट का री एग्जामिनेशन किया गया और रिजल्ट भी मात्र 25 दिन में आप सभी के सामने ला खड़ा कर दिया गया। जो री एग्जामिनेशन हुई उसमें टेक्नोलॉजी को लेवरेज करा गया ताकि कहीं पर भी अगर किसी भी प्रकार का लूप होल हो उसको कर्ब किया जाए, उसको प्लग इन किया जाए। 20 लाख कैंडिडेट्स ने नीट का री एग्जामिनेशन 21 जून को लिया। इसमें 11.21 लाख यानी 11 लाख से ज्यादा स्टूडेंट्स क्वालिफाई करे। और आपको बताते हुए इस बात की मुझे संतोष भी है और खुशी भी है, 58% कैंडिडेट्स जो क्वालिफाई करे वो महिलाएं थीं। इस देश की बेटियों ने अपना परचम लहराया। एक आरोप कहा जा रहा है कि इस देश में एजुकेशन सिस्टम कोलैप्स कर गया है। ये बिल्कुल असत्य है, झूठ है। मैं आपको 2 बातें कहकर इसको प्रूव करना चाहूंगी। सबसे पहली बात, इस प्रकार की लीकेज अगली बार ना हो, इस प्रकार का कॉम्प्रोमाइज अगली बार ना हो, इसलिए